right.
Hey guys. Oh,
just trying to control the weather so we can keep Joe here on Fridays.
Yeah, Joe's abandoning us.
Yeah.
I will be.
Joe said Joe went to his boss and he said, "Mark, get me anything."
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You know, Joe, that might be a -1 actually. Damn.
Damn, no.
Dude.
I'm not happy about that.
Oh. Hey, the good news, Warren, is that we're going to try and break it down and make it easy. Also, Jess got the belt today. Nice.
Shout out, Jess.
Well done, Jess. What up, Rust Dog? Good morning. Michigan's in here.
Good
Let's
morning,
go.
everyone. Yeah, shout out.
Mr. Tapia is in here. Mrs. Mack is in here. What's good? Hey, Christian. Good morning, guys.
Good
What's
morning,
up, Brian?
everybody. Good morning. Good morning.
We should just call Wednesday's jump day instead of hump day.
Oh, but
Yeah, we'll take that over.
Wow.
I don't.
Wow.
That wasn't like my.
It's
I
so
think that's
good.
been thrown around in the chat house before. So shout out if anyone did. But yeah,
no, that's you. No, you're the host of the show. You get. Hey, high key, I can, but I have to take my car into the shop this morning. What up, Zabo? Yeah, I don't have a boss in the building anymore. Except for Jesse.
I'm kind of like Kyle's like right hand man. Like, hey, maybe not that. Hey, you know that's a good idea. Kyle's
Yeah.
run things. Yeah.
Yeah, when I leave, I'm like, Jesse, you got this.
Yeah. So it was a wild time.
Here we go.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy April 29th. It is Wednesday. It's jump day. That's what Jesse decided. It's not hump day
Yes.
anymore. It's jump day.
It's
Jesse
jump
decided that.
Yeah,
He
it's
came
jump
up
down
with it.
1320 on every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday. Lock in. Joe Brazil is here. I guess. And we've got a bunch of stuff to get into today. The NBA has issued new lottery rules, or it sounds like they have landed on a new lottery proposal. What I've done, because it's insane, is I made a whole Google Doc
Yes, you did.
to try and break down this new lottery system as best as possible. We had some playoff matchups last night. I got somebody we might have to toss somebody out of the club after last night.
Maybe.
We got to discuss it. We'll do that. There has been a ton of stuff about NFL draft reaches and NFL draft steals. I think the conversation's insane, and we got to dive in. And I think it's time to start paying attention to the West Sacramento Athletics, the first place West Sacramento Athletics. We're far enough into the season; they're a game and a half up into first. We gotta tap in a little bit there, and then
I'll actually be there tonight. So yeah, I agree with you.
hell yeah, nice. And then there was an interesting report about the Pistons, who are a potential Malik Monk destination this offseason if the Kings are still interested in dealing their former six man of the year candidate. And we got to dive into that. But I want to start with the lottery stuff because this happened after we were on air yesterday and we've not gotten a chance to dive in yet. What were your initial thoughts, Jesse, when you saw the 3-2-1 lottery system?
It's creative, I guess. It's the best that they're gonna do. Like, well, that's the thing. That's kind of the thing. Hold on, because every proposal I've seen them throw out, it's always met with like, oh no, this is stupid. This is not gonna work. Blah, blah. Like, oh, this is just not playing you this part, but it's kind of you throwing this out like, oh, it's just incentivizing losing, it's blah blah blah. Like, this isn't really doing anything. There's other ways to tank. There's never like there hasn't been a real solution. So it's like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's gotten to a point where it's like either like I don't hate this one actually. I'll say that I don't hate this one, but also again, like I don't think there's a point where anyone's gonna be truly happy with, I guess, what they're throwing out there. Because this is what 16-team lottery. The bottom 3 teams have worse chances at winning the lottery because they get less lottery balls.
Yes.
And like that to me is like kind of incentivizing winning, I guess. But
Yeah.
again, people will poke flaws in this so much. Where it's like, oh no, this won't work. This won't work. And I'm like, at what point are people going to be happy? I guess.
Well, people will be happy if they just made it, and I know why they don't. But somebody brought this up. The NFL draft is so popular in part because it's just 1 through 32. Here we go.
Yeah.
Like we all know. We know what it is, and we start diving into the draft. The NBA, you can't even dive into the draft yet because you have no idea where you're going to pick. And now with this new system, and again, you and me and D'Lo and Casey and Joe and everybody listening to this show and watching this show are going to dive all the way in and know the rules and know all the scenarios and this and that. But casual fan that the NBA is trying to, dude, no chance. You got to go.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead and run down your sheet.
Okay. So it's like you said, the bottom 3 teams get 2 lottery balls apiece. That's the relegation zone. They have a floor of the 12th pick. Then 4 through 10 is the sweet spot. That's where you get 3 lottery balls. You get 2 if you're the 9 or the 10 seed, and you get 1 for all the other ones. And man, this is just a lot. Like, I think it's going to wind up working, at least in the short term. There's a sunset provision on it, so it'll sunset after the 2029 draft, which aligns with the end of the current CBA, which ends in the 29-30 season. So the 29 draft will be the last draft in the CBA, and then they can kind of hammer it out with CBA negotiations and anti-tanking rules and this and that. So I get 100% what you're saying. Like, it does incentivize winning, because that's been my biggest critique of all of them. Is, we're going to flatten the odds. Okay. So teams are still going to, like, that doesn't mean teams are going to play their star players through injury just to try and get to 31 wins. Like, it doesn't. So this, at least with that sweet spot of 4 through 10, where, okay, you still don't have to, you're not good, but you're not purposely losing. You get 1 extra lottery ball. My gripe, and where I could see this becoming a problem, is, let's say a team's just bad. Okay. Let's say a team is just not good, and they are the worst record in the league. And then they fall to, because the lottery is no longer the top 4. It's all 16. They're going to draw and order the teams based on these drawings. And if you're the worst team in the league and you get the number 12 pick, it's as far as you can go. You get the number 12 pick, and that guy's not a star. All right, you're probably in the bottom 3 again. And then you get penalized for that, even though you're not tanking. You're just not good.
No team, also, we can note this, can get 3 straight top 5 picks either.
Right. And so there's 2 things running up against each other here. It's harder than ever in the NBA to build through free agency and through trades with the new rules, with the aprons, the first and second apron, with the size of max contracts now, with the way rookie scale extensions work. Like, it's so difficult to acquire players, to acquire meaningful, like, game-changing players for you outside of the draft. And so we're now, and I understand the need to curb tanking, and I understand it, but I wonder if one of the things that the NBA is going to run into here is the worst teams in the league never really get better. Like, we start seeing, like, even Washington, right? Washington hasn't been good in a while, but you see Alex Sarr, and you see Bilal Coulibaly, and you see what's his name, like Bub Carrington, right? Like, these guys that they're at least kind of excited about. And then they trade for Trae Young, they trade for Anthony Davis. I kind of wonder if we're going to run into a situation where there's 1 or 2 teams that just have horrible lottery luck, and they wind up as among the worst teams in the league every year, and they wind up picking 8th, 9th, 10th, and they can't find a player that provides meaningful change for them. That's where my big hang up is with this.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it right now, like the Wizards, Pacers, and Nets. Those were the bottom 3 teams in the league this year. The Wizards tried to lose to protect their pick, so it's like, yeah, maybe if they're playing guys more minutes and just kind of trying, I guess, then they're a lot better than 17. Not a lot better, but better than 1765. Mm-hmm. Pacers were, I think, kind of tanking and also trying. Pascal Siakam was playing at points, and the Nets are just, I think I think we can kind of call the Nets one of those just pure bad basketball teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think, like, say, yeah, we got the Wizards and Pacers trying a little bit more, and they move out of the bottom three. Then you got a team like the Kings who would fall in, I believe. Well, yeah, it was another one that's just bad all year, not tanking or anything like that. But I mean, yeah, like that's kind of the thing. Also, like there's gonna be flaws. I feel in no matter what they throw out, we're moving to a point where like this is happening. Like changes are coming, but it's also like, is it maybe just an extreme year where, like, yeah, tanking was bad this year, but you don't necessarily need change, or like we truly need change?
Yeah, this year
was awful. This year was
put a
like
spotlight
extreme.
on it.
Yeah,
this year put a spotlight on it because A, the draft class is so good, and B, there were so many teams that we were talking about the Kings lottery odds starting in December.
Yeah.
And there were so many teams like that. Like that wasn't exclusive to Sacramento. There were 9 teams like that, right? So I think that it put a spotlight on it in a way that made the league have to change it because something had to be done.
Yeah, because my thing with this is like, yeah, like I see the flaws in the bottom 3 teams getting less lottery balls and all that. And there's a point now where it's like, oh, these teams are just awful and they can't help themselves, basically. There's Sacramento Kings and the Brooklyn Nets, and like it's just they're bad. What do you want from them? It's not like they're tanking or anything, but it's also, like I said, it's just there's gonna be flaws and everything, and I think I'm just willing to accept whatever they throw out. But like if we need change, we need change, and if you want to incentivize winning, this is kind of how you do it. Maybe now the Kings are gonna have to kind of move this thing a little bit faster forward. Maybe the Nets are gonna have to move this thing a little bit faster forward. And I mean, the teams that ended up in the bottom 3 is just like, tough luck this season. You got to do better next year.
I want to talk about in a bit how this impacts the Kings, but I want to go through a couple of things I don't quite understand.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that 1 through 3, you get 2 lottery balls and you have a floor of 12. 4 through 10, those are the other teams that were not playoff or play-in qualified. They get 3 lottery balls. Their floor is the 16th pick. So you could have the 4th worst record in the league. You could be the Kings this year and wind up with the 16th pick. That's tough. But moving on. So the 9th and 10th play-in seeds each get 2 lottery balls. Those are the 9th and 10th seeds in the play-in. That's not how the play-in shakes out. That's into the play-in tournament. Those 4 teams get those picks. So that would have been Charlotte and Miami and Golden State and LA. Clippers. Would have been 11th through 14th. Then it's the losers of the 7 versus 8 play-in games get 1 lottery ball. So if maybe I'm reading this wrong, and if you interpret it differently, let me know, Jesse. So the 9th and 10th play-in seeds are locked into 11 through 14. The losers of the 7-8 play-in games get 1 lottery ball. So if you lose the 7-8 play-in game and then lose the next play-in game, you still don't get a lottery ball?
That's not the way I read that.
How did you read it?
Well, no, it's just because you just fall into one of the other playing teams, don't you? Or one of the now you're just a lottery team. That's just in theory.
The way Shams wrote it, in at least I'm assuming Shams wrote it in the post about this on ESPN. I will go find it right now, and I will read you the specific quote that Shams had here, because the way I read it was the 9th and 10th play-in seeds each get 2 lottery balls. So here it says the numbers 9 and 10 play-in seeds in each conference receive 2 lottery balls each.
Yeah, it's before a game is played in the play-in, right?
And the losers of the 7-8 play-in games receive 1 lottery ball each. Okay, I got it now. Okay, so because the winner goes to the playoffs, they're not in the lottery.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's where I lost it. Okay, very good. I'm on it now. Thank you for talking through that with me.
No problem, pal.
We're
We're kind of convoluted. We're all gonna have to kind of go through it more and more. But I mean, yeah, like I said, you can poke flaws in it. You can. I think there's benefits to it. There's not gonna be a perfect idea here.
Can't win the first pick in consecutive years, like you said. Can't win 3 consecutive top 5 picks.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that's tough, especially when you see so many good teams that are good because of top 5 picks, or who have gotten good via the draft. The other thing that jumped out, I want to talk about how this affects the Kings, but this is my least favorite part of the whole thing, and Shams put this in his article. I'm going to read it verbatim. The league would also have expanded disciplinary authority to regulate tanking and have the option to reduce lottery odds and or modify draft positions for teams under the proposal. I need to see very specifically what those rules are, or what those disciplinary authorities are. They need to be extremely specific to me, because if it's like in the NFL where, oh yeah, the discipline just kind of comes down to Roger Goodell and he gets to sign off yes or no, and if it's just Adam Silver and vibes, I hate that a lot.
I don't hate that actually. Because
okay, why?
Kenny's brought up on D'Lo and KC before that. Like, you kind of tanking's kind of something you know when you see it. It's not just a bullet point list where, oh, team sat this person, blah blah blah. I don't think it's just I don't think there's I think there's different ways to tank. I guess it's not just not every team tanks in the same way. I guess
it's like the Supreme Court's definition of pornography on Low When I See It.
Sure,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, sure, yeah, it's just like that. Well, yeah, I think it's
okay.
More,
so Adam Silver is the arbitrator of that.
Yeah, fine.
Huh.
It is very.
I don't like that at all.
That, but I mean, it's kind of like this is kind of where we're at. I don't think there's a bullet point list where it's like, yeah, this is tanking, this is kind of blah blah blah, because it's kind of at discretion. There's weird ways, there's weird things or whatever. It's not just a cut and dry type of thing. I feel so. Yeah, kind of if you see. I mean, what the Utah Jazz were doing this season, or insert like the Dallas Mavericks at Cooper Flag for the last 7 minutes of a game for no reason.
Sure.
Like, that was tanking.
Okay. So is that do you get 3 strikes? Is it first time that happens? What if Cooper Flag comes out of the game and then comes out of the game holding his hamstring? It's like, hamstring tightened up.
And then he's hurt, but I don't think that's how it happened in that game.
No, right. Understood. Yeah. And I'm totally with you. Like I'm on the same track with you. I'm just trying to like game this out, because teams are always going to try and get an edge. So Mavs want to pull Cooper Flag out of the game and they say, hey, we can't get tagged for tanking. So when you come out, just sit on the ground and hold your ankle, or as you walk off, grab your hamstring and just go straight to the locker room.
You can do that, but also that kind of leads to, I think, being investigated for potentially faking injuries, and like that's not. I don't think. Oh, Cooper Flag left just grabbing his hamstring.
He had his cramp. He had a cramp.
Yeah, but like you got to talk to team doctors. Like the team doc, you got to talk to team doctors and all that. Like, did he really have a cramp, or did he just walk off? Like there's integrity stuff that goes into that and all that. I feel like if Cooper Flag's walking off grabbing his hamstring, and then he's ready to go and not even on the injury report for the next game, like that's kind of suspicious.
Don't make him questionable then.
Whatever, like, yeah, teams are gonna try to consider that either way, but like I said, I think there's ways to investigate that, and like there's ways to stop that if you're the NBA. If guys are just trying to fake injuries, or you tell them to fake an injury coming out.
The other thing I'm interested to see is, because I think one of the reasons I bristle at this is the way they handled the fining stuff this year, and how
that was kind of just to appease people, I feel, and then we just didn't see it again after.
Yeah, maybe, but what happens if Adam Silver comes down on a team with these massive anti-tanking punishments, and then everybody's like, wait, that was extreme. Like, wow, they can't get a top 10 pick now?
Do we want to punish tanking, or do we not want to punish tanking?
Well, so that's it. So okay, so I agree with you for the most part that you know it when you see it, and I understand that.
Just like the Supreme Court said.
Just like the Supreme Court said. That's what they said about tanking in the NBA. But where does it, and again, this is where I think I would like to see some specifics from the league. I'm just going to pick this player. I don't know if this was the case medically, but I'm going to run a hypothetical here. Jaren Jackson Jr. has a knee thing that he could play through. If the Jazz were going to the playoffs, he'd be playing. But it's January and they say, you know what? Hey, we're not going, you have that surgery, get that cleaned up. Let's get ready for next year. Is that tanking? He could play through this injury. He could have an off-season procedure and be fine for the regular season next year. But they said, you know what? Hey, just get the surgery now.
Not necessarily, because like that's kind of probably the normal thing in society. Like, hey, this guy needs surgery for this injury he has. Like, go get it. It's only in the NBA and professional sports. But like, yes, play through this meniscus tear, whatever that you have. Play through all these injuries and get your surgery in the offseason. I guess, like, yeah, I don't think that's tanking, because it's kind of like, all right, if the guy needs surgery and it's going to benefit him in his career going forward, whereas he'll be ready for next season, rather than, hey, he's got to get the surgery in the offseason and now we're not sure if he's going to be ready by November or whatever it might be. Like, yeah, I don't think that's tanking. It's I see exactly where you're coming from as far as like, doesn't necessarily need it. Like, he can play through it, but yeah, I wouldn't see that as tanking, I guess. And those types of things, I feel, are more, follow me here, like, I don't know if reserved is the right term to use, but they're more reserved to like playing through injuries, like for the teams that are actually playing for something. Like, if you got a guy who's playing, like you got a team who's fighting for a playoff spot, then yeah, go ahead and fight through that injury or whatever. If you need surgery, like you choose to not go through with it, then yeah, that's fine. But like, if you're one of the worst teams in the league and like, you need some cleanup or whatever, go ahead and get that done.
Hey, we need you to play because we need to stay out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, like,
hey, play through that. We need to
that. Yeah. Jaren Jackson Jr. is fighting through a grade 4 sprained ankle right now. It's almost about to fall off the bone.
They're trying to get to that 4 seed. They're trying for the extra lottery ball. I also, given Adam Silver's penchant, and we're talking about the new 3-2-1 lottery system here on the jump. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil over there on the 1s and 2s. We know Adam Silver's penchant for making things like European soccer, right? That's why they've done the in-season tournament. Where he's thrown out, like, Adam Silver has been very, very clear that he is down to completely turn the NBA as a professional sport on its ear in how the season's laid out in terms of the rules he's willing to implement, etc. I think calling the 1 through 3 spots the relegation zone is his soft launching the idea of relegation in the NBA. Like, he's putting the word into the ether, so it's not new or scary in 5 years when, or at the next CBA. So in 3 years when they try and, or 4 years, I guess, when they try and create a European league, and there's going to be these 2 leagues and you can get relegated if you're one of the bottom 3 teams. I think that this is Adam Silver soft launching NBA relegation.
We're not even going to get into the details of what a second league would look like for the NBA, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together, I guess, until you kind of said it right now. And I don't even know if I just necessarily completely agree with you, but I see where you're going with this. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, this is kind of what you do. Like, this is what these pro leagues do. Like, you kind of like, yeah, let me throw this out there, and like you said, like kind of soft launching right now.
Yeah, you could just calling it the relegation zone, because you can't be a bottom 3 team, or you can't get a top, like, there's not even a relegation that happens. If you're consistently a bottom 3 team but not getting top 5 picks, you can just keep being in the bottom 3. There's no relegation happening. So unless I'm missing something about this proposal, or unless there's a massive piece of the proposal missing from what Shams wrote, if there's something coming down the line where if you're bottom 3 years in a row, you're picking between 12 and 16 for X amount of time.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and finish your point. I think. Go ahead and finish.
And so calling it the relegation zone just feels like a soft launch for relegation. That's all.
Are you getting relegated from 3 lottery balls to 2 though? I think we solved it. If you want to,
I think that's the explanation.
Yeah.
I think that's the explanation.
He's doing the Windhorse thing, radio audience.
I think that's what they would say. But being relegated from 3 to 2 is way different than being relegated from the Premier League to the FA, whatever it's called.
So it's like the championship in England, it's their second division.
Oh, yeah.
But
the championship, which is different from the Champions League.
Yes. We'll get into soccer this summer for the World Cup.
Shout out Ted Lasso.
I've never seen that show either, but that's just the Premier League's version of relegation. I guess FIFA, soccer, whatever you want to call them, UEFA, whoever, their version of relegation. Like here in the NBA, the version of relegation is going from 3 lottery balls to 2. It's just the difference definitions, I guess, in different leagues and all that.
Okay, here's my pushback.
We've been so used to teams. Relegation is you're headed down to the second division, third division, all that stuff. But here it's just you're getting 2 lottery balls now.
So are the 11 through 14 seeds that also get 2 lottery balls in the relegation zone?
No, because they're not losing anything.
I mean, kind of.
You're just starting out with 2 lottery balls.
Well, not necessarily, because if you're the 11 seed instead of the 10 seed, you get 3 lottery balls.
Gosh, now I got to bring up the document again. Hold on,
dude. Lock in. I've not had it off my screen this entire time.
Well, I guess the sweet spot is obviously landing 4 through 10. Okay,
right.
That's the sweet spot.
And if you land,
so you want to be, I guess, good. I don't know what terms to use here. Like, you want to be good enough to be bad enough to land 4 through 10, and you don't want to be bad enough to land bottom 3, because then if you're one of the worst teams in the league, then you get relegated to having 2 lottery balls. Again, I don't know which terms to use.
See,
like there's a clear sweet spot in this. There's a clear zone you want to land in, which is 4 through 10. The NBA, I feel like, has shown us this in this proposal. And 1 through 3, that's the bad spot. That's the relegation zone. That's the worst possible thing you can end up in. 11 through 14, fine. You start out with 2. 15, 16, sure, you get 1. 4 through 10, you get 3. The worst part of this that they're telling us, the NBA, is 1 through 3. So that one's different.
They should, if they really. It's a soft launch, dude. I'm telling you. Bet. As we get closer, write this down. As we get closer to the 29-30 CBA, we're going to hear increased talk about the NBA proposing or floating the idea of relegation.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think we found Adam Silver's answer for when he gets asked what the relegation means in the press conference.
I think I agree with you. Do you know what would have been a more effective name for it?
What is that?
Something like Absolute Loser Town.
You could just go
Loserville. Yeah, dude, you're in Loserville now. Way to go, Wizards.
Loserville population, you guys.
Nobody wants to be in Loserville.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be the owner of the team that's in Loserville. I think that would have been more effective. Oh no, we're in the relegation zone.
Yeah.
Relegation zone in 10 years in the NBA is going to mean you're playing Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
That's what that's going to start meaning.
And we'll talk about, I guess, the details of how you even make the logistics of that work eventually, but we don't have to do that today.
All right. I'm Kyle Madson. That's Jesse Tapia. Joe Brazil is with us. You're listening to The Jump. Lots of NBA lottery changes coming. How do they affect the Sacramento Kings? We'll dive into that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Good morning, everybody.
I wouldn't say he's a stooge for the owners as much as he works for the owners. I think he would consider actual relegation. I don't know that owners would go for it. I saw somebody say owners would never go for that. I think I agree, because there'd be a pretty big financial hit to be actually relegated to some lower league. But I also think he would. I think if you asked Adam Silver, hey, are you considering this? I think he would absolutely say it's on the table. He said losing's supposed to be uncomfortable.
I'm interested to see what Chatty House is kind of thinking and how much they comprehend all of this, because I'm having a little bit of trouble as well. It does make sense, but if you guys want to hit us up on the text line, let us know what you think. We're interested to see. 916-909-1320, Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line.
Nice, Joe.
Let's go.
Come on. Do you want to do a poll?
Yeah, I was thinking that. What do you want it to be?
Like, yes or no on the new lottery rules?
All right, sounds good. This is crazy, by the way.
You got a net zero for doing something good. That's nuts.
I'm in here fighting for my life.
Hey, I'll be right back.
now.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely interesting. I mean, I think we'd all agree that we want to see less tanking, right? Like this has been one of the toughest watches this year for me, at least. Not even just as a Kings fan, just as a basketball fan in general. Like it just feels like the sentiment is becoming different. So I don't know. I would like to see a lot less incentive to losing.
Hold on, everybody. I think my biggest thing with the lottery rules too, and just where I'm like, sure, if this is what they want to do, like go ahead. Is like I don't have the right solution either.
Yeah,
Where
it's
like it feels kind
tough.
of foolish for me to be like, no, this is stupid. Don't do that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, then what do you do then?
It's not a terrible idea to kind of have the middle zone be the better area, just because it's tough to like obviously land there purposely.
Yeah,
Obviously that's the idea,
but the
but
Kings will be rewarded for it. I mean,
yeah,
like they didn't tank; they just played the season out, and yeah, you get rewarded for that if you were there.
I kind of agree with you about the thing where it's like kind of up to Adam Silver, because it is a case by case basis as well. Like it literally varies a lot team by team. So
Joe got +1 while you were out, Jesse.
Did he?
Yeah.
All right. Then I guess he's evened out for the day so far. Yeah. Joe got a. Oh, wait, no, Chad else knows why he got a -1 on the radio, didn't know.
Yeah, because he's out. He's leaving us on Fridays.
Yeah.
For concerts in the park.
Lauren, that's always a tough thing, but I get it in certain instances like this one, so I'm fine with it.
This is kind of interesting. There is an aspect of like you have to have some kind of advanced degree to follow the NBA now.
It's a highlight league.
By the way, you know how fired up I was when I remembered I had these. Yeah, we on that brand new. You know how we do.
All right, we got about 5 seconds.
All right.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil is over there. The NBA has new lottery rules just in time for a Sacramento Kings rebuild.
Well,
Hell
not new
yeah.
yet. Not officially new. It's a new.
It
It's a
sounds like the NBA is trending toward.
Yes. This
having
might
a
be the
lottery
one,
rule.
guys. This might be the one.
Yeah, Shams Charania reported yesterday, if you missed it, that the NBA eyes new anti-tanking lottery rules. It's a 3-2-1 system. The short of it is, if you finish with a bottom 3 pick, you get fewer lottery balls than the 4 through 10 seeds.
That's the sweet
That's
spot
the
of
short of
this.
it. That's where I want to hang out for a minute, because I want to talk about how this affects the Sacramento Kings. And I actually think when I initially saw this and I was reading through it and trying to understand it, because on first read, if you understood this on first read, salute. I'm proud of you, because I did not.
You're much smarter than me and Kyle.
I had to go through and take notes, man, like line by line. But my knee-jerk reaction was, oh no. Like, naturally, the Kings are starting this rebuild, and the league changes the tanking rules to affect the teams that finish in the bottom 3. But then I started thinking about it. I don't think the Kings are going to let themselves be bad enough, barring injury, of course, to be in the bottom 3. So I actually think this is super helpful for the Kings. The lottery odds aren't, it's 1 through 16, so it could be damaging. If they finish with it at 4 or 5 like they did this year, they could finish at 16. But they also have better odds of jumping up than the bottom 3 teams do. And I think that's actually, again, it's all based on ping pong balls, so we don't know exactly where it'll shake out. But based on odds, which was the big conversation this year, we got to lose this game for the odds. At least now, I think they're in a spot where how they want to do this and the culture they want to build will actually be, there'll be some benefit to what they're doing, if that makes sense.
Real quick, so we got a couple people that tapped in. We did start a poll on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line, 916-909-1320. You can text yes or no if you like it or you don't know what's going on. But we had a couple people tune in. They said the league entertaining this proposal shows how out of touch with the fans they are. If they care about the fan experience, they would do a lottery tour or tournament, with the caveat being that players are only eligible to play in the tournament that have played a certain number of games in minutes. That's by norm.
I've always pushed back on the idea of making players play for draft picks.
Yeah, there's no incentive for them to do that.
Yeah, why would you if you're Alex Sarr, why would you want to go play for the guy who might take your job? I've always I get people go, oh, people do this with the NFL all the time. The toilet bowl, make the worst 2 teams play and the winner gets the number 1 pick. Everybody would watch. Yeah, that wouldn't be good football.
Yeah.
There's no the incentive for the players is not there. You're making them play an extra game. I don't think that I would push back on any idea where it's like, yeah, hey, players play for draft picks. I don't buy that.
I think you'd have to go in one of these type of situations where you're expanding the lottery or throwing out what they've thrown out. And going back to the Kings, and does it change anything for them? I don't necessarily think it does. Scott Perry's just kind of been the guy where, hey, we're going to do our thing and move how we move, and wherever we fall, we fall. And I think that might just kind of be the same thing here. Like, I don't know if Scott Perry's trying to trade for John Moran or insert veteran around the league, I guess, to make sure that they're not a bottom 3 team in the league. Because if you had a draft pick and like a guy like Ja, like, we can just, whether we think it's going to work long term or how successful that'll be, like, yeah, you're not going to be one of the worst teams in the league at that point. I don't think so.
Yeah, and to your point, and I fully agree with you. I don't think that, let's say that what Shams reported is what goes down, right? Is how the rules are. I don't think Scott Perry and co are looking at that and going, okay, let's change everything.
Yeah.
I do think, though, it benefits the Kings, because I think what they are doing is, whether it's trading for John Morant, whether it's keeping DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray around, and maybe Domantas Sabonis, right? Maybe Malik Monk. Like, they might be in another situation next year where, again, a large part of the reason this season went off the rails was injury. I think if Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray are healthy all year, I don't think we're talking about a 22-win basketball team right now. I don't think we're talking about a 40-win basketball team. But I don't think we're talking about one of the 5 worst teams in the league. I really don't. So I think they'll be in a scenario next year, and you have a coach that we have chronicled this a million times, a coach who needs to win games, who has to win games. He can't pull the plug on a season because he doesn't have the backing of his organization. So I think there's a world where this really helps out a Sacramento Kings team that made it very clear this year. And I would assume moving forward that they're not tanking. They're going to be trying to win as many basketball games as possible. And so even if you're consistently in the 7, 8, 9 range, like you're not necessarily pushing for a play-in spot, but you're also not one of the worst teams in the league, there's benefit to that now. Instead of going, God, they just need to, because that was the whole thing earlier this year. Remember? It's like, oh my God, play the young guys. Why are you trying to win these games? At least now that conversation goes bye-bye. That conversation goes out the window. You might still want to play the young players. You might still want to see what they have. And I think there's benefit to that. But I also don't think there's going to be a bunch of hand wringing over, oh my God, the veterans closed out this game in February. Like, yeah, as they should, because you're trying to stay out of the relegation zone.
See, but I'm not sure that Scott Perry is too worried about staying out of the relegation zone either, because there's still a rebuild, still a tear down. And like you mentioned, Sabonis and Keegan Murray, like, hey, if Toronto comes back with a better deal and a first round pick and it works out, like, I'm sure we're all still trading on Sabonis, right?
Totally.
So there's still potential where you're still tearing this down. And it's like, hey, the first round pick this year, the young guys from last year, Keegan Murray's still around, and that's kind of it. You were able to move off of the vets. Let's say everything goes well, I guess. And you're going into next year with the young guys. It's like I could see a scenario where they are a bottom 3 team in the league, just given it's a lot of youth. You're not really sure who's who or whatever, and you lack star power at that point. I don't think Scott Perry is making a move. I guess my thing would be I don't think he's making a move to keep him out of the bottom 3.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think the way he'd see it is like, yeah, if we land bottom 3, all right, floor of 12, the floor is the 12th pick. Hopefully the lottery balls go our way, but that's not really changing anything, I guess, for them.
I totally agree. I fully agree. It doesn't change how they're going to operate.
Yeah.
They're going to try and trade Domantas Sabonis. They're going to try and trade Malik Monk. If somebody offers them a top 12-ish pick for Keegan Murray, I think they're trading Keegan Murray. Like, I very much think all of that is still on the table, but going into next season, I don't think we would, where I see the benefit for the Kings and what I think changes for the Kings is when they approach the year the way they approach this year, which I think they're going to. I think it takes off the table the conversation that we continue having about, oh my God, should they be trying to lose? Oh my God, why aren't they trying to tank? Oh my God, should this guy be playing? Oh my God, they closed out the game with this lineup instead of these guys. That at least goes away.
How would we look at them this year if we had these lottery rules this season?
I think it's not a 180 necessarily.
Yeah.
But I very much think
like, oh wow, this is a great team, but are we going at Doug Christie less? Are we just kind of killing this team less as the season winds down?
Yeah, probably because
is the perception of the games different, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Because a big point of contention with the Kings winning games down the stretch was like, this is hurting you. Okay, that's great. Maxime Reynaud had a great game. Oh, awesome. Neat Clifford had a great game. Devin Carter had 40 or whatever. Yeah. That's all great, but like, dude, this is hurting the team.
Yeah.
This is hurting your chances of maximizing your odds to get the number 1 pick. Why would you do that? At least now, those wins are like, nice, staying out of the bottom 3. That's what's best for your team now. And that's where I like this proposal, because my big pushback was none of them incentivized winning. At least this one does in that way. It incentivizes what the Kings did down the stretch, which was not tank. Like that matters a lot to me. And I fully agree that it's not going to change how Scott Perry is going to operate this offseason. I am 100% in lockstep with you on that. I don't think they're going to start making moves and signing bad contracts just to try and get the team into the like 7-8 range, 7-8 of the lottery, not seeds. I don't think they're going to do that. But I do think now, when they're pushing to win games at the end of a season, I think now it's at least like, nice, that's good. Let's talk about why that win was good, instead of coming in after they win and going, what are they doing? Like, that's the antithesis of the sport. Like, that's stupid. Yeah. What a stupid way to have a league. Sorry, go ahead.
No, dude, that was great. Shout out. We might clip that. Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out. No, but
Joe, mark that.
I guess my first hole or flaw I'd like to poke in this lottery thing, less about the Kings. We know and we feel we have a good idea of how Scott Perry would approach this. We fall bottom 3, 4 through 10 doesn't really matter. He's gonna just do what he can. But for you yourself, would you rather, I guess, fall bottom 3 and have one less lottery ball with the idea, okay, the worst I can be is the 12th pick, or like say I'm the 4th worst record in the league now. I got the 3rd lottery ball, but there's a chance I'm picking 16th.
The second one.
The second one?
Yeah, because there's such a huge delta between, I have less odds of getting number 1, but as the farthest I can fall is 12 versus better odds of being number 1, but also maybe falling at any of the spots above 16. I would way rather. I think every team would rather gamble on getting the number 1 pick. I don't think you're going to see teams tanking to stay out of the bottom 4 of the lottery, the last 4 picks of the lottery.
I gotcha.
Like I don't think there's enough incentive in that. If we get down to the end of the season and it's the 3 playing the 4 in the lottery, I don't think you're going to see the 4 like tank that game.
Yeah, I got you. Just want to get your thoughts because I guess it just depends on how you see it. I don't disagree with that. I'd rather have the higher chance at the number 1 seed. But going back to the Kings too, it kind of does. It gives them more of I don't say leeway, more cushion, I guess. Like where there's not just a constant pressure or tension just to finish in the bottom of the league. Just you can have a top pick. Now it's like, all right, yeah, we can kind of play this thing through, see what we got, but also like we're not hurting ourselves in the process like we were talking about.
Yeah, it puts the Kings specifically in a position to build the culture they want to build.
Yeah.
Like we talked a lot, and Scott Perry has talked about this, and James Ham has talked about this with D'Lo and Casey Mondays and Wednesdays at 2:30. He's on with us at 8:30 most Fridays. And he's talked a lot about this, like the rot of losing, like how that culture permeates your team. And after 2 or 3 years, like it gets really hard to dig yourself out of the rut that causes. And I think the Kings are trying to avoid that. So yeah, I think this is now just it puts the math in favor of that philosophy instead of the philosophy of winning being a bad thing. I think that's 100% going to be beneficial to what they're trying to do. Now, do they get the lottery luck? Do they hit on the picks? I don't know. But again, we're talking odds, we're talking math.
Kings played the right way all season. Oh, finished with the 5th worst record. Let's see. Oh, they're picking 16th.
Dude.
That's what it was worth. That's what it meant.
Dude. And that is obviously a scary proposition. But so is this. Hey, the Kings tanked. It was a miserable watch. They won 17 games. Okay, let's go to lottery. Okay, they're picking 12th.
Mm-hmm.
Like that also sucks.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You also can't protect picks 12 through 15, which I think is interesting.
All in all, do you think this helps limit tanking in the league? Do you think we start to see teams play their guys more in February, March? We'll see about April, but just do we see more from these teams? Like, do you think ultimately this is going to do what it needs to? Like, we can all poke out flaws and talk about why this is wrong and not come up with our solutions ourselves, but like, do we think this is going to help fix it? And fix it to an extent. I don't know if you're ever going to truly fix tanking in the NBA.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it geez. I think it helps. Mm-hmm. I think it avoids, I think you're still going to see instances where, like we said, star player is a little banged up and needs a cleanup surgery. Okay, you'll just have it now instead of the offseason and get on the road to recovery now. I think we'll still see that, but I think we'll see less of the, remember the Wizards benched their entire starting lineup in the 4th quarter against the Kings to try and lose? Yeah.
It's always funny checking box scores at the end of games around that time where it's like, oh yeah, the bench played 30 minutes today and the starters only got about 15 to 20.
That's ridiculous, right? So, you click on the second half stats and there's zeros across the board for all the starters. That's so silly. So I think it curbs that, which I think is what Adam Silver wanted. So I think what it does is it avoids the outlier year like we saw this year.
Yeah.
At least I think.
Because I haven't had like the strongest opinion on this new option or whatever. And I said it during the break, but that's just kind of because like it feels kind of odd for me to be like, oh no, this is dumb. This is not going to fix anything. Or like, no, this is how you can kind of overcome this. But again, I don't think any of us have come up with the right solution to curtail tanking, I guess. So if the NBA, like if we kind of gotten to a point where it's like, all right, put it in the NBA's hands, and if this is what they see as fit, then I guess I'm kind of with it. I guess just because I don't know what the better option is right now. This is kind of a new thing, I think. When we don't, we haven't seen this in the NFL, the MLB. Like this is kind of a new thing that we're kind of seeing a rise here.
Yeah,
there's no precedent, I guess.
Yeah, it's a step.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's imperfect, but I also don't know that there's a perfect system.
Yeah.
At least not one that anyone would agree to.
And that's just kind of the thing. It's like, it feels funny for me to just, oh no, this is dumb. Why would you do this when there's just not going to be a perfect system? To me, it's either, all right, you can do this or just leave it as it is. And kind of we move. And this is just what the NBA is, I guess.
The other thing I'm interested to see is like, let's just take Golden State this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they? No, they're about they're a good example because they were the 10 seed, right? So they would get 2 lottery balls. I wonder in a different year if we see those teams at like 9-10 try and fall out of the play-in. Because they're not getting a home game. They're playing for the 8 seed. They're playing for the chance to get smoked by Oklahoma City in the first round. They didn't, like, Golden State was so far and away the 10 seed this year. They didn't have the opportunity to do that. But I wonder if in future years, that's where we actually see the tanking happen. Is the play-in tournament, which was designed to curtail tanking, might be the thing that teams try and tank out of so they get the 1 extra lottery ball.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
I think there's like, because like I see what you're saying, but there's also, I think there's the benefit of trying to, play the season out, and like if you fall out, whatever, like you still get 1 lottery ball at least, I guess, or whatever would be my thing. Like there's still something you're leaving with. But yeah, I see the scenario that you're talking about.
Well, if you're the 9 or 10 seed, you get 2 automatically.
You get 2 automatically, and then if the way I read it, if you're the 8 seed, you get 1, right?
Yeah.
If you're the 8 seed, you get 1. Yeah.
So if you lose the 7-8 play-in game, you get 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is how that works.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. If you lose the 7-8 game, but then win the next game, you could be a playoff team in the lottery.
Yeah.
That's sick.
So it's kind of, that's kind of like where I was like, I don't think teams are going to try to play out of the, or try to work their way out of the play and try to think their way out of the play. And I guess where it's like, yeah, you can still be the 8 seed and have a lottery ball.
But not if you're a 9-10. And that's what I'm saying. And again, maybe I'm just way overthinking this, but the 9 and 10 seeds, no matter what happens in the play-in, they get 2 lottery balls.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so you could, if you're a 9 or 10 seed and you win 2 play-in games, you're a playoff team with 2 lottery balls. That's crazy. But if you're the 10 seed and let's say you're at 36 wins and the team behind you is a game back, you're going to get, why I said the wins thing.
Well, that's where the fines come in. That's where Adam Silver, the Roger Goodell of all this kind of comes in, and like that there's punishments if you're trying to tank and benefit yourself. Like they could affect your draft position, the lottery. Like there's that's where that kind of plays in. So I guess you can't do that. Checkmate, Kyle Madson.
Unless your team is super old and this guy's got a back thing and this guy's got a knee thing. Steph Curry's got a knee injury. Like, he just can't play.
But if you don't get Steph Curry out there right now,
put him out there on crutches. I don't care.
Yeah. Either rule him out for the season, like now in March, or no, he's playing in April.
This is more just a thing for me. Like, I think it's going to be something we track down the stretch of some years, not all of them, but in some years, like, there's this fight for the 10-11 seeds. And does the 10 seed really want the 10 seed for the opportunity to get waxed in the first round?
Well, like maybe, but like I said, like you're not gonna be able to just blatantly tank out of that, because if not, Adam Silver's gonna come around and find you or take away draft picks or whatever it might be, or take away lottery balls. I don't know. Who knows?
He's gonna come around with his list of rules that say, yes, I'll know it when I see it.
Violated rule 2-3D. Okay, yeah, you can't do that.
What's rule 2-3D? Can't do it.
Yep, can't do it. That's what it says.
Can't
Sorry.
do that. No,
It says right here, Adam Silver gets to say what it is, and it says you can't do that.
it says the thing you're doing right now. No go. Can't do that.
You have an issue with it? Oh, go. You can leave something in the suggestion box. Suggestion box also led by Adam Silver.
Suggestion
go
box.
ahead.
Suggestion box. Also paper shredder.
Yes.
Toss it in there. Go ahead.
Look,
Oh,
I'm
man,
with
that's-
it. I guess I'm with the new tanking options, lottery options, whatever you want to call it, draft order scenarios. Like
I agree.
I'll
Yeah.
accept it for now.
Yeah, same.
I think I like it better than
Yep.
what what we were talking about earlier this week.
Yeah. All of the options from earlier this week are worse than this one. This one is just convoluted. It's just a lot. And it's something that we'll have to keep track of throughout the year. Joe, did we get that poll up on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line?
Yeah, but most people have actually just kind of been texting in like their full opinions. So we can,
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 209 says yes, I don't hate it.
Yes, I don't hate it. Sick. Hell yeah.
Ooh,
Is it
916
yes or no? Do you like the new lottery rules at 916-909-1320? Shoot us
real
a
quick.
text.
916 says new system is corny F.
Oh,
So that's that. Then we say
someone
F, right?
said the general managers should play a game of knockout.
I wouldn't hate
Ooh.
that.
I wouldn't hate
wait,
that.
that's kind of
Yeah.
gas.
That's the
I wouldn't
5-3,
hate
yeah.
that, dude.
Fire.
You get
Hey,
Scott
you know
Perry.
what? Hey, no, that's a thumbs down for me
Why?
because Golden State has Mike Dunleavy Jr. Like if you have a former NBA player, like you're in a massive,
Kings.
massive advantage.
Well, does
Kings
that
are like-
change? Do the Kings instantly fire Scott Perry because
The
now we got
Scott-
to play knockout?
Exactly,
For the lottery.
lethal
Like, yeah.
shooter.
Asia, you're back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Get-
So Lethal Shooter's our new GM.
Get
Yeah.
get Jeremy Lamb back in here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yes.
It
Fine.
all works out in the end.
Hey, does Scott Perry have a jump shot?
Yeah.
The Kings' future depends on it.
Your job interview is just Vivek rolling you a basketball. All right, let's see what you can do. I need 80 out of 100 free throws right now.
Cast Media in our YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 said Luke Walton, get back here, Luke.
Yeah, Luke Walton, the new Kings GM.
Oh
Paige
man,
Stojakovic. Wow, welcome back to
Paige,
Sacramento.
you're back.
Yeah.
Let's make it a 3-point contest. Actually, rack them up.
The Kings have had the number 1 pick for like the last 3 seasons.
What if we made the whole team out of number 1 picks?
Oh,
Peja, you're amazing.
Yeah, we're just tanking. Well, I guess we can't. No, forget it. We're fairy tale now. We're just tanking every year, just amassing these number 1 picks like we're Thanos. And then come year 5 or year 6, like, all right, we're ready to go.
Ready to rock and roll.
Yeah. Paige just went 6 straight games of knockout. The Kings have just been dominant.
Hall of Fame GM.
At
Yeah.
that point, he's warm.
Hall of Fame GM.
And up to the 5-3-0 for that idea.
Hell yeah, that's a great idea. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. We had some NBA playoff action last night. Did you enjoy watching De'Aaron Fox slam the door on the Portland Trailblazers? Because I sure did. We'll talk about that. And then we might have to kick a team out of the club. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
Clear.
Maybe this is why he doesn't want the Warriors to trade any of their picks to help him.
Denny might be the biggest flopper in the NBA too, by the way.
I was thumbs up on Denny after this series. I'm thumbs down on Denny.
He's a troll.
He's a clown.
Yeah.
Good player. Clown. Yeah. Gonna last, but you need to chill. So I'm going to see there's a K-pop group called Blackpink. They're like the most famous girl group of all time. And they're at a point now where they're starting to do more solo stuff. Lisa from Blackpink, she was in White Lotus. She was in the last season of White Lotus.
This is a good show.
What was her character's name in White Lotus? Doesn't matter. But anyways, she was in White Lotus. She was the girl that Gay Talk was in love with. Anyways, she has a residency in Vegas at the Coliseum coming up in November, and we're going. And I've decided that I'm just gonna wear the most insane outfit I can find.
Why not?
I'm gonna get like a floral print jacket. I might go like white pants.
Top hat.
We're just rocking it out. No top hat. That's insane.
Well, that's then how crazy can it be?
Relax.
Okay. Well, you said craziest outfit you can think of, but a top hat's too crazy.
The craziest outfit I can think of: graphic tee, jeans.
Yeah. I was like, no, if we're gonna do this. Sixers are the.
What? Why would I have beef with Tim Kawakami? What do you say?
I think he means Trista Crick, Trailblazers fan.
Oh, that makes way more sense.
I just,
that makes way more sense. Got it. Got it. Context, please.
I don't know. I just love how Tim Kawakami was the guy who came to mind for TK.
Because I've been calling Tim Kawakami TK for a decade.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
He's also avid listener of Candlestick Chronicles. So salute to my guy, Tim Kawakami. Much different guy in person than he is on the internet. Can I hear you?
What?
Okay, good. My headphones keep crapping out.
Oh, okay.
Mook was her name in White Lotus. Thank you, Rust Dog. Mook. Thank you. That was her name.
Sixers are that hometown hero that stays at the local bar a little too long. Go home, pal.
I think the Sixers got kicked out. Now you're talking. This is, see, Joe, this is a thing.
Okay. I was going to say that too. Dang. I thought maybe a top hat's even crazier. That's what
I do have this, like, it's a fedora, but it's a flat brim around. It's like a Panama Jack style hat. I do have that.
Dude, if you wore that, you could literally just put it on for 5 seconds, come over to the promotions area, just say nothing of it. That would be so funny. It would be really funny.
Wait, where?
What? You said you have a fedora?
Yeah, where do you want me to wear this to?
The promotions area, just like casually, just like
in the office. Got it. I thought you were saying at the Lisa concert. I'm like, oh, we're doing something with that? How didn't I know? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, James got a fedora.
I don't have a fedora like that. I don't listen to enough yacht rock to own a fedora like that.
I've been listening to that a lot on my drive-in the mornings.
That tracks.
Yacht rock. Yeah. Way different vibe.
Joe, I think you were supposed to be born in like 1985.
Yeah, no, that definitely tracks. I can agree with that. We're coming back.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Hour number 2 on this Wednesday, April 29th edition of the program. It's Jump Day. It's no longer Hump Day. It's called Jump Day. That's what we've decided. Yes. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. We've been talking a lot about the new NBA anti-tanking lottery rules. I think it's actually going to help the Kings. Yeah. Not going to change anything about how they go about their rebuild, but I think it's ultimately going to help them. Our guy Mitch in New Jersey, though, I do want to talk about the NBA playoffs, but Mitch in New Jersey has a much simpler anti-tanking lottery proposal. Mitch, what's your anti-tanking lottery proposal? Go ahead.
Good morning, Kyle. Jesse, Joe.
Good morning, Mitch.
I get that. I'm obligated to say that, right? It's only polite.
Yeah.
I think just one ping pong ball for everybody. Stop making this complicated. seeds 1 through 6 don't get a ball. Everybody else gets 1 ball. There's too many injuries. That should be a more concern. And one thing about last night game, Denny, I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. If they didn't have Wembanyama, I'm telling you, I think Portland would have had that series. But they have some guards play. I think Wembanyama is going to be the next Will Chamberlain. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mitch.
So 1 through 6 just go in order.
Okay.
And then everybody else gets 1 lottery ball.
Yeah, just one. Make it easy. That's what he said.
That's chaos. But
that doesn't curb tanking.
Yeah. I don't know. Shut up, Mitch. I don't think Denny Avdija is going to be a
Denny Avdija is the next Wilt? Thoughts?
No. Wemby is the next Wilt. Denny Avdija is a Hall of Famer.
Did he say Did he say Paolo?
There was a Paolo win there. I'm not sure. That's the one I missed. Wemby's gonna be the next Wilt. Denny Avdija is a Hall of Famer. I disagree with that. I'll buy the Wemby Wilt thing. I mean, to an extent, like Wemby's not gonna score 100, I don't think, or average 50
it's
season.
Wilt, so
nothing
to speak.
Oh, hey, if you want to talk conspiracies.
So the Wilt Chamberlain didn't score 100 points is my like he did.
Yeah.
There's people alive who were there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a guy who guarded him who's still super mad about it. Like he did.
He scored 100 the same way Bam Adebayo got to 83 for the way everyone's mad about.
1,000%.
It was a sham. Yes, Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points. You heard it here first on The Jump. Was a sham. They fouled to get him there. All right, they fouled to get him there.
They fouled to get him there, and also if you hear the other team tell it, the refs were like egging it on.
Mm-hmm.
Like the refs were actively calling. It wasn't just that he was getting fouled. There were times he wasn't fouled, and the refs are like, "Nah, send him to the line, trying to get him to 100." So, anyways, he did. That happened. But I love the conspiracy.
Everything is.
I love the conspiracy theory that he didn't. It's so like, what's that? Low stakes conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nobody gets hurt. It's just a funny, silly thing. I made a joke about it on the internet one time, and somebody got very mad at me. Like somebody who just searches for anti-Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game conspiracy theorists and dunks on them. He was very upset. They were very upset that I claimed that Wilt did not score 100 in a game.
How dare you? All right, respect the game. Respect it.
Do we think Wemby ever... I just don't think that Victor Wembanyama is ever, and we can start here with the Spurs advancing, and I do want to talk about De'Aaron Fox, but watching him last night, I don't know that Wemby is ever going to be the kind of guy who goes and gets 70 in a game.
You don't need to on the Spurs team right now. And just this game, like this game, or I guess it doesn't call for that, right? It doesn't call for that. He could, score 70. I'm sure he could get to 80. We've seen Kobe do it. We've seen Bam do it. I'm not going to say Victor Wembanyama can't, but this is kind of like what you're saying. It's just this game doesn't necessarily call for that. He can be effective in the most impactful way in other ways.
Last night watching that game, just again, I've got the game on. I'm doing dishes and I'm putting the show together. I would have thought, based on how that game was going, that Victor Wembanyama had 30 points and 20 rebounds. Like I would have thought, like, man, he is just dominating this game. Like that was the vibe. Do you know how many shots he took last night?
Yes, but tell the radio audience.
Victor Wembanyama in this game that I'm like, God, he is just all over the place. He is dominating. He took 7 shots. He went 5 for 7 from the field, 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, 6 of 6 from the free throw line, 17 points, 14 boards, 3 assists, 6 blocks. And a couple of big, like emphatic, when he sent Denny's layup into the second deck. Like that's the most I've ever seen someone get dunked on a play where there wasn't a dunk involved.
Yeah.
And it's just the way he impacts games is just different.
He's kind of a Swiss Army knife, and it's just what the Spurs system calls for. Like if Wemby needed to go for 30 a game, he could very well do that. I'm sure if he wanted to go for 35 a game and you wanted to run the entire thing through him, he could do that. But Wemby's just so versatile where it's like you don't have to. the Spurs, I wanted to say Kings. The Spurs are so versatile
Mm.
where like, you got Fox, you got Vassell, you got Castle, you got Harper. Like you got plenty of guys on that team where it's like you don't necessarily have to put this all on Wemby's back yet. I'm sure there'll be a time in his career where it's like, okay, yeah, no, Wemby's kind of unleashed and everything is just kind of running through him, and this is what everyone was kind of, I guess, air quotes, scared of, meaning like, oh no, this is kind of the generational player that we all saw coming. But it's just, yeah, you don't need that right now.
How good was De'Aaron Fox?
He was good.
Just the Blazers cut that game to 10.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, okay, I have to, I stopped doing dishes to go around to the side of my counter so I could look straight on at the TV instead of from the side. Because it's like, oh, we got a ball game left, about 6-7 minutes left, 10-point game. Okay, here we go. And then Fox just bucket, step back three.
Trailblazers tried to fight him back in that one, but Fox, shut him up real quick.
He was
whatever instance of a comeback they were trying to mount.
He was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And I find myself rooting for the guy.
Why?
I don't know. Because the way he left Sacramento wasn't great, right? Like he went from beloved, like he was pacing to be like the number one player in Kings history, like at the Washington spot of the Mount Rushmore, right? And then it just kind of fell apart. But in the aftermath and everything that's happened since, I'm kind of like, hey, it's probably smart to get out of here. Like I understand why he wanted out.
Yeah.
And it sucks. Like I'd way rather he still be in a Kings uniform, but I don't find it in my heart to hold some kind of animosity toward him. And watching him on the biggest stage take over a game that was slipping through his team's fingers, and he put Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, who was dreadful last night, and Victor Wembanyama on his back and said, I got this. That was really cool to me. Like we saw him do it a million times for the Kings. He was the first clutch player of the year. I'm still convinced that they win that playoff series against Golden State if he doesn't hurt his finger. Mm-hmm. And it's because of what he did last night, and watching him do that on a stage like that was really, really cool. And I just find myself pulling for him.
Yeah, he's a good player. The way I don't fault him for leaving Sacramento or wanting to leave Sacramento or kind of just reaching his limit. I wouldn't say like, oh yeah, like I'm rooting for him or anything like that. But I mean, yeah, he right on by him to leave and all that. And he's in a better situation. The Kings are still reeling from that deal. But yeah, shout out to De'Aaron Fox. He was kind of on that path where he was potentially like on his way to being one of the top Kings ever. But now the way it's ended up, I'm not even sure if he's above DeMarcus Cousins.
He's above DeMarcus Cousins. Come on.
I don't think so. Chatty House.
Really?
Chatty House can answer 916-909-1320. Mojo's local Tapia Kitchen text line. Yeah, I'm not sure that he is. I'd be very curious to see what the Chatty House and Kings fans on the text line, and you can call in if you want, would say if they got De'Aaron Fox above DeMarcus Cousins.
Huh? What? Like because Manny of the way he left?
Manny says no. AK says not above Cousins in his opinion. Huh. Al in the Chatty House says nah.
So he's not. So
we're talking about beloved. Will says he definitely. So there's one for Fox. He definitely is above Cousins. It's not really close. Westside Kings fan says Fox is above.
916-909-1320.
I'd assume the note from Kells means that he's got DeMarcus above Fox. It's kind of split, I guess.
Yeah, that's 916-909-1320. You can call us. You can shoot us a text.
Yeah, Stephen Brown says Cousins never made a playoff series with the Kings. Cousins never had a team worth a damn here in Sacramento. I'd say that, but I get that point if you want to, I guess, just kind of balance out or who you're taking above who.
916-909-1320. De'Aaron Fox or DeMarcus Cousins, better King all time.
Yeah, Cass says that Boogie's got more haters. Yeah, Boogie, it's kind of you love Boogie or you hate him.
Yeah.
Spencer says Boogie's still better. Yeah, it's kind of split. Shout out Miss P trying to be the best person in the room. There's room for it to be Fox and Cousins. No, that's not. No, don't clap for that. That's not what we're doing here. All right?
We're not sitting on fences. Pick a side.
Pick a side. Pick a side.
And this is where, so like saying Cousins is better than Fox. Like, yeah, DeMarcus Cousins at his peak was like just
I'm
different.
talking about just
Like,
more
he was-
beloved by fans. Because
Yeah, more-
Manny in chat says, "What's the criteria?" The criteria is what you feel as a Kings fan, just kind of who you love more, who's beloved more, I guess, by you.
I don't want to say right now because you have a choice. Oh God, this is hard because De'Aaron Fox is still in the league. 20 years from now, you have a choice to have a throwback to Marcus Cousins or De'Aaron Fox jersey. Which one are you taking? Is that better? Is that the right way to put that?
Yeah, we've actually kind of talked about this on D'Lo and Casey. I think it's the DeMarcus jersey. Fox, it just
It's hard right now because he's still in the league. Like he plays for
yeah,
another
he's
team.
in the league. I don't know. I think it's pretty split in the chatty house. Again, text if you want 916-909-1320, Mojo's logo Tap and Kitchen studio text line. But yeah, it's split. I think De'Aaron Fox will age out better as time goes on. I'm not sure if there's ever like a De'Aaron Fox is back in Sacramento and they're celebrating him or anything like that in the future. But I do think as time kind of passes, that wound will kind of heal and it'll kind of be like, all right, it's kind of an understanding of how things played out. No one's fault, I guess. And like De'Aaron Fox will kind of get back there. But yeah, for me, I'd say it'd be DeMarcus Cousins. I think if we had to put a percentage on it, it's like 51 to 55% DeMarcus Cousins in the chatty house.
Yeah, it's a slight Cousins lean.
Shout out to the chat. Mojo's local Tab and Kitchen text line. The 530 says Fox greater than Boogie, and then right after that, shout out to the 916. It's definitely Cousins. The way they, yeah, it's definitely Cousins. The way the two left is way different, and that's kind of I think maybe what ties into it right now. That was sad. Like Boogie was traded during the All-Star break. James Ham talks about it all the time. He was on his way to getting a new contract extension with the Sacramento Kings, and then it just went the other way.
Okay.
Like Boogie was kind of just like he wasn't just like, oh, I want out of Sacramento.
So I don't fault Fox for leaving either the way that he did. And that's where I've seen a lot of people saying Cousins Manny in the chat said Cousins is not asking for a trade. Cousins not asking for a trade is a fan factor. The way Fox asked out is my issue. Boogie was loyal. That's according to Kels. But like De'Aaron Fox had a problem with how Vivek Ranadive was running the team, which we all do.
But we're
all in that camp. So why are we blaming him?
Because it's simple. It's simple fan stuff. I think when it comes down to it, this player asked out.
I'm just an elevated fan, then I guess.
Yes, you're much better than us. But it's just kind of like yeah, he asked out. It's just kind of that simple. Boogie is bad because Boogie was under great circumstances here in Sacramento. He was going to sign a contract extension. It was up to him.
Sure.
So I guess that's kind of how you want to look at it. Like with the context of it all, like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox was not wrong to want out of Sacramento, given all the dysfunction and the way everything kind of played out at the end. Sure. De'Aaron Fox gave what, 7 years to this franchise, I think. Like, I think De'Aaron Fox did everything that he could.
And led them back to the playoffs.
If a person reaches their limits, so be it. Like, if you got to go, you got to go. But again, DeMarcus Cousins dealt with the same dysfunction, if not worse. DeMarcus Cousins never got beam team. Like that never happened.
It is so sad what has happened to the beam team.
It's just
the best player on that beloved team is now just persona non grata for some people.
There's no beloved player from that team right now. There's no.
I know that's crazy. Yeah, that's insane.
Monk has kind of fell out, I think, a bit. Like the community still loves Malik Monk, but he's just kind of now a guy on the bench and one of the worst Kings teams of all time. Domantas Sabonis. I think there's people that still love him, but also there's a camp of Kings fans like, yes, trade him. This didn't work. Get a first round pick. Keegan Murray, shout out Keegan Murray. He's great. But just, yeah, that team left no legends or heroes for right now.
Man, that's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
God, annoys me. That really annoys me.
The front office too, but
Spurs advance. I don't know why I thought Portland was going to win because I texted you after they lost that game the game 4 where they were up 17 at half and lost by 21. And I said they were cooked. Like that was that's what happened last night. The Sixers stayed alive. Any concern for Boston?
No, not yet. Boston, they're not a great home playoff team. They haven't been for the last few seasons.
Weird.
Yeah, it's odd. They're like last 3 or 4 seasons, they're like 24-11 on the road, which is like by far one of the best playoff records in the NBA. So I'm not concerned. They couldn't hit their shots in the fourth quarter. People will bring up the threes, but they went like 2 of 12 in the fourth quarter from the 2-point line. And I mean, if you're not getting easy baskets, it's going to be tough to get shots anywhere else. So I'm not concerned about it at all. Shout out Joel Embiid. He played well. I don't doubt the talent that Joel has. It's just more so he's not available as much as he needs to, I think, for the 76ers to truly reach their potential. If you say were to be like Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid could work, but it's just they're not around each other enough for it to, I guess. So I like what the Sixers did. Good win by them. I think it's over on Thursday. Like I said, Boston's a great road playoff team. They've always been weird where they kind of play with their food. They should probably be a lot better, close things out more than they should, but this has kind of been a symptom of who they've been. So I'm not concerned about it yet, even if it were to get to Game 7. But yeah, shout out Philly for that game.
Do you think they struggle at home because of the pressure of playing in front of Bill Simmons?
Potentially. And also the Boston Celtics home crowd kind of sucks right now too. Let me say that. They're spoiled.
It feels like
they're spoiled where the team has just been in the conference finals and winning for so long, since Jason Tatum was a child, since he was 18, 19 years old. And it's like that's kind of the expectation. The expectation is just like
he's still 19.
Yes, he's still 19, but the expectation for the team is just, oh yeah, of course they're going to win. So the team isn't into it the same way, the fans aren't into it the way you should be for a playoff game. It's kind of like they just don't get into it yet until like maybe the conference finals, the second round, if at least, I guess. Or most, whatever you want to call it. But just the fans kind of.
One of the interesting things for me with Boston home playoff crowds,
mm-hmm.
and this goes back years, it feels like Boston home crowds tighten up quicker than any other playoff crowd. And maybe that's just because I've watched a ton of Boston playoff games over the last decade.
As far as like tension and like, oh, here we go.
Yeah. In Game 6 in the 2022 finals against Golden State, they went up like 12-2 or something. Jason Tatum hit a big 3. Warriors take a timeout. Golden State comes out and goes on like a 5-0 run, and that place was dead. Like instant.
You could feel that yesterday.
Yeah, and that right. It's like as soon as it's not this like, okay, all right, let's get back in it. And every crowd gets a little bit tight, but with Boston crowds, it's like when they're up, they are crazy. And then the second something goes wrong, it's just like, oh, and you feel that in the building.
It's kind of the expectation, I think, with this group of players. They got the title in 2024, but 2022, like the Warriors won it. But it's just kind of the Celtics cheesed up, couldn't stop turning the ball over. Jason Tatum couldn't get past Andrew Wiggins. Probably a better team going into that series than the Warriors, but the Warriors just did the right things to win it. So
they've been there before.
Yes. 2020 in the bubble, the Celtics, I think, were better than the Heat, but it's like you run into the 2-3 zone and Brad Stevens and those guys just don't know what to do. So the Heat end up beating you there. And there's just instances where they've run into scenarios where adversity kind of hits and they do cheese up. They don't win. Sometimes they come out of it like Game 6 against Philadelphia. Jason Tatum a few seasons ago was horrible. Last few minutes tears it up. Then Game 7 he goes for 50 and all that. One of the highest scoring Game 7s of all time, if not the highest score. But there's just been too many instances where it's like, oh no, here it comes. Like they're going into ISO ball. Jaylen Brown's not passing. Jaylen Brown's trying to shove everyone out the way, and now he's getting called for offensive fouls every time. Tatum's not hitting his threes. Derek White can't shoot. It's like, oh, like it's kind of like an avalanche, I guess.
Yeah,
they've been known to do that. They've been known to kind of cheese up, even though, the first 3 quarters, you guys are tearing it up. Why are you guys playing this way now? It's just kind of an expectation or something that happens with the Celtics.
Yeah. Can you get the music ready?
Yes.
Because I have a question.
Okay.
As we talk about playoff action from last night. The Knicks blasted the Atlanta Hawks 126-97, and I've got a question. Is it time to take the Atlanta Hawks and toss them out of the club?
Well, Kyle, I'm happy you asked. No.
What?
No. They're down 3. It's 3-2, and they win Game 6, and we got a game. That's not. You ready? You think the series is over? I think the Knicks.
Did we toss the Sixers out?
Yeah, but that's different. Sixers were never tied 2-2. No, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh. I'm going to give you logical reasoning right now. The Sixers were never tied 2-2 in this series. No, like the Hawks were up at one point in the series. The Hawks were up. No, I'm not going to. No, stop. Not all 3-2s are the same, pal. No, the Hawks are still around. They're still in the club. it's kind of like, all right, like you tell him the bouncer, keep an eye on him. His night might be ending. Their night might be ending pretty soon here. So we're keeping an eye, but I mean, maybe they rally here in game 6 and send it to game 7. I'm not out on the Hawks yet. The Knicks should win this series, and pat on the back by me. I never once threw the Knicks out, even when they were down 2-1. I was like, oh, let's give them a chance.
No, Knicks
kind of concerns me, but yeah, give them a chance. They'll be fine. So I'm still counting on the Knicks to win, but we're not tossing the Hawks out the club yet.
They lost by 30.
Yeah.
Check that. 29.
No, the Knicks were that. The Knicks should win the series. They're the better team, but it's just I'm going to give the Hawks an opportunity at home in game 6.
That felt like such a get right game to me by New York. That felt like the kind of game where the better team finally established themselves. Like they finally got their sea legs and went, okay, hey, here's this 29-point beatdown. Here you go. We'll do this one more time and then we're moving on, because like you said, the Knicks are finals contenders. They can't be messing around with this Atlanta Hawks team that's been good. Like this is not the Hawks are good, and I think the Hawks are going to be
one of the better teams in the league for the second part of the season.
Yeah, but they are not a finals contender. The Knicks are, and I think the Knicks had an in case you forgot, or in case we forgot, for the Knicks last night.
Oh yeah, salute to the Knicks. They're going to win the series. Will not be shocked if they wrap it up in 6 games, but not going to toss the Hawks out the club yet. Just game 6 at home. Like I'm going to give you guys an opportunity there. Maybe if it was game 6 at Madison Square Garden, that's different, but we'll see what the Hawks got.
They're standing in the corner. They've still got their drinks, but you and me are chatting with security about what we're going to do about that guy.
They just kind of swing, moving side to side, not really doing anything.
They just spilled a drink on themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of.
And you're like, oh, they got bumped. They got bumped and it fell. And I'm like, no, they dumped it all over. All right.
Yeah, we'll see,
man.
We'll see.
All right. We have to pay a little bit of attention to the A's. And not we, you and me, but I think if you're a fan of Sacramento sports, it really feels like my prediction on our whiteboard of predictions takes with stakes. I said the A's are going to be a playoff team this year. They lost a heartbreaker to the Royals last night. Got another great pitching performance. They lost 4-1 in 10 innings. They're still a game and a half up in the AL West. And they're the only team in the AL West that's above 500 right now. And I don't think,
It's a good place to be.
Really good place to be. I think they're not yet playing their best baseball, and they're still out in front of that division. Seattle obviously lingers. The Angels, despite Mike Trout's resurgence, don't scare me that much. Houston is not great this year. Texas is okay, but I don't know that they have a major run in them. It just really feels like through, and again, we're 28, we're a sixth of the way into the season. Baseball season's so long, but if you are not a person who's tapped into baseball, tap into the A's over there at Sutter Health Park, man, because I think we're going to get playoff baseball in Sacramento. Yeah,
I think at the very least, the floor of this team, even through this short season so far, we're not even past April, is like they're going to be at least 500, and I'd put money on them being better than that.
Yeah,
like this is just a good baseball team, and it's just how good now. I think how good can they be the rest of the way?
Yeah, they haven't even started hitting yet. Like their pitching has been dramatically improved, and that was the big thing last year. It's like, God, this team just can't get anybody out.
Yeah,
and now they're getting outs, but you have Nick Kurtz, who's not the player he was last year, and I think eventually he starts to come around. Same thing with Jacob Wilson. Same thing with. I mean, Lawrence Butler's been struggling for a year plus now, but I think he's better than he's been. Like they have the talent, they have the players to be a really, really effective team at the plate. They haven't even gotten there yet, and they're still in first.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them progress forward as the season goes on, rather than now they're going to kind of regress. I don't see that happening. Yeah,
I think so too. All right, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. What do we have next? Oh,
you wrote the show.
We had a report about the Pistons.
Oh, yeah.
And what they're going to do this offseason. And despite the report, it actually made me feel better about the fact that the Kings might be able to get something from Malik Monk from them. And I'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Shout out everyone in here at the thumbs up, please.
Bum, 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 bum.
Got to shout out Jung Hoo Lee real quick. He's been tearing the ball up lately. Talk a little bit of Giants once the break hits. Devers,
man.
though, oh my gosh.
I feel bad for Rafi.
Devers has been very bad to start the season. And his attitude, like he's getting very frustrated.
Oh, he's got attitude.
I wouldn't say his attitude. I
He's
would
got
say
attitude.
I would say like
You don't say.
Oh, does he? That's crazy.
I don't know. He just seems like he's getting too frustrated for his own good. Like he's swinging as hard as he possibly can. He's slamming his helmet down, like breaking his bat.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes that's a good thing, but right now it seems like he's really stuck in a way.
Shout out to all the people we traded for in that deal. They're all playing well for someone else.
Yeah, Kyle Harrison's been going crazy too.
Yeah, he had like 12 strikeouts
Yep.
today, I think.
Yeah. I saw him pitch at a River Cats game one time, and I sat really close to like where all the scouts were. They had all the cameras up. I was like right behind home plate. And dude, Kyle Harrison, he's legit. It was terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, my guy that emailed you while you were out, I told him, well, I was talking to him about something different. And he was like, hey, I hit your guy and he never got back. And I told him, kind of what happened. I didn't give specifics or anything. I said that you were out. So he said next time that they have some, he'll hit you.
Oh, dude, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Salute to Johnny G and his dog. So his dog and him had a near-death experience yesterday. They got attacked by a turkey. It was absurdly terrifying. I was not hip
That's
to the
scary,
turkey game
dude.
until I got to Sacramento. I did
Yeah,
not
dude.
know you guys just had turkeys out here like
Yeah.
that.
Also, turkey's aggressive as hell.
Are they? I used to walk
They
the
can be.
American River Trail to Sacramento State from my apartment or whatever, and the turkeys would be out there sometimes, and I just kind of avoid them, do my own thing, and let them do theirs.
Yeah, dude, at my old house there was this one turkey that terrorized us, and he would like scratch up people's cars. and, like,
Really?
yeah, because he would be jumping on top of cars. And there was scratch marks on the roof of my car, bro. Like the neighbor's boat was all destroyed from this one turkey, dude. Oh my gosh. If you guys live over near Denios, you might know the turkey that I'm talking about. He's still there.
This is I think your mic's off, Kyle, or you're muted.
Yeah, I was eating. I love the idea of just like an infamous turkey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, dude.
There's
The turkey down by Denios? Yeah, you know the one.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Al B said avoid the geese. Yeah, hey, facts. Geese are crazy.
I think they're cool.
The thing with me, here's the intimidating thing about a goose.
hilarious statement to put out.
Dude.
It's the
Goose is
title of
also
today's show.
Funny name. I love it.
If a goose comes at me, I don't know what to do.
You gotta
Yeah.
swing on it at that point, I think. Or you gotta
Right,
run.
but like,
A
do you
small
punch
target.
it like
Fight or
stupid?
flight.
Do you put right small target? Do you punch its stupid neck?
you gotta,
Does it have teeth?
You gotta
I'm
throw a
trying-
jab to maybe try to right hook it. That's tough though, not a big target.
Because
Dude,
I
that'd
feel like
be
if
really
I punch
tough.
its neck, it's just gonna like, it's just gonna
No,
like.
you gotta hit it with, you gotta
bug
try, you gotta
me.
try to
It's
jab it, I think.
Maybe like a tackle.
And it's
No,
like,
I'm not
I feel like
tackling
there's not
the
enough
face.
surface area to its noggin. It's got like a small noggin, right? Even if I feel like I'm just gonna clip it, and I think that's just gonna make it mad.
Yeah.
So do I maybe try and like
you
Right.
kind of retreat and punch? I think you kind of retreat and punch.
does
Kinda
as
like-
it comes
just
at me,
like just distance.
I-
Here's the distance right here.
do I like step to the side and then bot to the kidneys?
I only got a kidney
Do I
shot.
kick?
Oh my gosh.
I only got a kidney shot. Just kind of let them know, like, yeah, I'm right here. Just a little punch to the
Googling it.
little
Where
little chin
Is
check.
a
That's it.
geese's kidneys?
Gut punch a goose. That is hilarious.
Kidney. Goose anatomy. Deep in the dorsal posterior part of the body cavity, specifically within depressions in the sacrum bone in the pelvis. Oh, you got to.
I don't know. I don't know where that is. I don't know enough about the geese to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kidney shot this thing real quick.
Okay, two things I just learned about geese kidneys. One, I've got a diagram of where they are. Two, it turns out you can cook them and eat them because there's a lot of photos of that on the internet.
Yeah. You can eat geese, I guess. I've never ate a geese.
Goose kidneys. Okay,
We
there's,
used- Oh, never mind.
There's too much happening here. I don't like this.
No, look,
anymore.
you're overthinking this. You just, like I said, just one quick jab to the face. Just you just gotta clip it. Let it know, like, oh yeah, this human's serious.
Here we go.
We're coming back. Hold on.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Okay, I want to talk about why I think Malik Monk is going to be traded to the Pistons, but we were talking about something at the break that I have to get off my chest.
Yeah,
I'm terrified of Geese.
You're actually terrified of Geese, or you've just learned in this moment that you're terrified of Geese?
Like, no, I've been and not terrified. Like, oh my God, there's a goose. We gotta scram. Like, it's nothing like that.
No, I get that's me and the birds.
I have this like, I'm not making eye contact with one.
Oh yeah, you're gonna just avoid it.
Because here's the thing. Mountain lion comes at me, right?
Yeah.
If you've ever wondered what happens on YouTube during breaks, it's this. Mountain lion comes at me. I've got a plan, right?
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely.
What?
Two hands.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Two hands to the ears. I've stunned it. Now I'm taking its back. Chokehold. That's easy because it's got a big neck. I'm getting around. Boom. I'm choking that thing out. And before it even knows what happened, boom. It's
you do not
done.
have a plan. No, you do not have a plan.
You're
not doing this. No, hell no. You're running. You are running.
That's
No.
light work. I've gone over it in my head a million times. That's easy.
No chance.
I own cats, dude. I know their tendencies. I know what they're trying to do. Like, I know exactly what they're trying to do. I know when they're gonna pounce. I know their little schemes of like trying to be secretive. Like, no, man.
You're fair enough, Joe. No, there's not a cat in a mountain lion. No, it's not fair
Joe
enough.
gets it. Joe gets it.
Dude, I just got
Mountain
back
lions,
from the zoo. They're all cats, dude. They're all just cats.
Mountain lions, just big cats. That's all. That's
the only
all.
sane person here, I guess. Yeah, sure. But yeah, we were talking about geese attacking. When geese attack, did Kyle lose us? Oh, Kyle,
He's muted again.
You're muted, Kyle. So
Here's
now you're back.
Geese. Here's my thing about geese. The way I have a plan with a mountain lion, I have no such plan with a goose. If I punch that thing in the neck, I feel like its neck is going to be bendy and it's just going to be fine. Like I don't see what's going on in there. If I try and punch its head, like, that head is all beak at that point. That beak is open. If it comes at me, it's got beak open, teeth out, coming at me. I swing, I'm liable to get bit. And if I'm trying to punch its head, that's not enough surface area. I don't have that kind of precision.
Yeah, well,
the goose is just at such an advantage against me because I don't know exactly how to strike it.
Just like a jab and a quick kick.
Right. Okay. And that's the other thing with mountain lion. That's easy. That's all hands. That's all hands, arms. My feet are moving to make sure I'm getting proper body position on mountain lion. Right. With goose, am I kicking? Because it can fly up at me if it's running at me. Okay. Here's the thing. And
hey, Peter, leave us alone too. By the way, this is if we're attacked, not we're attacking.
Yeah, I have no beef with a goose. I will never go out of my way
to defend ourselves.
But if a goose looks at me and is like, you know what, I don't like the cut of that guy's jib, I'm going after him. Yes. Like, okay, goose on ground, that's light work. That's a soccer ball. That thing's getting punted into whatever pond it's been hiding. All right, that thing is getting launched. I'm getting NFL scouts hitting me up to see if I can try out for their team with how far I'm kicking this goose. Goose flies at me. Goose gets a little airborne. The second goose gets airborne, I'm cooked. I'm fully cooked.
Shane Leckler in the corner. Yeah, they're down at the one.
I'm coffin cornering that goose, dog.
This is also hilarious. Shout out LBTMC in the chatty house. Yeah, Kyle might get bit by a goose, but he'll choke out a mountain lion.
There you go.
Yes. Yeah, because the mountain lion's not all beak. It doesn't have that reach.
It's not all beak. It's all teeth and muscle.
Yeah, exactly. Same.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. While we're hiking and a mountain lion shows up, you can kick his ass and I'll go. I'll leave.
Yeah, dog, I got you.
All right, fair enough.
Don't leave. No, don't leave. I'm making quick work of this thing. We're going on our hike.
I'm gonna go leave so I can go tell him, yeah, my friend back there needs a lot of help right now. He needs a lot of help. He thought he could find a mountain lion.
No, because then you're going to come back and they're going to be like, oh my God, now I'm in trouble because I've hurt the mountain lion. Like the mountain lion's out by this point. By the time you guys get back, that thing's been out. I need 2 minutes to go bop side of the head and then choke it out. Probably 60 to 120 seconds to really cut off its airflow. I'm not killing it. I just need to knock it out. So probably about 60 to 80 seconds to knock it out because I'm not going to keep restricting its airway. It's out. We're good. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
That's all.
I guess you've got this figured out. The geese are a little tougher. Personally, like I said, I just go with a quick jab and run away. Just kind of create a distance. Maybe the goose is like, oh no, this guy, like he clipped me. He's really about his business. He's serious. So let him go along his way.
I feel like the thing with the goose is it's got to be a lot of chops and slaps. I think if I try and go punch, I think you're limiting the surface area that you're actually going to hit and harm the goose.
Well, and that's the thing. So I'm not standing toe to toe with a goose. I'm going to get out of there and run to my car at some point. Like I'm not going to be the guy at the park like oh, look at Jesse Tapia on the jump. Was been fighting a goose for 5 minutes. Like, no, I'm going to try and hit it. And if it's still charging at me, it's like, all right, you know what? This is your land. I'm going to go to my car now.
Right. But if it's charging at you, it's going to catch you. Like you have to fight.
No, I think I'm pretty quick.
Fight or flight. Goose can literally flight. You're cooked.
A goose is not as shifty as me though. Like I can Ricky Williams
Break
my
its
way to the
ankles.
car. Yeah,
Routes,
I can get my way to the front seat.
In the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, Zabo said, I'm putting $100 on plus 360 for the mountain lion. That tells you everything you need to know. I am favored over the mountain lion.
Well, that's the thing. That's a horrible line. The mountain lion is not the underdog in this situation. It is minus 1,000. Okay. It is minus 1,000. If you want to make any sort of money, you put that on Kyle and hope that his odd belief in the fact that, yes, he could hit a mountain lion on the side of its ears with both hands and then crawl around the back, throw it in a headlock, and choke it out. Like, if you think that plan could happen, then yeah, go put some money on Kyle.
Warren, again, in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can also text the show on the Mojo's text line at 916-909-1320. Said next week they'll put up a funeral program for Kyle after he died trying to fight a mountain lion. Damn shame what happened to Kyle.
Yeah. Should play this clip. It's like, oh, how we'll probably put up a good fight. No, the mountain lion got him within like 5 seconds of it.
He didn't even see the mountain lion coming.
Yeah,
Mountain lion, full-blown ambush.
Yeah.
Was dead in 3 seconds.
I'm with Tyler Jennings. I'll fight 100 geese over one mountain lion.
Ooh, 100 angry geese?
I'm assuming they're not happy with me.
All right, man. Just to be clear, before we talk about Malik Monk's trade value, specifically for the Pistons, I want it to be abundantly clear in case it wasn't. I have no smoke for a mountain lion. I just want that. I barely have smoke for my house cats. My house cats' tail get big and they start hissing. I'm like, whoop, you guys got it. You guys figured this out. I'm not sticking
I'm not much of a cat person.
That tracks.
They just.
That's actually, you know what? It doesn't. It doesn't. You're a cat person. You just don't know it yet.
Have you ever had a cat?
No.
That's why.
I don't think I'm a cat person though.
I wasn't a cat person either until I got a cat. I'm not
Like,
kidding.
Same with my wife.
Why am I a cat person?
Because you're very chill and you get home and your cat pulls up next to you, sits on your lap, might sit up on your shoulder, might sit next to you. You got to feed it. You got to make sure it has water. You got to scoop a litter box once a day, maybe twice a day, depending. And the cat just vibes out. See, I think you're a very cat-like person. Like the cat will just leave without unannounced.
No, that's the thing. You got misunderstood. Shout out to my dog Coco. I get home and he's like, dude, where have you been? Like, oh my gosh, feels like you've been gone a week. And we're just like, oh, Coco, what's up? I'm enthusiastic, having the time of my life. Like, we're running around playing. Like, I'm actually much more enthusiastic with my dog than I guess I am people.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
I love that.
Shout out to you.
You guys will be like, oh my gosh, like Jesse's like happy.
That's awesome.
Blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no, we're fighting around. I'm throwing him in a headlock and stuff. Like, yeah, it's a good time.
Okay, so you understand where I'm coming at with the mountain lion and putting it in a headlock.
Yes, but my dog is not a mountain lion either.
No,
yeah, my dog is like, oh, we're having fun right now. I'll fight you back. Like, this is fun. The mountain lion is trying to attack me.
Well, so that's it. So my wife was not a cat person at all. Like, was anti-cat, and now is like, I'll never own a dog again. We're only having cats. So it happens. But anyways,
see, I want another dog actually. But yeah, anyways, what were we getting to?
Dog people, cat people. I got my cats in part because I didn't want to get attached to a dog. I've said this before, but my boss, when I was in Arizona, like took multiple days off when his dog passed away, and it was understandable. Like that's your best friend as part of your family. Like I totally get it. There's real grief there. But I was like, yeah, with cats, like the attachment's different, right? Like, okay, I'll be sad if a cat dies, but like, it's not the same. My cats greet me at the door. The second I sit down, they're sitting with me. They sleep on the bed with us. They're very rarely not in the room with us. Like they are very dog-like cats. I am going to be devastated. Devastated.
They're part of the family.
They turned 15 this year. And I'm like, oh no, I'm not ready.
Yeah.
But anyways, shout out to cats and dogs. I'm anti neither one. I mean, come on, look at your dog.
Dude, that
Look
is
at that
such
dog.
a
Look at its
cute
little
dog.
face. Look at
Photogenic.
its little face.
Wow.
Photogenic. Look at that. Shout out to my
Look at that.
guy.
I see the family resemblance.
That's awesome.
Shout out to Coco. Shout out to your dogs and cats.
Yeah. Shout out to pets.
Except for geese. Thumbs down on geese.
Yeah,
but
anyone's got a pet
my
goose.
cat named Goose. Shout out to him.
Shout out to
Fair.
Goose.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thumbs down to actual geese. Okay, Pistons. According to Shams Charania, the Pistons plan on going star hunting this offseason.
Pistons need more dogs, less cats.
Great point. Unless they need Karl Anthony Towns. We'll talk about it. But Shams cited Lauri Markkanen and Trey Murphy III as players that they are going to try and go get.
Mhm.
And I sort of wonder, I don't think Lauri's going to be available.
Yeah, you brought Lauri's name up right now. It's like the Jazz.
Shams brought Lauri's name up.
Yeah, Shams brought Lauri's name up, but it's kind of the Jazz are kind of a piece or two away from, I think, not competing for a title, but maybe they could pick up some wins finally instead of just sticking here in the bottom 3 of the league every year. Like,
Yeah, man.
It feels like that. I don't know. I feel like that kind of go against what the Jazz need right now, but I mean, sure enough, they can try, I guess.
I don't think they're trading Lauri Markkanen. So that brings up Trey Murphy III. And again, I don't know if the Pelicans are going to want to trade Trey Murphy III, specifically for what the Pistons can give them. Pistons first round picks are not going to be worth a ton. Player wise, if you're giving up a bunch of players, all of a sudden you're making your team worse. And so I sort of wonder if the Pistons are going to go star hunting and wind up seeing that a player like Malik Monk is more in line with what they're able to get with the assets that they want to part with.
Yeah.
And I think we've talked about this. I think after every single playoff, every day during the playoffs, I think Malik Monk could help the Pistons a lot. As much as Lauri Markkanen or Trey Murphy, no, but I think he could help them a ton.
Well, I think it's an easy deal to make if you're the Pistons, because I think if you offer a first round pick to Scott Perry from Malik Monk, I think the Kings are doing that deal 10 times out of 10. I don't think Malik Monk is someone where it's like, oh yeah, we want to pick in the top 15. That's kind of what we're aiming for. The way we kind of talk about Keegan Murray, we debate whether or not you take a pick in the 20s for Keegan, but if it was like top 15, it's like, all right, yeah, you probably do that deal. For Malik Monk, yeah, if you get a first round pick from Detroit, like yeah, I think you're doing that 10 times out of 10. So I think it's an easier deal for Detroit to make, like how you said, compared to if Lauri was available or Trey Murphy. But also, I don't think Trey Murphy's like this player where you got to gut your team for or anything like that. Like you could probably give up a Tobias Harris type or someone and kind of get through him with a first round pick attaching it to whoever you're sending over there.
See,
Well,
I think
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think if Trey Murphy's available, I think it's going to take a lot more than Tobias Harris and a late first round pick.
Well, I don't think you're giving up Thompson. You're not giving up Jalen Duren. You're not giving up Cade. Like just no one of, I guess, true impact. I guess like you can work around whoever you give up for Trey Murphy is my grand point.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is I think the Pelicans, if they make Trey Murphy available, and the Pistons call, they're going to go, cool. We'll start at Jalen Duren. Okay, that's fine. Asar Thompson, then that's Asar Thompson, and what picks do you got? Like that's what I think they're looking at, or multiple first round picks from a team like the Kings. That's where I think they would deal Trey Murphy.
Yeah,
and that's why I think that the Pistons, while they're searching for this star, are going to land on, okay, here's what we have available to give up. What we can actually get is a Malik Monk level player. And Malik Monk could actually help us. He's not Trey Murphy. He's not Lauri Markkanen, different players, but man, he can handle the basketball. He can play make. We can put him in a pick and roll with Jalen Duren and we can go to work. If Cade Cunningham's out, we can put the ball in his hands and he can be a primary scorer. He can play alongside Cade Cunningham. I think there are a lot of ways that Malik Monk would help the Pistons without the Pistons having to give up players who are foundational to their team.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, it's the easiest avenue, I think, to go down where you can still keep your team intact, but also add exactly what you need.
Yeah. So
maybe
that's sort of where I'm at.
Malik's been linked to the Pistons before, I believe. I don't know how interested they were or how deep that went, but I think back when he was kind of a free agent, figuring things out and ended up eventually signing with the Kings. I think the Pistons were part of that at one point. Again, I don't know what they offered or anything like that, but I mean, maybe they can kind of circle back and now it works this time. Because again, I don't think if you're bringing in Malik Monk, like
I'm trying to make
his contract keeps getting brought up, but I don't think it's this horrible deal where it's like, oh, you got Malik Monk on a bad contract. Like I think Malik Monk at 20 mil a year is fine for what the Pistons are trying to do too. Like you're gonna get impact you'll get impact that way.
I don't know where the Pistons are in terms of their rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Or not their rebuild, but where they're at in terms of their free agency class next year or their roster. Like Duncan Robinson, because Loki Trickster in the YouTube chat asked what kind of players would the Kings get back. You could
Caris
do
LeVert,
like
real quick. Caris LeVert's like on a $15 million deal. I don't know. You probably got to match a little bit more salary for that, but it's probably like you're not getting a real player of substance. You're looking for expiring deals and you're trying to get picks back.
Yeah, Duncan Robinson's at 15.9 non-guaranteed. Caris LeVert, like you mentioned, at 14.8. Could you do Caris LeVert at 14.8 and Marcus Sasser at 5.2?
Yeah.
And again, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the Pistons are in love with Marcus Sasser and would never trade him. But
point being, can you just match whatever little salary you need to get those guys over here and again get the first round pick or whatever pick Detroit's sending in that deal? You're not looking for a player back from Malik Monk of real impact.
Yeah,
maybe Caris LeVert plays out the season, that's fine. But ideally, like you're more worried about the first round pick or whatever asset you get back that way rather than let me look at the roster. Pick an expiring guy, try to match up the salary best, and get a first round pick. That's kind of it for Malik Monk, I feel.
Yeah, that's it. Can you get? Yeah. I don't think you're necessarily worried about players you're getting back, unless the Pistons are like, yeah, hey, we'll trade you Ron Holland, and do you want to go get a 20-year-old former lottery pick to throw in the mix? Then yeah, sure. But I don't think they want to do that.
I wonder what this offseason looks like for Sacramento if they're able to get off of these vets. I have absolutely zero clue what's going to happen with Zach LaVine. I got to watch Locked On Kings. James did a little show on the other day talking about Zach LaVine this offseason, what it could mean and all that. So I got to check that out. But yeah, I just have no clue which way that's going. Domantas Sabonis feels like the player where it's like, yeah, he can be here unless someone wants to give us a first round pick back. So it's like I don't really know how tight end he is here. It's just gonna be an interesting offseason for the Kings.
Sure. Let's get to
take away.
Let's get to TC at 916-909-1320. Doesn't have a Kings take. Doesn't have a Niners take. He's got a cat and dog take.
Perfect.
TC, go ahead.
Good morning, TC.
Hey, good morning, bro. Top of the morning to my two bros on everything I do, bro. Listen,
yes,
we ain't even going Niners Kings. Good looking Kyle. Listen, I'm a cat. Hey, I got a cat. I've been having my cat, bro, Singe. I call him Singe. We've been having this dude, bro, since like 2016. We got him in my wife's cousins. That's why we call him Singe, because his whiskers got singed because he was in her engine compartment, bro, for I don't know how long. She was saying, I'm hearing a cat. And so we're like, what? So we're like, she's like, it's coming from my engine. Bro, we're outside one day at their house, just chilling in the garage, messing around. And my daughter went over there by the car and was like trying to get the cat out of there. Like, let's see what's going on. Bro, he comes out of the engine and everything. We trap him, bro. He was like a baby, only like a couple weeks old when we got him.
Oh, wow.
Bro, we've been having this cat, dog. We've been having this cat ever since. Nothing against dogs, nothing against, but cats are dope. They way smarter. They catch on way quicker. You really don't got to clean it I don't know. Nothing against dogs, bro, but I was never a cat guy. I wasn't scared of them. I wasn't into cats. I was always, get the cat away from me, man. I'm cool. You got cats? I'm not really coming over there by you guys, man. I don't deal with cats. And when I got this dude Singe, bro, it changed me. Am I open to all cats? No. But do I love my cat, bro? Yes, dog. That's all I got.
Shout out, Sin.
Thanks,
Shout out
DC. Appreciate you, dude.
Cool.
Sin's
Great
a
name,
great
by the
cat
way.
name. It's a
Great
cat name. That's always there's like that joke online about that, how you hear dogs and it's like, I got this dog at this shelter and da 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 da, and people are like, I found this cat in a box in a dumpster and now it's my best friend.
Yeah,
Yep.
no.
That's how
I
that
found-
Like
spotlight
extreme.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this year put a spotlight on it because the draft class is so good.
Germs, what's up, boy? Wheezy. Wheezy F, baby.
Filthy McNasty. Jason, hey, Mark, I hadn't seen you in a while, bro. Zabo.
About 2 minutes to showtime. Dose. Minute.
West Sac Kings fan. Man, something bit the hell out of me on my leg. All over my legs. Got bites. Got bites everywhere. About 3 or 4 of them. Where was I at? Was I outside recently?
There you go, JT Low. Go. Shoot down. What up, boy?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We are number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Oh, baby. Hey. Listen to them run one more time here for the Wednesday, April 29th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP. Show Tapia here as we get going. James Ham coming up at the bottom of the hour for the marathon. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. We found out earlier today. California Classic coming back to the Golden One Center.
Ish.
Well, we're doing that stupid thing again where someone doesn't have the balls to say no one's going to come watch basketball at the Chase Center. Let's keep it all in Sacramento. Instead, they're doing the thing where it's split between Sacramento and the Chase Center. And if I'm not mistaken, is the Warriors-Kings game? Oh, it's at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we've got the Kings-Warriors game this time at the Golden One Center, July 5th, where the Mitch Richmond Trophy will be awarded.
The good thing about that is I was going to say we get some good rookies here in Sacramento, but I don't know if they're going to play them. Now, VJ Edgecombe did play in Utah last year.
Well, it depends on the pick. I would think it depends on the pick if they play him here.
Yes, VJ Edgecombe was 3 though.
Yeah, it's not
He played
one
in Utah.
It's not one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think one.
I don't think
definitely
if
don't
it's
think
one or
is gonna
two.
play.
I don't think it play. I
Yeah.
don't think they play. I
Yeah.
think that's saved for Friday night in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Unless suddenly they don't care about it because Sacramento, we don't care about AJ DeBonsta anymore.
Well, if the
Let's
Kings
have-
landed the number one pick, I'm sure they'd have to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
I would be floored if they didn't, because that's kind of the tradition.
That's a
the
moment.
big, especially when you have a draft like this one that centered so much on I don't want to say these two guys. Like now I think we have regularly looked at it as a big two. I think a lot of other people have looked at it as 3. And you talked about this yesterday, and it's out there in the media universe as well that it might be 4, and they're working Caleb Wilson into that conversation. So either way, the Bucks will be here. Well, the Bucks are a part of this. I don't even think they're in Sacramento. It's
They're here. The Bucks and the Nets are here.
the Bucks and the Nets
And
are
the
in
Warriors.
Sacramento. Okay. The Lakers, the Heat, and the Spurs are at the Chase Center. So there you have it. And that, of course, that all begins. It actually now this is a cry from the past. There is a game on the 4th of July. There is a day. They used to skip the 4th of July. No.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it's the middle. It's a matinee. Like you got a 12 o'clock start for the first game, a 2 o'clock start for the Kings Nets game that day.
I like that. That's a good idea because it's also a Saturday. So, Saturday afternoon, it's 104 degrees outside. Go to the
Or
Golden One Center.
115, depending on the year.
Go to the Golden One Center and watch some basketball
Yeah, man.
before the fireworks go off. So
Yeah.
I
sure.
think I got to check. I wonder if the A's are in town. That'd be pretty cool. That's what I did last year. I went and watched the fireworks after the A's Giants game. It was freezing.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, wasn't it like 70 degrees or something? 80 degrees?
It was freezing. The wind
like
was
during the
howling.
day? Yeah. Oh, that's tough.
Once the sun went down, it got even worse. Like it was cold. I had blankets and warm up suit on and everything. It was cold that 4th of July.
All of this for at a place that we thought the baseball players would melt. It would just be so hot.
The A's are in town. They play the Miami Marlins at 6:40. So
There you
go
go.
watch the California Classic, then head over to West Side.
Maybe go grab a bite to eat first. You're gonna have some time
Stop at
to
Yard
kill.
House.
Yeah, you're gonna have some time to kill.
Game
So,
be over at 4.
yeah.
Slide
I mean,
over
the
there.
2-hour blocks, yeah.
Yeah, might have to do that.
There you go.
Nah, Wife ain't gonna go for that. She gonna like, we got a barbecue. You got to come home at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple months to figure this out. Of course, the California Classic will lead into Summer League, where we have just decided to start promoting. We're going to be there. Colt, if you're listening, you got to get on board with this, man. We riding. Come
on,
with us.
big dog.
We're going out there to Las Vegas, baby. We're covering Summer League for the first time out in Sin City, out there in the desert. And, we talked a little bit in the 5 o'clock hour yesterday about this draft and the seminal moments of this offseason for the Sacramento Kings. And, we went over to the contracts and Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis and how those, those two, no matter which one you put first or which one you put second, are going to be two of the more important issues that you have to deal with this offseason. But I think we were in agreement that the most important thing of this offseason for Sacramento is this draft. Mm-hmm. And it begins with the lottery 1 week from Sunday on Mother's Day. And then it does venture into wherever those lottery ball combinations land Sacramento. You've got to get this pick right. You cannot get this wrong. Obviously, we'd love some luck to go our way on May 10th, but you've got to be able to get this pick right. And during the show yesterday, the new anti-tanking rules, or I should say they're not rules yet. The new anti-tanking proposal was put out to the media by Shams Charania, Sam Amick, a variety of other different people. And this hasn't been voted on. It won't be voted on until the end of May. I think it's May 28th was the day. And we have, our 5 o'clock tankathon simulation coming up at 5 o'clock. We do it every day. We also have what this year's draft would look like with the new rules in place. It is fascinating. And shout out to whatever computer guy put this together, because he put it together a little bit different than Tankathon. And it was interesting. I've only run it once. And I know Kyle told me he ran it the first time he ran it. The Kings drafted 12th. I ran it once. I got the Kings at 4. I've got it up. It's up on the screen. We're gonna run our traditional 5 o'clock. We've got that for the next, 8 shows or whatever. We're gonna run that at 5. But just for fun, It's not in place this year. Keep that in mind. It's not in place this year, even if it passes on May 28th. It goes into effect next season. But yeah, just for a little bit of fun, we'll run the draft sim, and it's different because it reveals one team at a time. So it's not like Tankathon where the whole lottery comes up all at once, or actually the whole draft comes up at once. It comes up one team at a time, and you've just got to keep hitting the button until the Sacramento Kings come up. So we'll do that at 5 o'clock. It could be disastrous. It could be a lot of fun. And whether you agree with these rules or not, unless the NBA completely changes course and had floated this all out there to gauge a reaction, these rules are going to go into effect. And I started to wonder, is this any sort of incentive for Scott Perry or any team in the Sacramento Kings position to work to get better faster? And we look at teams like Utah and Washington. They're completely unaffected by this. They have their plan is in place. I saw Chicago Bulls fans were upset because the Bulls fans were like, we might be starting our first actual rebuild, and now this new lottery system comes into play. And it made me wonder if this is any sort of incentive for Scott Perry to try to. I think Scott, no matter what, this year was going to try to build a competitor, or he was going to try to build a better team than he had last year for sure. But does this make him a little bit more aggressive in his approach in terms of how to deal with the likes of Zach LaVine and that contract and his upcoming player option? As you brought up yesterday, Domantas Sabonis, another contract that has to be another contract and another player that has to be looked at in terms of what is your future with the Sacramento Kings. How does Scott Perry digest all of these new anti-tanking rules?
I absolutely think it does, because it takes away the ability to I don't want to say guarantee yourself, but position yourself. Oh no, he's about to die.
No.
Okay.
Choking on water. I'm all right. It's all right. You're going to get one more cough. I can feel it. It's like right here. You're going to get one more.
You got to position yourself.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I was trying to talk.
Not good.
So you can handle business. That's what I was saying. I had to talk.
I got
so
it.
You
We're
can
fine
have,
now. We're
That's
fine
what I was
now.
waiting for.
We're fine now.
But you can't position yourself to have these great odds at getting a top 5 pick or something like that the way you could before. So to a certain degree, why not win games? Why not build a roster that can be competitive and potentially get in the play-in and all this other stuff? That's while I hate this whole proposed new system, that is something that after reading some more stories about it, thinking about it a little bit, that is a positive where you could get a team like the Kings here in Sacramento trying to do proactive winning right now type moves. Now, mind you, not saying win now, go get Zach LaVine so we could beat them. Not that, but as opposed to kind of what we saw this year in an evaluation period, you could be making some moves that can gradually get you better from year to year. Not this offseason, but maybe this offseason. I feel
like you can.
But even at the trade deadline and all that other stuff, because those odds being so flattened out the way they are wouldn't give you the benefit of just trying to be a bottom 3 team or something like that.
And I wonder too, like we talk about, I don't know. I don't want to be not shading. I don't know how you how do you like evaluate picks? Like if you're trading picks, aren't they less attractive? Now I don't know how many picks, and let's just say DeMontis Sabonis. Let's say they can net you 1. Is it still is it as attractive as it might have been if you were able to make that deal at the deadline and get a pick this year? I understand you have to use your imagination here because you probably couldn't have. But does a pick that you could have gotten this year, is it as equally attractive as one next year?
Off the top of my head, maybe not as equally, but it's still valuable because, say, for instance, I'm trying to think of a team here. Let's just say Memphis, like just for argument's sake. Let's just say they trade with Memphis and Memphis hasn't completely bottomed out and all this other stuff. Well, trading the first round pick with Memphis, actually Chicago would be better, right? Trading the first round pick with Chicago, you would think right now, like, they're routinely middle of the pack, just missing out on the play-in, or it's not the same as trading with Washington, trading the pick with Washington or Brooklyn or something like that. So in the past, it's still a first-round pick, but you were like, it's probably going to land in the teens, maybe best case scenario, 11th. Well, now trading with Chicago, you have a real shot to be number 1 potentially. You know what I mean? And it may make it more intriguing because of that, doing those type of deals, trading a pick with Chicago, where before you'd be like, if you had 2 deals on the table, I definitely want the Brooklyn number 1 over Chicago. Now it kind of evens that out. Now you can not be so hung up on who you're trading a first round pick with and really make the best deal for the team. So I can see a scenario where it helps people be more interested in trading picks with different teams, not just the Kings and the Nets and
not just bad teams, like because the lottery creates a more
open,
wild,
field,
kind of
with
unpredictable. That's the word.
odds,
Yeah,
right.
like it's a little bit more unpredictable than it was. Well, to me, it's been unpredictable since
agree.
19.
I agree.
But
I agree.
I don't.
Do you like?
I don't know.
I'm trying to see. Let me.
They acknowledged. It was acknowledged. I think it was the Shams Charania. It was Shams Charania that a lot of general managers do feel like this is an overcorrection. Like maybe they're doing a little bit too much with this, but it's a bit unclear what that's referring to, because it's not just the bottom three having worse odds. It's not just the play-in teams getting worked into this. It's also the back-to-back number one pick things. It's also the 3 straight years of top 5 picks. There's a lot of this reform has opened up a lot of questions. And just in the handful of things that I have read or listened to this morning about draft reform, a lot of people were using Sacramento as an example. And it became if you're a team like Sacramento, how do you strive to get better when you're not a free agent destination and you have to build through the draft? Now, I'll push back a little bit on that, because free agent destination or whatever, you get your picks right, it doesn't matter. Like you don't have to, and I know we're idiots. We're the dumb ones. We're the ones who say you don't have to have the number 1 overall pick. Sure, if Wemby's coming out, it'd be great. It'd be really great to have the number 1 overall pick. But if you draft the right guy at 6 or 8 or 10, perfect. If you stop routinely drafting guys that you trade before the end of their rookie contract, perfect. If you stop drafting guys who wind up out of the league halfway through their second, great. I think that would be a plus. You've got to get your picks right. But their point is, if you can't attract free agents and you can't regularly be a top 5 drafting team, and not for a sustained period of time, for a short period of time, how do you get better?
You have to be savvy with your moves. You have to be savvy with your trades, your the free agents that you can get. You got to make sure you're right. The late picks, the middle of the first round, early second round picks, you got to hit. The first team that comes to my mind when talking about this is Minnesota. Minnesota had the 1 pick already there in Karl Anthony Towns. They got another one with Anthony Edwards, which was the 1. They used Karl Anthony Towns to go get something else, but look around with what they did.
But that's not being savvy.
What's not being savvy?
Whatever you're about to say.
Jaden McDaniels is savvy. Rudy Gobert is savvy.
That's 2 number 1 picks, though. That doesn't happen without those picks.
Julius Randle doesn't happen. Rudy Gobert wasn't the picks. Dante DiVincenzo wasn't the picks. Jaden McDaniels wasn't the picks. They did a good job building that roster around Anthony Edwards. I understand they had the one that got the one number 1 pick in Cat that got him Julius Randle. But can you do any of that if you don't have them both? Yeah, because aren't you a completely different Randle? You can get Julius Randle without having a number 1 pick.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. What I'm saying is, can you make all of those moves that you call savvy if you don't have those 2 guys in place already? Isn't that more of an attractive? Isn't that an easier position to navigate when you already have Karl Anthony Towns there and Anthony Edwards there? Because if you let's stick with Ant, because you acknowledge Ant's the 1. If you don't have Karl Anthony Towns, you're this is stupid. You're looking for Karl Anthony Towns,
right? But you're still able to draft a Karl Anthony Towns level player. You don't have to do it at 1, or you can't be in the top 5 years in a row, like
3
years in a row.
Yeah.
You can still find that caliber of player.
Okay.
Can you not?
I'm surprised to hear you on this side. You've always been. I very much feel like you can. That maybe Cat isn't that.
No, I'm saying you can find that. This is the argument we always had. You can find that outside of 1.
A Karl Anthony Towns.
Donovan Mitchell is 13. Like, you can find that level of player throughout the draft. It's not as likely. I understand that.
No.
Or it's not the percentages and all this other stuff. But do your homework.
Yeah, you got to hit.
Do your job, and you can do that and get that level player at 7, and then you can get savvy with the rest of the moves around them. It's all I'm saying is it's possible. And,
for sure,
there's teams that have done it, and you just got to be able to do that.
I mean, people won't like this. Isn't that Oklahoma City?
Yeah,
because Oklahoma City, they did not draft Shea. Chet's 2, and then J-Dub was
16 or something like that.
Was it that far?
Maybe 12.
I was going to say 11, but the point is, Shea wasn't, because obviously the Spurs thing has been out there all day.
Mhm.
The current incarnation of the Spurs wouldn't work under these rules.
I think the Cavs are in that boat too. Actually, I thought I saw the Cavs are in with Mobley and Garland. Maybe I'll look it up. There's like 5 teams, but
Who's the third?
I'll see. 'Cause somebody I had bookmarked that tweet.
Well, there is another one. I was telling Jesse this. It doesn't hit this Detroit. Detroit's one.
Yep, Detroit is
because
one,
listen, Jaden was 5. Like Jaden Ivey was 5.
Mhm.
And like that, I know it doesn't feel like that has anything to do with where they're at now, and it obviously it doesn't. Jaden's out of the league, but he was a how does that change things there? Like he was a fifth overall pick.
It's Mobley, Garland, and Okoro. Isaac Okoro.
Oh wow, he was 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember. I thought he'd be pretty good for the Kings. I thought he'd be better offensively once he got in the NBA, but he wasn't.
Mm.
But yeah, those 3. That was the one I couldn't remember. But I understand people using the Kings as an example, and as a small market, how do you get better? I just think you've got to be good at your job.
I think
You know
the
what I'm
small
saying?
market thing is used too much as an excuse.
Yeah, I think so too. I think
Like,
all that stuff, like
You just have to be better at what you're doing.
100%.
And do you need some luck? Yeah, like the Spurs got lucky. The Spurs missed the lottery they missed the playoffs
Mhm.
for 7 straight years. Now you can land Dylan Harper. You can land Steph Castle and Dylan Harper in consecutive drafts.
Mhm.
We're having that's an irrelevant conversation if the other guy's not drafted.
Mhm.
Like that is you landed the rare pot of gold, and it is heightened what those other 2 guys are. Those other 2 guys are fantastic basketball players. Fantastic.
Mhm.
What they are is heightened by the fact that Victor Wembanyama is him.
Though there's 2 things that, to your point, the small market thing is just overblown and it's an excuse. Number one, I've said a number of different times, it's not small market, big market. It's East Coast, West Coast. When was the last time Chicago signed a free agent?
Mm.
When was the last time New York signed a free agent? Philadelphia. Nobody trying to play in these cold cities, but they want to go to Phoenix.
Well,
they want to go to
Jalen,
LA.
but that's
Who?
Brunson. They signed Jalen
Yeah,
Brunson.
he went. Yeah, and
But
they had to-
I get it. I know.
Right.
I'm just trying to be factually accurate.
And,
but
and on
yeah,
top
I
of
got
that,
it.
that's one. And how long have they been trying to sign? Like 20 years?
Well, they told me LeBron was going to go to. Well, Amari Stoudemire went there and said the Knicks are back.
They were for a little bit till he got hurt.
Yeah.
They were, but Brunson is good, right? Like he's great now. But let's take ourselves in that time. Brunson was not. It wasn't the decision for Jalen Brunson. You know what I'm
No,
saying? Like that
but-
was like almost like a Malik Monk type signing at the time. Everybody thought they overpaid.
What's a level above? Oh yeah,
Everybody
absolutely.
thought 100. Like, why are you
Yeah.
paying $100 million for this guy? This is a second
Yeah.
round pick. Who?
What's the level above Malik? Jalen Brunson.
Well, he's like 3 levels above.
Well,
Jalen
now, yeah.
But the whole
I
point
get
being, like,
your
it
point.
wasn't the sweepstakes at the
Mhm.
time. Once again, Chicago, New York, Boston hasn't really done that.
Mhm.
Philly hasn't really done that. But people want to go to Phoenix. People want to go to Texas. People want to go to LA.
Houston.
You know what I mean? Like, it to me, it's East Coast, West Coast type thing, not a big market, small market exclusive
Mm.
type deal. And I just think people use that to be lazy about it. Like, nobody wants to go to a small market. I think if the Kings were ran correctly, like if they turned their fortunes around, if they were the early 2000 Kings,
Mhm.
if they turned into that, I think you'd have more people trying to go there than Chicago.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's just
Sure.
about being a good franchise, a stable franchise.
Yeah, I
having
agree.
Something that's going on. People have been wanting to go to Chicago also for like 20 years. It's the 3rd biggest market in the city, in the country, excuse me.
I have a question that I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Oh, I don't have any reason to be embarrassed. Is Portland considered a small market?
To me, it is.
Because they kind of got their act together.
Yeah, to me, it is.
Well, the answer is yes, it is.
Well, let me guess.
Because
it's 29th biggest market.
That's a point for Jesse, just on principle.
What the hell? He's not even at the microphone.
Count it.
Thank you. It's a point for Jesse, just on principle. It was 23.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I feel like a real Michael Jordan fan should get that 23
Wow.
number.
Wow, Kenny. Team Michael Jordan beat in the finals too. Couldn't even get it. But Portland is granted free agents, whatever.
Mm.
It's a organization, at least right now. You talk about teams, and this will be something that we talk about today in the days ahead as teams start to get eliminated here. But Portland's going to be a real fascinating watch this summer because it feels like they might be on the verge of something.
Mm-hmm.
But as is, maybe not. Like if you could, obviously you've got Dame Lillard coming into the fold next year. But what could you do to push that up a little bit? What could you do to maybe take Houston's spot? What could you do to maybe take Denver's spot? Like to be like a team that we're watching year round. But that, again, that's a market that's in the same vicinity of Sacramento.
Right. And if you have the right,
with the cheapest owner apparently on the planet,
they ain't getting nobody because he gonna try and get people in here for some Cheez-Its.
He's trying to cut Dame Lillard's contract as we speak.
I saw some today. Thiago Splitter's probably on his way out.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, so Thiago Splitter's not back, and they're going to try to hire someone on the minimum.
Wow. That goes to the argument that an organization that's not ran well, and I'm not saying they are not right now. It's just the rumors and what they're doing. But if that is something that gets around, then yeah, people aren't going to want to go there. Remember when the Kings looked like they were on the upswing? Hey, this wasn't long ago at all. 2-3 years ago, they looked like they were on the upswing. From everything we heard, Pascal was open to coming here. Bradley Beal was open to coming here. He's like, I'd like to go to SAC. Just the trade wouldn't work because they'd have to give up a lot of things that make them special. But it wasn't like, nah, man, I can't fool with that. Market too small.
Bradley Beal would have waived his no trade clause.
Yeah. So I think, to your point, what you said earlier, I think the small market thing is overblown. I think it's an excuse made for people that don't want to put in the work to do what they need to do to make the situation better.
We'll come back. We'll talk to James Ham about this, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll get his thoughts on this, how it ties into the Sacramento Kings. Of course, we'll touch on the games. Last night, the 76ers absolutely blow out the Celtics.
Where'd that come from?
In the second half. We'll talk about that.
And
as it pertains to Joel, I'm going to shut the hell up.
Apologies.
I'm going to shut the hell up when it comes to Joel Embiid.
I believed in you, JoJo.
Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
trying to think. I mean, Pippen obviously was a trade, I believe. He might have been free agent. I can't remember. Pippen was a trade. Sabonis, or I can't remember. I think it was a trade though. Sabonis was their own player.
I'll look it up. I think Scotty for Portland.
Mm-hmm.
I think Scotty was a free agent.
Could have been. Yeah, and maybe he got traded to. Was he in Houston first? I think he was in. Yeah, he was in Houston first because the Jazz went to the. I don't know. I have to think about that. Sabonis was their guy.
Look.
Sabonis was their pick. Steve Smith.
Without Jordan.
That's a good question. Steve Smith might have been trade.
Man, good call on the Rockets. I don't remember that.
Yeah, him and Charles Barkley hated each other.
It was a sign and trade.
Mm.
So, whatever.
It was only like a year or something too, right?
Right, 1999.
Yeah, him and Barkley didn't get along.
Charles Barkley appeared on Up Close and openly criticized Scottie Pippen. For him to want to leave after 1 year disappointed me greatly. Rockets went out of their way to get Scottie, and the fans have treated him well, so I was just disappointed in him. Scottie Pippen responded, I wouldn't give Charles Barkley an apology at gunpoint.
That's crazy.
That's an amazing response.
Is that when he called him with his fat butt?
Yep. He can never expect an apology from me. If anything, he owes me an apology for coming to play with his fat butt. He stated that the main reasons for his departure were Barkley's selfishness and his lack of desire to win.
Okay, see, I had to double check. I didn't want to get chatty housed, but yeah, this is real. Did you see Charles Barkley said him and Mike are talking again?
I did.
Wow.
They're going golfing.
It tore Barkley up more than it tore Mike up. The whole.
Oh yeah,
Mike was just
Mike ain't
living life.
thought about it twice. What's up, Hammer?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing, man? Uh-oh. It's bad news
Good
over
if
there.
My
Hammer.
internet holds up.
Yeah, Wi-Fi a little sketchy.
Yeah,
A little sketchy.
it's a little awkward. Let me see. Well, I'm gonna switch really quick. If I disappear,
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
pop right back in.
Yep.
I ran that lottery simulator earlier, by the way.
Yeah, how'd
Yeah.
it go?
15th, baby.
Oh man.
Oh, I hope it goes catastrophic when we do it on the air. That would be so great.
Oh, I didn't.
Just
next,
for those.
next. Oh, yep. Next. Nope, not them yet.
No. And the one reveal at a time makes it so much better.
I didn't see this till just now. Now, the guy has no shot at winning. But Rick Ross versus French Montana in a versus.
Has versus kind of jumped the shark? Our 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Big Kings Beat, and host of the Locked On Kings podcast with his ever unpredictable Wi-Fi connection, James Ham. He's going to join us in just a few minutes. He actually joined us during the commercial break. We noticed the internet was a little bit sketchy. He's doing a quick reset, and we'll talk to him about a variety of different things, including the California Classic, in part, being back at the Golden One Center, sort of. And we'll talk about the, what we've opened this show with, the lottery reform and the draft reform. And, the NBA Twitter and NBA content creators are going through teams, figuring out which ones would be and wouldn't be with some of these new rules in place. Of course, none more marquee than the Spurs. Similar to, you gave a good example, I thought, with Minnesota a few minutes ago, but you look at San Antonio. If you land the one, I think Dylan Harper and Steph Castle are fantastic. Mm-hmm. But you get lucky and land the number one pick. You've got kind of carte blanche after that. Yeah. Like whether it's going to get De'Aaron Fox or not. With all due respect, he was massive last night. Closed out that fourth quarter, helped close out that fourth quarter for him. Or it's young talent like Steph or Dylan Harper. Again, this is a team that missed the playoffs for 7 straight years. You were going to get another lottery pick. Some of those years included Victor Wembanyama up until now. So let's bring our man James Ham back in here. Hammer, the talk in the NBA world for the last 24-ish hours or so has been these anti-tanking rules that are expected to be voted on May 28th and go into effect next season. What was your impression when you saw these rules for the first time yesterday?
Yeah, I was confused, like going through the rules and like, look, I reform has to happen. I'm not anti-reform. I think that the league is broken right now, and that everything we're seeing right now is it just like watching 8 teams finish with 26 wins or less is ridiculous. Sorry, the dog is barking. But
like you, they don't like the lottery reform either.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, look, I think that there are ways to reform this, saying that don't just put all the onus on bad teams. Like, there are bad teams and there are tanking teams. And to be honest with you, I would just shift this right back on Adam Silver. Like, you allowed this to happen. Don't act like this isn't partially your fault, that you can't put your foot down and tell somebody that they're not allowed to mess with the integrity of the game. That's what you're there for. You're the commissioner. You have a right-hand man who sits there and delves out fines all the time. Like, that should have been what happened. And to be honest, the Utah Jazz, I'll just keep saying this, Utah Jazz are like the poster child for all of this. And I think what happened was it started with the Victor Wembanyama draft. Like, tanking has always been part of the game. Losing in the last, 15, 20 games of the season has always been part of the game. But what we're seeing now, where, again, teams just think it's okay to completely throw away a season because they might have the opportunity to get a Victor Wembanyama or, Cooper Flag, or look at the guys at the top end of this draft. Like, to me, like, if you're in charge of running the league, then if somebody violates the sanctity of the league and they violate, competitive fairness, and you find them and they continue to do that and they just like give you a middle finger, then it's on you to step up and do something different. You can't catch your kid driving 100 miles an hour on the freeway. You don't just say, hey, don't drive 100 anymore. No, you take his keys. Like, step up. Be an adult in this situation. And that's where I'm just like stunned that it's got to be some massive change, and the massive change doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't make any sense. Bad teams will stay bad teams, and to act like that the NBA is fair and that every team has the same exact ability to sign free agents, to make trades, and to be in the draft. And those are the 3 ways you can improve your team. But one of those ways doesn't involve half the teams in the league. Like, half the teams in the league, maybe 10 teams in the league, they don't get to participate in free agency like everybody else. They don't get to go chase some superstar because that superstar doesn't want to go to a smaller market. But now you're going to take away the draft as one of the mechanisms for those teams to get better as well. It just, to me, it seems so short-sighted and so reactionary. Like, how about you just police your league? How about that's what you do instead?
Hammer, I agree 100% with your thought process on Adam Silver. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. I was not in favor of the fines, but if you were going to do something, I'd much rather you fine these guys as opposed to this, like what they ended up coming with. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Start putting your foot down, so weaken the knees. Stand up, Adam Silver, if that's what you're going to do. So I agree with you 100% on that one. I will push back a little bit, and we talked about this before you came on the whole small market aspect of it. Number one, we've said a number of different times, I don't think free agency is really a thing anymore in the NBA. These stars are using their leverage in the place that they're at to do it through trade now. Like, we don't have a lot of summer of Kevin Durant's, summer of LaMarcus Aldridge, all that. Like, that doesn't.
Oh man, what a summer that was.
Right? That doesn't really happen anymore. They're using it through trade. before they even get into their final year, get the extension, all this other stuff.
And why are they doing that?
So they can dictate where they want to go.
Well, partly.
Or get
yes,
the extra money.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because the NBA was trying to put into a place a mechanism that made players stay with teams, and free agent wasn't such a thing, and stars wouldn't leave the teams that were drafted to them. So they put this in place. That too has failed.
That's right. They just figured that out, right? But I think it's about the organizations and about, like, if it's a well-ran organization. The two examples I gave, and you would know you would have intimate knowledge about this, is Pascal Siakam. If they would have paid him, he would have came to Sacramento. Bradley Beal said a number of different times, they're a team I would trade when they were on the come up. The Kings were on the come up. That's a team I would trade the no trade clause for, or I would waive the no trade clause for. They just have to give up so much, it really wouldn't make sense. But it wasn't, I'm not going there because it's a small market. It's, they're good. They got the money. I'll go there. I don't have no problem with that. I think it's more so about the well-ran organizations at that particular time and less about the markets, because the biggest markets in the NBA, they don't ever get free agents. New York, Chicago, Boston, Philly, all that. They don't ever get free agents.
Except for LA, who gets all the free agents.
Yeah, they're on the West Coast. I think it's East Coast, West Coast. I mentioned that before. It's an East Coast, West Coast thing. People want to go to LA. People want to go to Phoenix. People want to go to Texas with no state income tax, all that other stuff. It's not necessarily about the biggest markets. People wanted to go to San Antonio. San Antonio is one of the bottom markets in the league, but they got a great situation going on, and they're in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, I get some of that, right? But again, the players you're talking about are like best supporting actors. They're not the superstars of the league. Like, again, not to be disrespectful to Pascal Siakam, he's a very good player. He's an all-star, but he's not the tip top of the league, and neither is Bradley Beal. Like, yeah, guys would go to Sacramento if they were traded there, but that doesn't excuse the fact that, I mean, the Kings have been here, 41 years. The best free agent they've ever signed is DeMar DeRozan. The second best free agent they ever signed is George Hill. The third is Vlade Divac. I can make I could say that Vlade is probably a better free agent. I mean, that's just a reality. Like, you can't get even B-list free agents in Sacramento. You can get C and D list free agents, maybe. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Hammer. Is that Sacramento, or is like the city, the Sacramento, the market, or is that the organization?
Well, but it's league wide. Sacramento isn't the only one that's in that situation. When's the last time, I don't know, the Charlotte Hornets signed somebody?
When was the last time? Give me the last 3 times somebody signed in New York, Philly, Chicago, or Boston.
Well, was Paul George traded there to Philly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he?
Or no, was it signed and trade? No, he signed.
Paul George signed with Philly.
Yeah, and what about James Harden when he signed there? And then wanted out?
He was traded from Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
I think James was traded from Brooklyn.
Traded from
now. There is a KD Kyrie, not James. KD Kyrie signed in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
We mentioned Brunson but that I get that was a little bit different in New York. Boston, I got nothing.
But when they
Chicago,
signed somebody,
Chicago hasn't signed nobody since Pete Myers,
except for DeMar DeRozan, a much younger version of DeMar DeRozan.
No.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, there are teams that even Vucevic, yeah, but they signed him later. Even Vucevic signed in Chicago, didn't he? Or was he traded there too?
Vooch is the equivalent of Pascal Siakam.
No, he's not as good as Pascal. No, I get you. But look, I think when it really comes down to it, though, like, you can't like end free agency. I mean, free agency is already over for most of the franchises.
Well, and that's the thing. Free agent, like, how many free agents are signing? Period.
It's dead, right?
It's a trade. Like, it's some sort of, hey, get me out of here. You're traded 4 months before your deal ends, and you were able to. It's like De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron didn't sign with San Antonio. but he really did.
Yeah.
He got the trade he wanted.
Mhm.
He got to San Antonio and he signed the contract. Like, that's how free agency works now. It's getting out of the last year with your team so you can get the extra money and signing with the team that you want to be on.
Well, that and I think free
what trade
agency too, like sign and trades are part of free agency at this point too. So like the Kings technically didn't sign DeMar DeRozan either. They traded for DeMar DeRozan. They traded Harrison Barnes, but that's because the aprons and the salary cap structure has made it so incredibly difficult. And it's something, I brought up when it came to the Zach LaVine situation. Like the Zach LaVine situation could change like this summer, big time. And it's not because it is whether he opts in or opts out of his contract, but not in the way that you think. Because if the Kings and him and another team work out some deal where he opts, where
okay.
he opts out and then they sign and trade him to another team as like a mutual agreement that that's what they're going to do, that's a possibility.
Dog wants to be traded. He's gonna go. He's gonna go sign with. He's gonna.
I'm not waiting for free agency.
Which one was that, Hammer?
That's the Corgi. She's
the Corgi's gonna. The Corgi's gonna go sign with a big market team. They've had about enough of this.
Yeah,
they've had about enough of this. Do you think? Does this give? And this has kind of had how the conversation started here today, Hammer. Does this give Scott Perry incentive? That's not the right word. I just don't know what other word to use. Does that give Scott Perry an incentive to try to work a little bit harder to rebuild this team a little bit faster than maybe he had originally thought his approach might allow him to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it changes everything because you're trying to now, if you're in Scott Perry's shoes, you don't have 2 or 3 years because you can't guarantee anything in the draft. I mean, I don't like if you go through the nuances of it, like if you're a bottom 3 team, first of all, you get totally penalized for being bad. So you only have a 5.4% chance of landing 1, 2, or 3. But then the lowest you can drop is 12. So you could be 12, 13, 14 if 1, 2, and 3 fall, which means that all 16 teams are now, all 16 spots are now up in the lottery. Not just the top 3 or the top 4 like it is right now. Right now it's the top 4. We're talking about the entire lottery is now wide open from 1 to 16. And so like for me, I'm just like really taken aback by it. Man, you could be the 4th worst team in the NBA, end up with the 16th pick. Like, what does that do for you? You're already bad. Now you're getting, I mean, people could say, well, the Peja draft where 13, 14, and 15 are like Steve Nash. Well, no, it's Kobe Bryant, Peja Stojakovic, and Steve Nash go 13, 14, 15. Sure, that happens every once in a while. The 13 and 14 picks being Donovan Mitchell and Bam Adebayo. Again, Giannis being the 15th pick. But for every step you get away from the number 1 pick, the like chances of you getting a star level player go down. And that's just the way it goes. Like the top end of the draft is the best talent for a reason. And sometimes somebody misses and sometimes some guy falls that shouldn't fall. But it doesn't change the fact that your percentage of busts, the closer you are to the first pick, the lower they are. And so it's tough.
Yeah. Do you think people in the NBA, the general managers, the front offices, rely a little too much on the draft? And we got to, what people thought with Scott Perry this season, we got to be in the draft for next 3 years, top 5 for the next 3 years. Do you think they rely on that a little too much and don't look at the possibility of maybe getting, one high pick and then working your roster as you go around that and using other picks? Like if it is the 7th or 8th pick, because you improved a little bit from where you were at the year before and doing a better job there. You think they rely on those top 5 picks or top 5 pick opportunities a little too much?
Well, I think that there's a group of teams in the league that have to. Like that's the answer to that. Like I don't think anybody wants to be in the top 5. They'd all love to be competing for a championship. but that's just not the dynamics of the league. So you get into a situation like Scott inherited. And that's the other thing. It's like, why does this have to happen right now for the Sacramento Kings? And again, just to be bitter and to point fingers, why does this happen now for the Sacramento Kings when the Utah Jazz are the ones who abuse the system so badly that we're at this point, and now they're not going to worry about this? No, they made their trades. They've got really good talent. They've got a top, what are they? The fourth spot right now. I mean, it's possible right now that all of this is going to change for next season. But in this season specifically, the first pick could be the Utah Jazz. The second pick could be the Indiana Pacers. And the third pick
Adam's got to rig it.
The Washington Wizards.
You got to rig it. You cannot let Utah get the number. You look like an ass if the Utah Jazz get the number 1 pick.
I'm going to change that, though. Like, you didn't have to rig it. All you had to do was be the adult in the room and tell them, if you don't stop tanking, we are going to, number one, jump the fines from 500,000 to 5 million or 10 million. And B, we're going to move you down 10 spots in the draft, or we're going to move you down 5 spots in the draft. Like, you want to mess with us? That's fine. Here's the horns. Like, that's how you have to handle it. And to leave them like, oh man, I sure do hope they don't mess up the whole lottery system next season when we, like, the Utah Jazz are looking at, again, another top 5 pick, Keontae George and Ace Bailey, and then Jaren Jackson and Laurie Market. Like, that team is good. They have no reason to be a 22-win team. They don't. The reason why they're a 22-win team is because they decided to sit out players for half the season and just say, oh, we're not going to do this. We're not going to go for a win here.
James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider, with us here on D-Lo and KC. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say the defending champs maybe went about it a different way, went about it the way that, we kind of talked about, where they traded for an SGA. Now they had a Paul George to be able to trade. So there's that. They drafted Chet Holmgren high, but their other best player was a late lottery guy. And they got the Lou Dorts, they got the Alex Carusos, they got the Hardensteins, they got the Wiggins, and they've got Casey Wallace, who was a high pick as well. But it wasn't just, hey, let's just be bad and get the highest picks all the time. They did the other work as well. And that's kind of what I was talking about. I think a lot of the times these GMs rely just on, let's do the draft, and I'm not going to do the other work as well. And I think OKC showed, like, yeah, we want those high picks, but we're also going to do the other work with finding these gems second round, or being savvy with some of the deals we make, so we can really put together a team. And they're in the worst market in the league.
Well, okay, so I agree with you with OKC that they've developed their own talent, right? That's part of it. But at the same time, a lot of the players that they have did come through the draft, and it's not just through, the top 5 picks in the draft. Yeah, again, they've got Chet is one of the top 4 picks, right? But they also were able to accumulate so many other picks because they had players that they could trade. Like, again, this is why I don't fault Scott Perry for what just happened this season. Like, what are you supposed to say to Scott Perry? Like, he had no money to spend. And the one move he did make to clear up money, he got chastised for, trading Jonas Valanciunas for Dario Saric so he could have $5 million. The only reason he did that is so he could sign Dennis Schroeder, because they didn't have enough money to sign Dennis Schroeder, right? So that's a team that he inherited. And now you're looking around and it's like, hey, it would be nice if you could go trade Zach LaVine for, for 5 first-round picks and SGA. That would be great, right? But that's, it's almost like you got to go back and look and see how it is that OKC was able to manage that. And it's because they got top-tier picks. They got the first pick. They got the 4th pick, or the Kevin Durant was the 2nd pick. James Harden was the 3rd pick. Russell Westbrook was the 4th pick. And then they turned those guys into players that got them some of the stuff that they needed. They turned those players into, they moved when it was time for them to move off of those guys. They did. So again, it starts with the draft, whether it was in Seattle or OKC. It started with the draft. And sometimes that's the biggest problem the Kings have. Their entire 2010 draft class go all the way from 2009 or 2008 all the way to 2019. They just missed all the time. And so you can say, hey, that's one problem. But the problem is it's not one guy missing. Like Sam Presti has been there the whole time. We're talking about Jeff Petrie missed. He's one who didn't take Damian Lillard. Pete D'Alessandro missed. He's one who didn't take Giannis Antetokounmpo. And you can just keep going down the list. Vlade Divac didn't draft Luka Doncic, and Monty and Wes didn't draft the players that you want. And the one player they did draft, they traded. So I think that's another thing about like stability and trying to have like some sort of lineage here that could actually withstand something. But that's another flaw to the Sacramento Kings franchise as a whole. It's just, again, it's much easier for one guy to sit there and create something again and again than it is for a whole bunch of people who are always starting over and trying to make up for the messes that somebody else left them and not having a clean slate.
Our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man James Ham here with us as 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. The marathon continues here with D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. It feels like once you land those players, you could do just about anything. Like Casey laid out the Oklahoma City thing. You brought up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander coming off of his rookie year with the Los Angeles Clippers. The Oklahoma City Thunder had just made a trade for Paul George going into the final year of his contract with no assurances that he was going to sign with them. He does. They have a really good season. And then he decides he doesn't want to be there anymore. And allegedly the whole Kawhi Leonard, Paul George thing happens. And this is the true essence of Sam Presti's brilliance. He played it up. I've always said I don't believe any of that to be true. I don't believe that Kawhi Leonard was going to the Los Angeles Lakers for a second. But if I'm Sam Presti, I'm telling everyone who's listening, Kawhi Leonard's going to the Los Angeles Lakers unless you make this deal. He got the greatest deal in the history of professional basketball trades. It landed him SGA and everything that we've seen to fall into place. But I think it's also important to point out he drafted right after getting all of those draft picks. And by the way, they're not done. We laid out a scenario where they get the final pick from this LA thing this year. And what if they landed a top 4, 5, 6? What if they land a guy that they really, really like? And all of a sudden you trade J-Dub, you accumulate a whole bunch more picks. You've changed your books a little bit, and you're just off winning titles for the better part of the 2020s.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's going to stop OKC is the potential is Victor Wembanyama. Yeah, that's it. Like I don't think that there's. But again, who knows what the players in this year's draft are going to be and what they're going to be like 2-3 years from now. There's some really high end prospects in this year's draft. I just like if we go down all of the list of all the rule changes, even the one you can't win back to back for number 1 overall picks. And you can't have, 3 in the top 5, right? Is that what it is?
That's it.
But that's assuming that every draft has equal talent, and they don't. So can you defer? Can you get the number 1 pick and say, hey, Adam, this draft isn't good enough. We don't want the number 1 pick because in next year's draft, it might be a better number 1 overall pick. And we want to make sure that we don't get the number 1 overall pick this year and not be able to get it next year.
That would be amazing.
So I would like to defer. I would like to defer.
But you have to defer on lottery night on television right there. Well, I was going to say with Mark Jones. I don't know who's going to do that interview anymore. You just stand there and you go, yeah. Hey, Vivek, congratulations, pal. This year with Anthony, what's his name? Bennett, it's all yours. We're coming back.
Look,
we're coming back next year and drafting LeBron James.
Would they opt to go to the bottom? Like, where would you go?
You got to go. Oh, this is good. Let's work this out on the air. You got to go to the bottom of the lottery, not the bottom of the draft.
Yeah.
You got to go to the bottom of the lottery.
But you were guaranteed number 1 next year.
You're guaranteed number 1 next year.
Yeah, I'll do 14 this year. It's all good.
Let it be the year before Wemby's drafted. I'll defer. You can have my pick.
They would
I don't want
everyone would keep deferring.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you supposed to
no.
do? I mean, this is like ridiculous. It is. I mean, seriously. Because
I
look at
love
the
that so
drafts.
much.
Like we have the Victor Wembanyama draft. The next season isn't Cooper Flag. It's Risache. That's who goes
Yeah.
number one, and
Yeah.
Alex Sarr. And you're like, oh, womp, 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 womp. And now everybody's like, hey, this is the draft right here. You don't, because next year's draft and the year after, they just don't project to be as good. And so maybe that's how the NBA will get away with it, because everyone's like, well, we don't really care anyways. But these aren't good drafts. So like, I mean, there's always going to be good players in the draft, but there isn't a surefire all-star or all-pro, like all-NBA guy that you can kind of point to and say, hey, that's a can't-miss prospect.
Off the top of my head, Tyron Stokes and Elijah Arenas, that'll be pretty good prospects next year. I know they talked about next year not being a good draft, and it's probably not as deep as this draft, but at the top, probably the top 5 guys are some pretty good ball players. So I wonder how.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Prior to the start of the college basketball season, like as we maybe got to the end of last year, wasn't this Cam Boozer's draft?
Yeah,
it felt like it started as like, and maybe not like a Wemby level, maybe not even as a Cooper Flag level, but it was like, oh yeah, you land that number 1 pick, you get Cam Boozer. I feel like that was the conversation prior to the season started.
I would say before, I don't know the exact timelines of like how it goes, but before the summer circuit, that's what it was. Like, so maybe going when Cam was a junior going into his senior year, that was the thought process. Like when he finished his junior year in high school. But then Darren and AJ happened that summer. And it was like, oh, these two are going crazy. And that's when they started to go off.
To the back.
Yeah, you can even go back to like the Paolo Banchero draft. You remember Paolo wasn't the first pick in that draft until the pick was in, and everyone was stunned, right? And that's a really good top 5 draft. At least that's how it was projected. But the fact is that most people thought either Chet or Jabari would go number 1, and like there was all of a sudden Paolo was the guy. And so like I do think that drafts change and all that stuff, and there might be somebody who steps up who's all of a sudden unbelievable, but we're kind of back to the normal practice of AAU tournaments and high school basketball championships and all that stuff. So you have a much better idea of who these guys are long before. And, again, guys like De'Aaron Fox or guys like Harry Giles, they're playing for Team USA when they're 14, 15 years old. Like everyone knows who these guys are. And they're part of some elite group that gets selected, the ODP stuff, the Olympic Development Program stuff that gets figured out. But yeah, I mean, sometimes the guy slips through the cracks. But again, when we hear that next year's draft and the year after that, it's because there's already 4 or 5 years of people studying these kids, these specific kids that are going to be in those drafts and sort of their ceilings and what they could be.
Hammer, we learned today that the California Classic part is returning to the Golden One Center. I don't like this 2-city makeup. This one's actually a little bit better, I think, than the one that they did a couple of years ago. Obviously, last year there was nothing here as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. But I always feel like this is a big deal for fans of the Kings and basketball fans in Sacramento. It's a great way to get to the Golden One Center. It's a great way to experience NBA basketball at the Golden One Center. It's normally super inexpensive. And I think it's a really fun little prelude to Summer League in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it can be like a really, really cool event. Was there not one last year? Was it just, I think
we didn't have it. Like, they gave some explanation about how the front office just took over. We didn't have a planned draft pick.
They had the California Classic. The Kings didn't participate.
Yeah, they weren't a part of it.
Yeah.
And
That makes sense.
If they weren't a part, it wasn't here. Like it had nothing to do with it at all.
I really like the California Classic. I don't really like it being on the 4th of July.
That's a big
'cause
day that's a big day for Hammer and the crew out there on the lake.
yeah, I'll be on the lake. I will not be at the games watching the guys play. But they used to do it the 3rd, the 5th, and the 6th, which is I think what they're doing in Golden State. And for some reason the Kings are like, oh, let's do the 4th. And the games are early. It's like a noon and
12 and 2. Yeah.
and 2. Well, that means that they're not going to do fireworks outside afterwards. If you were going to do that, you might as well do it up and have a fireworks.
Well, KC spotted a nice little scheduling note for that.
A's are in town.
A's, okay. So maybe there are going to be fireworks. It's just they're not going to be there.
Stick around.
Yeah.
4:30.
I mean, if you're
We another
really
4.5 hours.
if you're really into that, your family's really into that. I mean, you can go to the California Classic starting at 12.
Why
Get a little bite to eat, and then
why wouldn't you sell a package for both? I mean, I'm not saying they're not. It's just like my. I mean, there's obviously links between the Kings and the A's.
Yeah.
Why not sell a package to get your tickets for the California Classic and for A's Marlins at the park?
It's the Marlins too, so you might need a little help. It's 4th of July.
You might need a little help selling.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's 4th of July, so you might not need that much help. But yeah,
$1 hot dog day or something.
Mm-hmm.
There's
okay. So someone put in here $126 for a 3-day lower bowl pass. It's a lot of fun. Like my son and his friends usually go. My oldest, and again, you get to sit. You can sit close. It's
I don't
not
feel like
super
that's bad.
expensive.
$126
really
for
good.
3 days of basketball. I don't feel like that's
see
bad.
some,
at
see
all.
some pro basketball. Come on now.
Yeah, $40 for lower level tickets, basically 42 bucks. Yeah. No, I mean, I love the California Classic. I hope that they keep doing it. Again, I'm not a fan of doing things on the 4th of July. I don't think that that's the best marketing, because you are going to have a lot of people who are like, yeah, we're already booked out that day. And again, now we are like really close to when they're going to do it. I don't know why they always keep it secret and wait until right now. Cause this thing kind of like it snuck out on Reddit somehow like a week ago and people found it. Like,
Reddit knows everything, man.
This is actually, I feel like it's a little earlier than they normally have done it. They normally, we've been on the air like, oh, are they doing it this year?
I think they had to.
Late May, early June. We're like, yo, what's going on? It's actually earlier. And like you said, Jane, probably they had to because the cat was out of the bag a little bit, but it seems a little earlier than they've done it.
And y'all ain't been busy for weeks, so you could have just Scott Perry should have opened his press conference. Guys, I've got good news. California Classic is back. Now, James, go ahead. What's your question?
No, go ahead, Kenny.
No, I'm playing Scott Perry in that role, where I'm announcing that the California Classic is back at my
I think the first question is obvious. Scott, do you hate America? It's a 4th of July.
Because we know you hate mothers. That's
yeah. The NBA clearly hates mothers.
A long created D'Lo and KC myth. But
yeah. So one of the things that we were trying to figure out is, because this new wave in the last 3 or 4 California Classics is the top guys don't play here.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings had the number 1 pick, would the NBA let the number 1 pick debut in Summer League in Sacramento?
Yes. Yeah, the NBA doesn't have anything to do. Like,
they don't necessarily, but Wemby,
but
the Spurs were here. Wemby was the number 1 pick, and
Wemby was actually here. He just didn't play.
They made sure he didn't play till that Friday in Vegas. Like, that's kind of the way things have been going. So, number 1 pick, like, what do you think the cutoff would be for the Kings? Like the number 4 pick? Like, nah, you gotta wait till Vegas on that Friday.
Oh.
Well, I mean, the number 4 pick, they let Keegan play. He played in the Cal Classic, right? So yeah,
he did. I mean, this is new though. Like, this is
actually,
I think
they let
2.
Bagley and them play too.
I think it's 2. I think the cutoff is 2. Yeah.
2. So you think 1 and 2 they would let him play in Sacramento?
No. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay.
I don't think 1 and 2 they would let play.
I don't know. I think if AJ DeBonsa is the number 1, if the Kings land the number 1 pick and they draft AJ DeBonsa,
wave to the Golden One Center.
No,
not like us. He is
going to be playing. No.
I don't
You think
No.
so?
I mean, they should.
Vivek will
but I
find
don't
someone
know.
else for them to sign that they'll on that
If
day.
they
and
do, they're
he
gonna
can wave.
black out TV, take everybody's phone.
Be like WrestleMania.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one-
Because I mean, James, the reality is that Friday.
that's big business.
That's one of the bigger moments on the NBA summer calendar, and they've in the last 2-3 years they've made sure because teams have been in Utah, teams have been in California, and they said no, like Wemby and Scoot are debuting here.
The Earth
Or
wants
Zion-
moves during one of these
Yeah.
games.
Zion is debuting here.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
kind of how they
Like
go.
how
about
far
it.
have we come? Because I mean, remember the NBA scheduled the Cleveland Cavaliers to face the Sacramento Kings on LeBron James's first basketball game ever. Like,
Well, yeah, but the Kings were
seems like-
relevant then.
Yeah.
The Kings.
well, they were relevant, but it didn't matter. I mean, you
That
would
was
have
04?
assumed he would be in New York, or he would be. It was 03. Yeah, he would be in New York, or he'd be in LA. You know, but they didn't. The
Here's-
schedule was what it was. Like, oh, Cavs Kings, let's do this.
You always have to think of things through the prism of professional wrestling, James. Arco Arena, great crowd, great lighting.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted the Kings' first game here because they knew and they didn't disappoint. This crowd was going to be loud. I remember the anticipation. He had a breakaway relatively early,
Yeah.
and you could feel the crowd like,
Yeah.
like, oh man,
We might need to watch that.
oh
'Cause
man,
that was the flash bulbs and all that other
was
stuff.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
and he was coming towards the basket that I was at, and you could feel the crowd like up. And I don't remember if I think the crowd popped for it,
Mhm.
and then like, okay, sat down. I think we won that game.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kings won.
Kings won.
Yeah. I had a buddy who was who got cut out of the commercial. He was in the commercial because you
Oh.
remember the ball start like come on, little fella.
Yeah.
And while everything went into slow motion, my buddy was supposed to be a worker underneath the floor looking up like, what's going on up there? And then they cut him.
Oh,
Jeez.
Yeah. One of the
Poor
most
guy.
iconic. Yeah. Like what a bummer.
We talk about it all the time, but Elijah Hicks in
Our
the
guy.
commercial.
yeah, I think he's still getting residuals off that. He's living the life right now.
Yeah.
He is living the life right now. Hammer, James, Casey and I talked yesterday about James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider with us. We talked yesterday about the most important, like, what's the most important step of this offseason? Is it the draft? Is it Levine? Is it someone else? What is Scott Perry's most important step this offseason?
I mean, like the first step was whether or not Doug Christie would be back. That's
Sure.
for me. I always go sort of like in order. So I think the most important thing from right now is, it's draft lottery and where you end up there, because that's going to dictate a whole bunch of stuff this summer. If you're the number 5 pick versus you're the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick, it just changes the trajectory of where you're going in the draft. So I think that would be the first thing. But then, like, once you get past the draft stuff, it's very clearly what in the world are you going to do with Zach LaVine? And, like I've said it a million times, I would buy him out. I do have, like, I talked to a source with the Kings, and they're like, yeah, we just can't afford to do that. And it's like, all right, they have other mechanisms in order to save money. That's at least what they think right now. And there's a couple of mechanisms in place that they could actually do something. The first being if Zach opted out and then they traded him. So if he was, they worked out a sign and trade. So again, everyone's on the same page. You find a team that wants Zach, the Kings and that team come up with a trade that makes sense for the dollar amount that Zach's going to make. And then the Kings would, of course, be more than willing to take back a $25 or $30 million player for a year if that meant saving $20 million, $25 million off of Zach LaVine's current contract. So if Zach is going to sign a 3-year $75 or a 3-year $90 million deal, a 3-year $100 million deal with another team, but there's no team in the league right now that I believe that has 30 plus million in salary cap space. And if there is, where is Zach LaVine on their rank of, where whether they would want Zach as like the person that they're going to spend all that money on. That doesn't mean that there's not a team who has a $25 million player that no longer fits their budget or their build, and they would more than be willing to take on Zach LaVine on a 3-year, $80 million deal or $100 million deal. So I think that's going to be number one. The other mechanism in place that I didn't realize, I did not know, and was pointed out to me the other day by a league source was that when the Kings, if they decide to waive DeMar DeRozan and just pay his $10 million, like the buyout money, his guaranteed money, you can turn around and stretch provision to $10 million. And so that means you could break that up into 3 years, and the Kings would be willing to do that because it's basically the equivalent of a veteran, league minimum contract at $3.3 million, but you'd save 6.7 on the front end on year one. That's not enough to make their summer, work at all. It's not, but it's enough to get them closer. So if then they make some other deal with a $20 million player and only take back 15, or a $42 million player, but they only take back 37 million, all of a sudden you start to see where they could, reclaim 5 or 6 million, 7 million in one of these bigger trades that might give them the cap flexibility moving forward that they need just to get through this summer until the next year where you're going to have a bunch of guys fall off the books.
I thought about a random team for Zach LaVine, whether he's bought out. I don't think it could work trade-wise. Probably more so if he was bought out. Jesse, what do you think if the Celtics had Zach LaVine? That would be.
Jesse just threw something through the window. He'll be here in a second. He just broke something.
No,
hang on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine on a team like Boston, I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Now, mentality-wise, and getting him to be that type of player that they need. I think that's something that.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. No. No, I got it. It's Brad Stevens. He's telling. I'll tell him to go to hell.
Oh,
It's
ask
fine.
Brad Stevens if he's heard of attacking the basket.
No,
We haven't seen it since the bubble.
Brad said don't deflect. He also said go straight to hell.
Also won a title in 2024, Kenny. So be respectful, please.
Be respectful.
They need a player like Zach LaVine. They got nobody else that can create outside of those two.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think getting
him on the cheap, like not at 49 million, but if he was bought out and you could bring him in at your own price, I don't think that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Zach, if he were to be on the open market right now, is probably looking at, again, between 25 and 30 million in a normal market. Like, I still think that he has that type of value as a player, but in the current NBA, that's just not going to happen. Like, just like I keep saying, there's no way, like, if he opts out of the 49 million, it's only because he's got 100 million guaranteed. His concern is just going to straight up be that what is going to happen to him if he does stay this next season in Sacramento, and the Kings are like, we are not going to prioritize you at all. You're not going to start. If we're going to draft Darren Peterson at number 1, we'll put him at the shooting guard position. If we're going to draft AJ DeBonsa, we can try him at the shooting guard position, or put him at a forward spot and move Keegan Murray to the 2. Like, there's all kinds of things you can do here if you're the Kings, and you just tell him, hey, look, I think that, we're going to work with guys like Nick Clifford, and we're going to work with guys like Daquan Plowden, who are actually going to be part of our program here and not you. And so there's a possibility that Zach LaVine plays 15 minutes a night. And when he gets done with that next season, he made 49 million, but the offers on the backside might be for, a 2-year, $20 million deal, or a 3-year, $24 million deal, as opposed to a 3-year, $75 or $100 million deal.
James, you think what we saw in NBA free agency last year, or perhaps what we didn't see in terms of NBA free agency last year, do you think that's the new norm? You think that is the current landscape of the NBA because of aprons and restrictions and things like that? Is this essentially the new norm?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think a lot of teams have just had to reassess what the value of a player is to them. And, it's not easy. I think guys like De'Aaron Fox kind of lucked out because, he gets to a situation, they extend him, but in his current situation, like that contract might not be there for him again. I would, and it probably would not be there for him this year, which is why they were pushing to get him out of Sacramento early and not wait until the offseason, because they kind of understood that that was a potential problem. So I do think that free agency is going to be different from here on out. And it's just because it's not just the first apron, it's not the second apron, it's the repeater tax on that as well. So if you go over the apron twice, all of a sudden you're just destroyed. If you're a second apron team 2 times in a row, they start talking about taking away your picks. And that's, when you're that good of a team, that's your way of going out and using your late first round picks to go get a potential rotational player that might help you continue your success. Like there's all kinds of mechanisms in place now to limit what teams are doing. And I think that the days of just rubber stamping a max money deal for, an all-star level, but not a superstar level player, like we're there. We're at that point right now. Even, the OKC guys that they extended this year, those, I don't think either one of Holmgren or Jalen Williams, maybe they got like the $200 million deals, but they're not getting the 300 and something million dollar deals. The next deal, that third contract, is where the De'Aaron Fox money starts to kick in, the 60 to 70 million. What Jaylen Brown's going to make 70 million a year as part of his current deal. And that's just so much money. I think that is now going to be reserved for the cream of the crop, and not for, again, guys like Domantas Sabonis, not guys for like Zach LaVine, who all of a sudden look really, really overpaid. And it's just because the dynamics of the league are shifting so hard with the introduction of the aprons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think they got to be careful with that, though, the GMs and the team builders, because we'll talk about them more as the show goes along. But you look at Atlanta, and for all that belly aching about Trae Young and all this other stuff, they look like they're in the same spot. They may be a little cheaper. Maybe you have the hope that you can use that money elsewhere. But now you're in a situation where you got a lot of good guys, but you need a guy that can go get you a bucket at any time. You need a guy that can put 30 on somebody's head in the playoffs, not just in February, in the playoffs, when everything gets magnified. Teams after 3-4 games know exactly what you want to do, and it doesn't matter. You can go get a bucket, and they don't have that. Jalen Johnson's not that. CJ McCollum is not that. Jonathan Kuminga is not that. And yes, you're cheaper and you've got more flexibility, and maybe that works out for you. But like we talked about over the summer, you're going to do all this, say Trae Young is no good, and you got this guy and this guy and this guy, and the whole time you're going to be looking for a Trae Young.
That's possible. I think the Jalen Johnson thing, I mean, like, look, he is a young player who's figuring out the playoffs. I mean, look at what's happening with the Detroit Pistons. They're the number 1 seed, and there's a good chance they're going to lose. And, you got Cade Cunningham going out there and turning the ball over 8 times. It's because he hasn't been there before. And Jalen Johnson hasn't been there before in this type of atmosphere where he is the 1A on a team, or he's the 1B and CJ's the 1A. Now, CJ's been there, but a lot of the other guys on that team just haven't been there. What's that?
I said CJ's older now, too. To expect him to carry things is asking a bit much. Trae Young at 22, Jalen Johnson's 24. Trae Young at 22 in his first playoff appearance put up 29 a night.
Yeah.
Like that. That's because that's what he does. It's not, I think Jalen's a really good player as well, but he's not Trae Young.
No, I would agree he's not Trae Young, but I'm not going to make like any blanket like prediction on who he's going to be as a player off his first real playoff series where he's part of something in a different role that he's been in before. Again, like, young teams usually flame out way earlier than they should in the playoffs, and it comes down to experience. And the 22, 23 Sacramento Kings, it was their first time together as a group in the playoffs. Some of the guys had some playoff experience, but for the most part, the team was, they did not have enough playoff experience. They hadn't been there before. De'Aaron Fox hadn't been there before. Malik Monk got hurt, but Kevin Huerter, Like they just hadn't really been in that type of situation before. And I think every year that you get to go to the playoffs is a year that you get to get a little bit more and a little bit more of a taste for what's next and how it is that you've got to handle yourself in a 7-game series.
This isn't the point of what you were saying. The Hawks hadn't been to the playoffs in a couple of years, though.
Yeah,
They might have felt like they had hit a plateau with Trey. And
Well,
again, I'm not,
and I'm not a super Trey defender. Like I like him, but he's got his flaws. He's got his, quirks, and whether that's on the court or in the locker room or just his on the court, not being able to play defense, being small. Like he's got his limitations for sure. But we always ask the question: is it because of Trey Young, or is it because he never played with
roster?
No all-star player.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll never really know. But when they were going through this all summer, I was like,
well, we might figure it out in Washington.
That's true.
It's not a bad young team that he has. Like in terms of the young players, like they're not bad. I think a lot of it might hinge on whether Anthony Davis ever steps foot in the nation's capital. Or
I'm
not,
on Foul Play again the other day.
I think it's his show.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, I seen him there, doing episode after episode. I hadn't seen him in DC yet.
Did he get hurt podcasting or doing that show?
James,
I just worry. I worry.
James.
I don't want him to throw out his vocal cords, sir.
James, you're on timeout. Take a couple of days off. We appreciate you as always, my friend.
Enjoy Nashville.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We won't see you for a little while. So go.
Yes, Saturday heading to Nashville.
Will you become Instagram ham for the weekend and post pictures with the cowboy boots and the jeans and the
maybe?
We've seen fedora ham. If we can get 10-gallon hat James ham, that'd be fantastic.
I don't think you're gonna see that. I'm not into the big hats, but yeah, I might do the Instagram. Maybe I'll do the Instagram. I almost posted yesterday. I pulled up to a stoplight.
Wow.
I pulled up to a stoplight in Auburn. I was listening to the Eagle and Barracuda's on. I look up and the car in front of me is like a 1968 Barracuda, which I recorded with the song playing in the background. So I thought, I'll put this out there. But I didn't.
But you didn't. James! Wow.
Sometimes it all comes together.
Instagram ham back this weekend. James, have a great time, man. We'll see you when you get back.
Take care.
See you guys.
It's our man right there, James Ham, creator of the Kings Beat podcast, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and most importantly, our 1320 Kings insider. Unless the game is scheduled for the 4th of July, then leave him alone. He's going to be out on the lake attempting not to get sunburned. We'll come back. You talked about the Hawks. Let's dive into that game. They got roughed up by the New York Knicks yesterday. And a surprising outcome in the 76ers Celtics game. Apologies all around.
Could have used Zach LaVine.
No.
Sorry, that's not gonna work.
I'll be back. Jesse might throw Kenny out of here. He's dealing with KC on ESPN 1320. Ooh. Getting dunked on by 40-year-old LeBron is tough because it's going to live in all of his highlight reels because they're going to be like, yeah, look what he did at 41. And Iguodala's got the championships. Does it suck for Iggy to again, that's probably LeBron's signature moment. That moment will live forever. Because it's just the massive ramifications of it. Yeah. They really hyping up this Q&A he did with Dave McMenamin. This is funny. An 8-city year-long conversation with LeBron James. Really? Y'all just couldn't sit down for an hour? This is kind of funny. I'm reading through. I haven't read this yet. I feel like Chuck's suit's too big. Get that cut down. I'm thumbing through. Shout out to ESPN. Like they're doing a hell of a job promoting this. Like LeBron James did an interview with Dave McMenamin. Now, what's funny is, and I saw this morning. Obviously, it's getting cut and clipped and shared all over the place, and it's it's getting all sorts of memes made of it in the whole deal. But what I didn't realize was, it's right there on the front page of ESPN.com. Questions for the King. LeBron on MJ, Bronny, and his legacy. And it's titled as an 8-city year-long conversation with LeBron James. And it's like, that's terrific. But Dave, you couldn't just sit down and talk with him for a day or two? And like, so, of course, I'm just scrolling and I'm looking and I'm trying to grasp the concept of the article and such. And the first thing I come across is you carry around a tissue box covered in black tape. And then the next question is, you switch to a quarter zip. Like, what the hell is this? But I recognize it's just a small part of it. I like the concept. The concept is fantastic. I just thought it was. Oh, this is a good question. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, we're in Orlando. So I get, okay, one, it's kind of fun. Like, I get it. It's kind of fun. They're in Orlando, March 21st. First question, just to lay context. Are there any celebrities we would be surprised to know you have a relationship with? And And then the question. Okay. There's even more context. Okay. The question is, are there any celebrities we would be surprised to know you have a relationship with? He says Leonardo DiCaprio. And he gives a more extended answer, and then he says LeBron. He's talking about spending time with DiCaprio.
Yeah.
He said Al Pacino showed up.
Now that is random.
Dave McMenamin says
that is random.
Did he spend time with you guys too? LeBron said, yeah, he did. Obviously, The Godfather is your favorite movie. LeBron James. That's all I was talking about. Hold on. He couldn't believe how much I knew the movie. I was taking him back to stuff that he probably forgot about.
Come on, man.
Obviously, he's done about a effing billion movies, but he was super surprised that I knew that much about those movies. That was a really cool moment for me. Oh, I'm reading this whole goddamn thing on the air. Listen to this. Do you get starstruck, especially to meet someone whose work was so meaningful to you? Starstruck? Nah. But Pacino is one of the greatest actors of all time. Both of them, him and Leo. And Michael Corleone is one of my favorite characters of all time in movie history. So be able to have that moment. It was another I'm from Akron, Ohio moment. Like, I'm from Akron, Ohio. How am I in a room with two of the greatest that have ever been on a movie screen? And then the money question. This is all they talked about in Orlando, by the way.
Yeah, well,
I'm reading every.
I would probably stay on that too. Them talking about linking up with Al Pacino.
Well, no, there's only 5 questions.
Oh,
why does The Godfather appeal to you so much? Now, I have not previewed this answer, mind you. Established. I love The Godfather.
Yes.
Not LeBron James loved The Godfather.
Well,
I actually love The Godfather.
LeBron is. It's under. We got to check the Carfax.
Let's see what LeBron says here as to why The Godfather appeals to him so much.
If he says what I think he's going to say.
1, I love mob movies. I'm a big time mob movie guy. There's a few of them that I'm in love with, but also I don't think people talk about the level of family and what you would do for your family. That movie obviously is told as a mob movie. That's the scene behind it, but the dynamics of good, bad, and you have to deal with it in your family and protecting your family, interaction with your family, and how your family is raised, disappointment in your family at times. There's so many gems in that movie. And I pick up one every single time I watch the movie. I've watched it a dozen times. Dozens. My first time watching it, I was maybe 17 or 18. High school.
Dozens.
As I watched it as I got older, I found parallels to my life in the fact that I happen to be the head honcho of a family and everything that comes with that. And it's a lot. It's hard. It's hard when everybody is expecting or wanting. You have to be everything for the family. It's a lot of pressure that comes with that. So I found parallels to that. I have the book. I own a beautiful jukebox where you turn the reel and it plays the theme song of The Godfather. I love it.
That was actually a very detailed answer by LeBron. Very, very detailed.
Was it?
It was.
Was it?
The parallels aspect. I was like, oh, okay, I see you. I see you.
Okay.
You're not buying it. You're not buying it. He got detailed when he talked about the parallels, being the head honcho, all this other stuff.
Yeah. Sure. So I just watched Godfather 1 recently. So I'm running through in my head because when Michael made the decision to kill Saluzzo and the cop, he wasn't the boss. Sonny was.
Mhm.
And Sonny was the one, because Michael was the one who said, they'll never suspect it's me. He was a civilian.
Mhm.
He was not part of the family business. He was a war hero. It was stated as such when Soletso was the cop. Sorry, when Soletso attacked him outside of the hospital, when he hit him with the butt of a gun and broke his jaw. It was he's a Cap. He's a civilian. Like, he's a war hero. Mm-hmm. It wasn't Sonny's decision. It was Michael's.
Mhm.
So Michael makes that decision, and he goes off. They send him off to Italy, whatever. It's Don Corleone, the boss. It's Don, because remember, he said Michael Corleone.
Right.
Vito Corleone brings him back. Don Vito, the Godfather. He brings him back. And they're setting up for the Don's death. And then Michael has the decisions to make for his family, which includes Clemenza, Tessio, who turns on him, and he spots it and kills him.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's to send the family out west to Las Vegas to get out of the olive oil business and go to Mo Green to pitch the move to Las Vegas. Mo Green reacts poorly. So the decisions in that very, very short period of time, and it is a short period of time in this movie, that Michael has to make is to murder the heads of the 5 families.
Yeah. I mean, didn't say it was apples to apples.
And Mo Green in Las Vegas. Now, LeBron.
Murder the Cavs. Murder the Heat. Murder the Cavs again.
You murdering J.R. Smith after game 2 of the NBA Finals. Whatever.
Yeah, not apples to
want
apples.
to-
No.
Can I tell you? This is where you lose me. This is where you lose me. Where's the line? Here it is. He couldn't believe how much I knew the movie.
No, that's you. He's wilding. He's wilding, bro. He's wilding. No,
LeBron.
He went off the deep end.
LeBron, you and I are rough. I'm older than LeBron. I'm 6 years older than LeBron.
Yeah.
But still, that's the same generation. LeBron, it's one of the greatest. It is universally accepted as one of, if not the greatest movie ever made. And you're telling me you sat down with Al Pacino and he was shocked you were talking about The Godfather.
Look, what to your point, it's not this underground classic.
Bron, people talk to Al Pacino about 3 things: the age of his current wife and children, Scarface, and Michael Corleone. I love LeBron James. Let me just say that.
I do be lying. So
I
much,
love
man.
LeBron. But God bless it, man. Seriously?
Why you be lying so much?
That was that, and those are all of the questions in Orlando. He got up and said, "Sorry, Dave, I'm gotta go watch The Godfather, I guess."
Why? It would just, the story would have been just fine.
I would
with him,
give-
Leo, and Al Pacino.
I would have.
I would have the extras.
I would have given Dave McMenamin $100. That probably wouldn't do it. I would have given him $500 of your money.
Well,
to
don't even
ask LeBron James what his favorite line of the movie was. Because he's had about a decade to think about it.
I thought that's what he was going to say in that answer. Like when he said, "Why does it appeal?" Oh man,
But
there's just
that's
so
what
many
I'm
reasons
saying.
why. Oh,
He didn't really give an answer. Now, family is often a thing referenced when discussing The Godfather, because again, when you have a movie that is so universally loved, people interpret it in different ways. And some people say family, some people just say it's a mob movie, some people just say it's a family movie, some people say it's this is Sicilian lifestyle, like maybe without the mob, but this is the way families are, like when you're grieving, when I know this scene is in the book. I don't know if it's in the movie, but when Sonny was shot, they cook. They cook and they do. It's grief. It's like some million different answers. LeBron just gave us the surface ones. LeBron is king of the surface level answer. He is the king. And that's how you refer to him. Hey, king.
King.
He is the king of surface level answers.
You're not wrong.
I am
I
not.
thought he dove a little bit into the head honcho. The head honcho. A little bit. The head honcho.
It's certainly a more
I'm
in-depth answer.
trying for LeBron.
It's certainly a more in-depth answer than he gave us 10 years ago when he was asked a question about The Godfather.
Yeah, no, LeBron. The one where he talking about Al Pacino was so surprised at how much he knew. That's what LeBron. You didn't have to say that.
I don't know how many times I've seen the movie. LeBron said that I don't know how many times I've seen the movie, but I did just watch it recently with my fiance Katie from the Wake Up Call, who I have to introduce now every time I say her name. And I read the book twice, and I've listened to it. I don't pick up new things in the movie every time I watch it. No, there comes a point where it just kind of stops.
I'm literally saying the lines word for word. Like, this isn't new. I know
this is why people talk about this dude the way that they do. What do they talk about in Dallas? Oh, Dallas was the paper towel box. He had to switch because it made his nose red. He was using towels. So, what'd they talk about in New York? What are they talking? He's talking about being a broadcaster. Yep.
I like the concept of this article, though.
Oh, here we are, San Francisco. How did you get the name LeBron? That was a turn. So San Francisco's 3 questions. How did you get the name LeBron? Before coming famous, what did you think of the name LeBron? As a kid, did you like the name? Those are the 3 questions that he asked in San Francisco.
Yeah, I like this. I like this concept, though.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, it's different. It's interesting. I'm like you. I'm gonna go check this out. I'm gonna go read this.
Oh, I don't know that I'm gonna read the rest of this. The highlights have hit social media. This was the first time I clicked on the article because the chatty house here on youtube.com/ESPN1320 would have a field day with this. It's questions for the Kings. Questions for the King. First sentence, the first part of the LeBron goes deep on MJ.
Oh.
Bronny,
what the hell?
And his legacy. That's
Jesus. Yo, that's crazy.
I'm just reading.
There's no what was it like playing your first game in Sacramento there?
Nah, I couldn't find Sacramento anywhere.
Now, why didn't they talk to LeBron when he was in Sac? That's just questions right there.
Well, because Dave talked to him in San Francisco. He'd rather go watch the Warriors play than the Kings.
Brother. Oh, bro. Speaking of things that I'm this doesn't have to take a long time at all. Jesse, are you familiar with what these people are talking about when they say John Morant's in the middle of a series? Have you seen that?
What?
Vaguely.
I don't know what they're talking about.
There's these NBA Twitter accounts or whatever, not like NBA, but like the little static, whatever you want to call them, the little weird accounts on NBA Twitter that be talking crazy or whatever.
Yeah.
And some of them, like, I guess this one happened to be a Grizzlies fan. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna tweet out as if the Grizzlies were in a series, even though they're not. And I think I saw that a few weeks ago, and I think that might have caught on because I saw the Underdog tweet. I'm like, oh, maybe that's what this is.
Underdog was like Game 5 tonight.
So they've been fantasy
Grizzlies,
tweeting.
Warriors.
Yeah, they've been fantasy tweeting the series. Yeah.
Because the first time I got alerted to it was when he was at the Magic game. And somebody was like, yo, man, I'm glad Ja thinks it's funny to fly from San Francisco to Orlando in the middle of a series.
Yeah.
Like, not cool at all, Ja.
I think that's where it comes from.
And Twitter's just kind of going with it.
They got graphics and everything sometimes.
Steph, Ja, tonight in San Francisco. Underdog Fantasy Twitter account got that.
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Save on the chest. Game 5 is on right now.
Hey, you know what? If the Kings miss the playoffs again next, let's just go ahead and we'll do the same thing.
No, we're still in that.
So, that's a great idea. The one year, it must have been, it had to have been the 50th anniversary of when JFK was shot in Dallas. The History Channel Twitter account.
I remember this.
Yeah. Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, I remember this.
The History Channel Twitter account tweeted the day as if it was that November day was it 63? And it was fascinating
That
to
was
follow.
spooky, man.
It was so fascinating to follow. It's like, yeah, the president and his first wife have the president and the first lady have landed at left field, and you're like, oh God, don't get it. No, the president and the first lady have gotten the limo, and you're like, no, get him out. I'm with Jesse. Next year, hey, the Kings are in game 1 of the Western
That's
Conference
it.
Finals.
We're gonna start
tonight.
talking crazy about Draymond Green.
Oh man,
We're gonna start talking crazy about Draymond.
tweeting like a history that doesn't exist.
Draymond Green has been suspended the rest of the series for going into the stands this time.
That's what we could do. We could rewrite a series every round, just rewrite a series. So yeah, we're here at the Golden One Center. Draymond Green has stormed it's a redheaded journalist up there in section 104. We're not sure who that is. Oh, that's James Ham. Draymond Green has been suspended. Adam Silver now is at center court apologizing. Adam Silver is at center court of the Golden One Center apologizing to Kings fans.
Dog, I just went on Twitter.
What did I see? Says Harrison Barnes hits the shot. Oh,
damn. I'm on Twitter right now. I don't know if this is the account or what, but it's halftime. Warriors are up 70-58. Curry's got 19 with 3 assists. John Morant has 17 points, 3 assists. Zach Edey with 10 points, 7 rebounds. Yeah, this was 19 minutes ago.
So the internet is spectacular. Johnny G says, "How do we rewrite Puke Guy?" I don't think that you do, unless we can make Puke Guy throw up on Draymond Green. If we could do that,
We welcomed him back to the arena for game 2.
No, you rewrite Puke Guy with like, oh, Luke Walton sees him. He's like, hey, you've had too many, and then he doesn't puke, and Luke ends up keeping his job after that. The Kings turn it around or something.
Man,
this all sounds like Black Mirror.
What if you rewrote March for us? Was it 11th or 13th, 2020? There's no COVID, and the Kings Pelicans game happens because everyone loves to say what would have happened. Now we have the opportunity to go grab the schedule, rewrite that day. Rudy Gobert, there's no COVID, there's no Rudy Gobert, Rudy Gobert still exists, but there's none of that. And that game, I believe on ESPN, it happens as normal. What happens the rest of the way?
Well, for sure, Kings win that game.
Obviously,
and we just make a run towards the playoffs.
Apparently, they were never going to lose again. The way people talk about that.
Bogey had gotten the starting lineup for Buddy Hield, and that's what turned everything around.
No. Warren says Mike Brown puts in Davion and Steph is cooked. Oh man!
Well, Mike Brown might have found his sea legs in this playoffs.
Well, he might have. Yeah, he might have. But in our world, he doesn't have a job because Luke Walton kept it.
That's true.
Because we rewrote Puke Guy.
He's still assistant for Steve Kerr. Mike Brown is.
But in the meantime, they just beat the Hawks by 1 million. That was a ass whooping. Shout out Jalen, man. That was a hell of a game from Jalen Brunson last night.
Hell of a performance last night, man. And somebody had mentioned it when they lost game 2. The Knicks did. They're like, hey, man, the same thing kind of happened last year in Detroit in that series, and a lot of people looked at that series as being one that toughened up the Knicks and got them prepared for the Celtics series, and obviously not necessarily for the Pacers series, but they got the battles out of the way early going up against Detroit, and they wondered if that maybe is the same thing that could happen in this Hawks series. Well, they went even further into that vortex because they were down 2-1, but they battled back, played great basketball the last 2 games, and look like they're on their way to putting Atlanta out of their misery. I think Atlanta's going to play really well in game 6, though. I think that's going to be a tough one.
So I think they're done. I think they do. Now, I'll never kill a good radio bit, but that was about all that they had. New York wasn't going to lose this series to Atlanta. Atlanta was pretty hot coming into the playoffs here. They played pretty well the last month. They're not better than the New York Knicks. I didn't think they were going to beat the New York Knicks, and I'd be really surprised. I don't think they're going to lose by 29. But that's the Knicks know, all right, we had our moment. It wasn't good. Atlanta kind of had their moment in a different way. Let's put this series to bed. Let's get this over with. Let's move along. It'd be a bad loss if New York would lost. Yeah. Atlanta's not ready for this. Atlanta's not ready for
You're
this.
probably right. I don't know. Like Atlanta
you
has a
got
good
Karl
second half of
Anthony
the season,
Towns.
yeah.
You got
the Knicks should win. Yeah, I don't disagree, but I don't know if it would shock me if the Hawks end up getting Game 6 and the Knicks close it out in 7.
It wouldn't.
I'd
shock
be
me.
surprised.
It
really
wouldn't shock
surprised.
me. But it's evident. We talked about it a little bit with James Ham. Like the Hawks are missing that guy. Jalen Johnson is really good. Good young ball player. When I look at his game, he's going to have something that he can rely on.
Go-to.
Yeah, whether it's a shot, whether it's shot creation, whether it's attacking the basket like Denny or whatever. Like he's got to have something specifically that he can go to whenever he needs to. Whether it's a mid-range, the 3-ball, whatever it is. And that's what he's lacking right now. And you see guys like Jalen Johnson. You see guys like Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who averaged 20 in the season. I think for the playoff series, he's down to 14. It's different in the playoffs. You can do that stuff night to night in the NBA. It doesn't mean you're any less of a player or anything else like that. It's just different. That's all I'm saying. Those are two really good ball players. But in the playoffs, you need that guy that can go get you something on a nightly basis. You need the Jalen Brunson that even if the game isn't always perfect, he can go get you something. And they're missing that. And I don't know if that guy's on the roster. They may have to go through trade, maybe who they're able to draft ends up being that type of guy. But I don't know if Kuminga, if Jalen Johnson. Huh?
Malik Monk?
Malik Monk would help them.
If only there was a 25 and 10 guy out there for his career that they could have had.
No, you can't have that guy there. He's problematic. Matter of fact, give him $10 a year.
Okay. Now wait a second.
Wait a second. Scoring's overrated.
Yeah, he sucks.
Scoring is not necessary in the game of basketball.
Game's about moving the basketball around and friendship.
Being
That's what it's
versatile,
about.
being switchable.
Yeah, that's what it's about. That's why the Pistons are going to advance.
All right. Jesse, well, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
That is funny. Oh, who's hating on Kuminga? Hating on Kuminga. Oh, yeah, them lights. Lights are a little different. It's a little different. When Prime does this encore breakdown, this is some really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. I like how they're able to do that.
You've seen The Godfather, Kenny? Like you've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think I've
still-
seen it twice, maybe. I ain't seen it.
I still got to watch it all the way through.
Oh no, yeah, you would love it. It really is great. It really is great. It's a movie that stands the test of time. Like even though I think it was in the 80s, maybe 70s. It was made. Man, if they came out with that today, it'd be fantastic. I don't think I've seen Heat.
I did watch Heat Storm. I watched that already.
Yeah, I don't think I've
It
seen
was cool. It was cool. It's a very 90s ass movie if I've ever seen one.
Have you watched The Bronx Tale?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, that's my one right there. I haven't seen that in a long time. I gotta go back and watch that.
Yeah, Heat's good. The goatee on Robert De Niro is kind of weird. Al Pacino just being the guy that screams the entire movie is fine, I guess. But like the movie's good. It wasn't like my favorite or anything like that.
I haven't seen Godfather 3. I've never seen that.
The lady that's trying to run away with Robert De Niro is a crazy person. She's like, "How did you not? Like, why are you still here?"
Yeah, it's out there. I'll get it in a second.
I didn't want to grab it because I wasn't sure if it was yours, but I see you don't have it.
Yeah, it's all to the good. That'd be crazy if Detroit got bounced tonight.
Stevie B, I agree with this one. I'll take the Town over Heat.
I haven't seen Heat, so I can't speak on that. The Town was what's better, The Town or Departed? I haven't seen either one
Departed.
of them.
Departed is like one of my five favorites of all time.
Do we know what's going on with Jack Nicholson?
Nicholson?
Yeah, I always want to say Nicholas, but that's not
Jack Nichols?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like he don't go to the games no more. He's not really in the limelight. Is he just like
Oh, he's hella old.
Yeah.
Like I think he's in his 80s. Just a quick update on Jack Nicholson. Yes, he is 89.
Oh boy, that's the boy, the guy, not the boy, our guy who sits at the baseline of all these NBA games. He's got to be 95.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Casey
Some
asked
people
what's
age
up
better
with,
than others.
Casey asked what's up with Jack Nicholson. Like he's not in the line. Like I think he's really old. Yeah, he's 89 years old.
Also, we really haven't seen him since Kobe left. Like the Lakers. Like
he said the hell with it.
That seemed to be the end. Like when Kobe was done, he seemed like he was done.
Yeah, I think he's not. Maybe he'll come out for LeBron's retirement.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah.
And what did I just see is right. Like he's a hard like 89. Like Jack has gone tough.
They say
for a long time.
They say he stopped going regularly around 2021, like after COVID time, stuff like that.
Makes sense.
Well, during COVID time, I guess.
Well, if you're a little older and
what was Kobe 16? 16?
Six, yeah.
Well,
the
yeah,
Lakers,
the finals.
the Warriors. Yeah.
Okay.
That's when
So does he just
done
keep
with
that? Like, I wonder if he still pays for that seat. Like, if he just showed up one day, he's like, "All right, I'm back," or if it's like, "Oh, sorry, Jack, we gave that to like Mr. Beast or
it.
something."
We could sit
Oh,
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast sitting in Jack Nicholson's seat would be like, oh, that would be the season ticket seller person. You'd be fired.
You know who? I don't think it was the exact seat, but you know who was close, sitting a couple times in those seats was what's his name? Corey. Kardashian's mom's husband.
Oh,
I remember he was sitting in those seats in a Kings game, and he had like. I said, "Is that?"
Yeah, those are the ones he gets. He gets the ones to the Kings game. He doesn't get the Knicks. He doesn't get OKC. He gets the Kings.
He be at all the games though. He doesn't sit in no seat, but sometimes he on the baseline, like next to the Lakers bench.
You know,
all the game. He living a life.
You know, I didn't notice that because we saw Ben Stiller yesterday. Like immediately, it was like, oh, there's Ben Stiller. I didn't notice it was like Kylie Jenner next to him. Tina Fey was next to her. It was like, it was just a lineup of like stars, like right there next to Mike Brown.
Fat Joe, Jadakiss was there.
No, Fat Joe's on the other side.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh,
yeah,
they're on the other side of Mike. Fat Joe's next to the Knicks bench.
Okay, so you're right. You're right. They were where
what's the coach's name?
Quinn Snyder.
Quinn Snyder.
They were where JB Smoove and I think Jerry Seinfeld were that day.
We were like, who are those goofs sitting next to?
They're not even paying attention. JB Smoove was dressed like an assistant coach, for God's sake.
That's a low-key all-time moment with D-Lo and KC right there, man.
JB Smoove dressing exactly like one of the assistant coaches was hysterical.
That's an all-time 2-6 moment right there.
Absolutely.
Because that's when we watch the games.
Dear Joel, let me begin by saying I'm sorry.
I don't think you need to do this, by the way.
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
Joel, let me, unlike my partner here, Jesse Tapia, he's, don't worry about him. I have long been a believer in Joel Embiid. And I was the one who this year declared that Joel Embiid is back. I jumped off that bandwagon really, really quickly when he returned to the playoffs. Now, I think what Mr. Tapia was alluding to is, hey, maybe you don't need to apologize because it might have been less about Joel Embiid and more about Tyrese Maxey. But either way, just for fair and balanced purposes, I extend my sincerest apologies to one of my favorites, longtime close personal friend too.
Tell him the truth with that. He loves Joel.
Joel Embiid. He was fantastic last night. The 76ers were fantastic last night. Tyrese Maxey was fantastic last night. And they got a win. I thought that game was over.
I thought it was too.
Like while we jinxed it during the show yesterday, I was like, "Oh yeah, we go ahead and wrap this one up. It's over for the 76ers."
Well, they were up 12 in the third quarter. Who knew they would choke away a lead?
We don't respect jinxes on this show, I guess.
Well, I don't watch day baseball anymore. Like, isn't that enough?
What is going on?
There's Shaq and Carl Anthony
Yeah.
Towns.
Yeah, Carl Anthony Towns' legs are a little wonky. This thing with the leaf blower is insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And how do you find, like, oh man, do that to Devin Carter? Get the leaf blower and hit Devin Carter with that? That'd be insane.
Oh man.
With Joel Embiid too, like this dude's not his talent or anything. It's just a matter of like, yeah, he
he
showed
can't.
up yesterday. But he's only going to do it for 40 games.
No,
can't stay
it's
healthy.
not his talent, but you go back to game 4.
This first
it
game
was
back.
fit. Yeah, it was fit. Like it was. Is Joel? Like, where's Tyrese Maxey? Where is what got you here? And Joel is absolutely a reason they're in the position they're in, the reason that they can make some noise. But you were riding with Tyrese Maxey at that point. Work Joel into the fold rather than putting everything on Joel and trying to work everybody else into the fold.
And here's what I will say about that too, because we're not exactly sure. Maybe that's on Tyrese Maxey. Maybe that's on Nick Nurse. I'm not saying you are or Jesse is or anything else like that, but maybe the consensus is Joel came back for game 4 and was like, hey, run this thing through me. He might not have said that at all. They just kept passing him the ball. Like I was ready to just ease my way into what you guys were doing, but you kept passing me the ball. I'm here, like I'm gonna go to work or try to go to work, and that could have been on Tyrese Maxey.
That's on them too. Yeah,
That
Tyrese Maxey 3 shot attempts in the first half the other night. That's unacceptable.
Right.
That's absolutely unacceptable. 33 for Joel last night, 25 for Tyrese, 18 shot attempts for Tyrese Maxey, 23 for Joel Embiid.
That was a heck of a performance in that fourth quarter by the Sixers. I'm like you, I thought it was over. 28-11 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And this is what I talked about. This is a point. We can count it. We can go ahead and count it.
You aren't counting anything.
Because I called a 6-game series. I think it ends at 6. I think Boston wins game 6. I called a 6-game series. I said the fact that Boston isn't exactly Boston will lend this series to going about 6.
Here's what's concerning. Jesse, get on the mic for this. Here's what's concerning. 2 things. Neemias Queta in the matchup for Joel Embiid. Karl Anthony Towns and Joel Embiid are not the same player at all. But Queta looks a little sketchy.
Buddy, do you how often do you think I'm thinking about Mitchell Robinson next series?
Okay.
Like, no, we're there. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're there.
I got you. And then they're starting to guard Derek White a little bit differently.
That's why the series isn't over.
Yeah.
That's why
The series isn't over.
Yeah, this series. That's why the series isn't over. Derek White's turned into a pumpkin. Like, if the guy was shooting better than 20% from 3, this would be over.
They're guarding him very differently than they used to. I'm surprised you're not celebrating. Count it. You've been trashing Derek White for the better part of 82 games.
Not trash. Not trash.
No,
He ain't the same.
Yes, you have. We know how you hate light-skinned basketball players. 2, you weren't wrong, because this series, and this is where things get magnified. This is where, how many times have we said it the last 2 weeks? This is where those regular season conversations get amplified. I don't know how the national conversation was on Derek White. I know how the conversation was here. You're talking about he's not quite shooting the same. Philadelphia is aware of this. They are guarding him very, very differently than the way that he was guarded in years past. I don't know about this series, but like,
Peyton Pritchard needs those minutes now.
I am a little uncomfortable with how much of my chest I used to say that the Celtics were coming out of the East. Because I didn't ask your opinion. I was making this was a monologue. I'm starting to not like their matchup versus.
It's a 2-team race, and I think we got not me actually, pat on the back to myself. I said, hey, maybe don't count the Knicks out.
Is there
maybe don't count the Knicks out going to the playoffs.
Anyone on this show who doesn't pat themselves
on the back to me? I was like, hey guys, I don't know if this Celtics team is really gonna mow through everything like how they did, but yeah, Derek White can't shoot at all right now. Peyton Pritchard is the one who's creating. Like, you probably need to see what it looks like giving him the 36 minutes and seeing what Derek White looks like in 25 or whatever. Like, that's just kind of what it comes down to me. Didn't shoot the 3-ball well yesterday, but you go 1 of 14 in the fourth quarter from 2. Like, they're not going to win anything.
Unpopular.
That's kind of where they lost, I think.
Unpopular opinion, but I say they got past the Knicks. I'm still of the belief the Cavs are going to get to the conference finals.
Buddy.
Bro, this Celtics team is not. They're not that. They're not that they are
past Toronto.
They will
in Orlando.
I don't know. This Celtics team is not
series.
like, you compared them to 2024. Yeah, they're not that, but it's a 2-team race. It's going to be the Knicks or Boston.
I think, and it's all relative, right? Like they still can get to the finals. They're still a really good team, one of the top teams in the East. This is one of the playoff wise, at least. I'm going to use a word because it's one of the worst playoff Celtics teams in recent memory. Like, if you go back to the bubble, this is probably the worst.
I don't know. What does that mean? They finished as the 2 seed this year. They just lack a
they
top end
center.
center.
That's what we talk about with the playoffs.
They're just the regular. They've come back. They're just level. They've come back down to earth. They're level, I guess, with everyone else.
And once again, like I said, it's all relative because but think back to those teams.
Well,
like, is that a false statement? Like, this is the worst
it's
team.
Not. It's not.
And we're thinking about them as those type of teams.
It's not.
But they still can. They still can get to the finals. Like, I'm not going to be shocked if they get there. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they even.
And
I
don't think that I am.
Yeah.
I don't think that I am.
This is better than 2020.
I think because those teams, I thought in several cases were the best teams in the league. I don't think the Celtics are the best team in the league.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't even think they're the second best team in the league. Like, I don't even think if you're having that I don't even think it starts until you get to 3.
The 2 best teams are in the West right now.
I think there are two two teams in the East, the Cavs and the Knicks, who could get the Celtics in a series.
When did this Cavs thing happen? What are you, just a kid from Akron?
I
Like,
kind of encouraged it this season too.
like
though.
when did you do this?
Around the Harden trade, not because of Harden, but just
Oh,
the way they
you are kind of a Harden-
playing, the
kind
way
of
they
are a
started
Harden
playing,
guy.
and I was saying like it allowed a buffer for Harden not to completely torpedo your season because you have Donovan Mitchell.
Sure.
So, yeah,
Torpedo your postseason.
Well, that's right.
But yeah, I think that's what you meant. Like, he's going to be great during the regular
Right,
season. He
right.
always is.
So I haven't, even though I'm very disappointed with, in particular, their game 4 when they could have really seized control of that series. I haven't ruled out the Cavs as being a contender. The Cavs.
I'm good with that. I'm perfectly fine with that.
They can get to the conference finals.
I'm
sure
just
LeBron
wondering
wants
when
to go
this
back
happened
there?
with you.
We're sure LeBron wants to go back there next year.
No, but that's what I think.
Hmm.
Like what makes you say that? I don't think it's to like. I think it's. I just
Stay
think
in
it's
LA
closing
for a
the
year.
chapter.
You already closed the chapter.
They don't want him. Like the Lakers don't want him, and he doesn't want the Lakers. Like leave. Like you've already made the Lakers look pretty silly, to be honest. Like you've made them look dumb with all of this Luka and Austin Reeves. Like, and he has done what he has done with this team. You've already done that. Go home.
Speaking of, bro, he better not
What are you
blow,
gonna do right
he
now?
better not blow those 3-0 lead, bro.
Oh, they're not.
No, I don't
They're
think
not.
they are either.
No.
But
No chance.
oh,
No chance.
Okay,
No
does it end
chance.
tonight? You think it ends
so.
tonight?
I think so. KD's not
No
playing.
KD.
They're
No
floating
KD.
the Austin Reeves thing tonight, aren't
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Ah,
no,
And I say that.
Yeah,
I
but
say
see,
that.
Can I say that? Be careful with the Austin Reeves thing. Like you've got to make a determination, like pretty quick. Like this isn't it.
Yeah.
Is this Rocket?
Like you went up 3-0 without him. Like
Right.
be mindful of what's happening.
I'm
out
not
there.
going to say this Rockets team plays better without KD, but in the other game that he missed, I mean, that was the collapse at the end where they should have
Yeah.
won. I mean,
They got beat up in game 1 without KD.
oh yeah, that's true. He did miss game 1 as well.
But
All right, yeah.
you got a little something cooking. You got a little something cooking. And
Not
once
saying
again,
they're
I
better
don't
without him. Maybe they just play a little bit. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that. Yeah.
I don't say be careful because like I'm gonna talk crazy about him. I just know how the people are gonna talk crazy about him if that happens. Like I don't.
Just
Bron.
meaning maybe the Rockets can get a game.
They gonna
yeah.
talk crazy about it.
Yeah,
I don't want
that's
that.
not gonna be
I don't want
okay.
that to happen for Bron.
Yeah.
Better close this thing out.
Yeah.
You better close
Well,
it out. Bron.
it's 3-1. It's not 3-2.
No, it's not. But if they lose tonight, I don't think they win in game 6. And now it's just the one game. Maybe KD comes back. Yeah, I don't know, man. Lakers might want to close it out tonight. And get
Might want to
dicey.
close it out.
And get dicey.
Tari
if you
Eason
don't.
out there today talking to Dan Shaughnessy of Houston. Don't let us get a game tonight. Don't let us get. We got KD coming back in game 6.
Oh,
and they can
Kevin
happen in game
Millar
7.
Eason.
Don't let us get one tonight.
Sengun and going in game
Got
6.
KD on the mound in game 6. Anything can happen in game 7.
Oh man, yeah, man. But
Who's got a better chance to come back from 3-1? The Timberwolves are 3-2 now, or is it 3-1?
3-2,
3-2, yeah.
3-2.
So I guess
the
they were
Nuggets
3-1
have
at
the
one
best
point.
chance out of
Yeah.
everybody.
Well, yeah,
the Nuggets, I
because-
think they are going to come back from 3-1.
But if they don't, no worries. No big deal if the Nuggets lose in the round 1. No big deal.
Oh, look at Mr. Tapia getting here in the chatty house at twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Jordan would have closed it out already.
I'm trying to think of
Well,
when
here's-
Jordan was
He,
up
he
3-0.
wouldn't have actually
here's-
because he wasn't in the league at this point.
I was going to say he didn't get this far with the Washington Wizards. So, like,
he would have closed out his hand at
would've-
the blackjack table.
We
I'm trying to
compare
think,
the
man.
LeBron haters, like your dad, compare LeBron James to like 28-year-old Michael Jordan.
Exactly, yes. And I saw a clip of Stephen A. Yes, I don't know if it was an older one or like just recently, but he's talking. He's like, yeah. And we're not going to talk about Mike's last 2 years with the Wizards. We're going to talk about who he was from 84 to 98, blah, blah, blah. And that sums you guys up perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, I get that. That tells me
y'all
everything.
are-
I know
y'all
you.
are
I know you're
delusional.
just
Yeah.
throwing out a number out there, but like 28 is like 87 for him. Like the guy was kind of old when not old, but oldish when he was going crazy. He went to college.
Oh, he wasn't. He was like 30. What? He won at 30? 31?
And 80 said, let's say he graduated at 22.
But he didn't graduate.
Or he left school at 21. In 87, he was what, 24, 25?
That doesn't sound right.
Let me see Mike come
He
out.
probably was a little older.
Let me see Mike come into the league out of high school and see how he
Mike
does.
was 23 in 86, 87. 24 in 87, 88. He won his first title at 27.
At 27?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike coming into the league at 40,
Yeah.
trying to compare him to LeBron James
No,
today.
Just a child.
No, let's
coming
go
into
ahead
the
and
league.
pull up. Let's
Just a kid
pull
from
up,
Akron.
Yeah, let's pull up the kid from where I don't know if this where's he from? New York? Where's Michael Jordan from?
From Brooklyn, but from Carolina.
No, let's
as well.
pull up how he played at 40.
What? Look.
Oh, he didn't. Sorry. We could pull up his numbers at 39.
Or we could pull up both of their numbers at 28.
Why? Why not?
We could do that.
Why don't we just talk about LeBron now? at
Mike
this
was
point?
beating
Where am I?
LeBron's ass at that age. What are you talking about? Mike was out here not going to game sevens at that time. Mike was out there not getting swept by the Spurs at that time. What are we talking about? We can do them both at 28.
It's different when I look across the court. That's Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker, and the other side.
Beating
Look
the hell
across
out of
court,
Magic Johnson.
and that's Patrick Ewing, John Starks.
He was beating the hell out of Clyde Drexler out of MVP Charles
Gary
Barkley.
Payton and Sean Kemp.
He beating Charles Barkley's ass.
When Michael Jordan was 28 years old, he won his second NBA championship in the 91-92 season. He averaged 30 points per game, 6.4 rebounds, 6 assists, and won the MVP for the third time. When LeBron James was 28 years old, he won the MVP for the fourth time, scoring 26.8 points per game, 8 rebounds, 7.3 assists, and had just won his second NBA championship.
That's what's up.
Let's try again.
What are you talking about? Let's try again.
Said he was running laps.
What you talking about? Michael Jordan had a better season. What are you talking about?
LeBron James's 2012 season is one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen. He won the gold medal 3 months before the season started.
What did Michael Jordan do at 28? When did he win the gold medal? Like a month later?
He won the gold medal 2 months after.
Against plumbers, by the way, if we're being real.
No, it was against Domas's dad.
Oh, my bad. That was after LeBron got his ass beat in the Olympics. My bad. I forgot about that.
Hey, that wasn't his fault. I watched the documentary. No. I watched the documentary. Okay, I did my homework. That wasn't his fault.
Hey,
they didn't play the kids.
He needed big bro. I mean, that's the story of his career. He needed big bro to always come through. Big bro Kobe came through
Just
and
like
had to redeem that.
Fine. Just
big
like
bro
Roman
Kobe
Reigns.
had to come
Just
through.
like Roman Reigns needs big bro. Yeah.
I
won the title. Let me call my cousins now.
LeBron got his ass beat in the Olympics. Big bro Kobe had to come through there in 2012 or 2008. Which one was that? 12 or 8?
It was sir. What? It was
he lost in
2004.
He lost in 04.
04 was
Big
the
bro had to
redeem
come in
team
there and
year.
handle business in 08.
He won in 2012. He actually
Melo was out there cooking.
Won an NBA championship.
Melo was out
won
there
a gold medal and then won another NBA championship.
Melo was out there cooking. Jordan did the same. Jordan won MVP, won a title, won a gold medal, and came back and beat that year's MVP, beat his ass in Phoenix 3 times.
Well,
every time I hear Charles Barkley,
LeBron also won the MVP the year before.
Tell him.
Well, Michael did too. That's what I was going to say.
Kenny, you can tell him as well.
Messed that up.
Yeah,
you kind of messed that up. I was going to say Mike did the same thing too. But
minor details.
The aged year of 28 comp between these two is pretty insane.
No, they both
that
are going
is
crazy.
Absolutely insane.
The year that they had, like it's damn near identical.
Hey, LeBron
when you talk about MVP, championship, gold medal. Like the year
that's
is
crazy.
damn near the same.
And the fact that they both did that is nuts. Of course, we can stretch it out a bit further. Michael goes to play baseball. LeBron goes back to Cleveland.
LeBron, and when we get to like 36,
What happened that last
LeBron
year
started
versus
fighting for his life.
San Antonio?
LeBron was fighting for his life in his mid-30s, bro. Steph had that boy in the chokehold. Steph and KD had that boy in the chokehold while LeBron was out here just dominating Utah. Out here dominating Utah left and right. You know what I'm saying? Like, he out here hitting shots.
Utah.
He out here doing whatever he needed to do. The third leading scorer in the history of the game. You know, he out here dominating these guys. The whole time.
Who's the first leading scorer?
That is a weird flag.
Yeah, who's the
That
first
is
leading
a
scorer?
weird flag.
Who's the first leading scorer?
That is so weird.
No, I said he was beating the third all-time scorer all time. He out here dominating the all-time assist leader. You know, LeBron out here fighting for his life. LeBron needed a
Stop. No, they
life
were pumping up John Stockton's assist numbers back then. Charles Barkley, every time I hear him talk, is about, oh yeah, I tried to stay fat in the 90s. So blah blah blah. Like that's who Michael Jordan was beating. Patrick Ewing had John Starks next to him. It was like, oh, here's Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. And Sean Kemp off the court was a menace. So who knows what he was like going into the finals? Like, wow.
Probably depleted. That's what Sean Kemp was like.
The boys had LeBron fighting for his life in his mid-30s, boy.
Caught Magic Johnson at the end of his career. Meanwhile, LeBron's got to go up against the Avengers of the NBA.
LeBron was playing in the least watched game for the NBA Finals history, dapping up everybody on the Warriors with 4 minutes to go because that game was over.
Yeah.
That series was over.
Scottie Pippen.
It ain't never happened to Mike. Let's
see what LeBron. Let's see what Michael Jordan was doing at 35, 36, 37.
LeBron was out here taking me, Kenny Carey, and Damian Darling to the finals every year.
Retired. Oh, he wasn't doing anything. That's fine.
Like I said, man, when LeBron started winning NASCAR races, man, then come talk to me.
Don't let Larry Bird and Robert Parrish and those guys come around, though. How many times did LeBron or Michael Jordan beat them?
Here's a honest.
Don't let Isaiah Thomas come around.
That boy LeBron was a meme, dapping up everybody because his team got their ass beat again, and the series was over. Warriors didn't even celebrate beating LeBron after a while. It's like, all right, man, it's whatever.
They killed the league, Kenny. All right, be fair. Ruined the league.
Who do we think became a billionaire first?
That's a good question. I would say because of the head start, Mike, but it could have been LeBron.
I don't think it's Mike. I think
LeBron, because I think probably LeBron, and then Mike sold the Charlotte Hornets after. Yeah,
that's where Michael became a billionaire.
Gotcha.
That's where Mike became a billionaire. Right there is when he sold the Charlotte Hornets.
LeBron.
It's close.
LeBron did
that's
it in what,
that's
like
probably another one that's really close.
2017, 18, or something like that. Where he became a
I think the first time. I think it. I feel like it was later than that, but you might be right. When did LeBron James?
Nobody read this message in the chatty house, by the way. Nobody read it. I don't want nobody to read it, okay? Nobody read Polo Well saying that JJ Barea still scares LeBron.
Forbes says June of 2022 for LeBron. They say Mike did it in 14. I actually believe that. They say Mike did it in 14 because they have never told us how much the Jordan brand makes.
That's true.
They have kept that a secret for like eternity.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
I didn't even know. I took the whole segment.
That's the recap on the NBA playoffs from yesterday.
It's Theo and KC on ESPN 1320. All these damn tabs open.
Meanwhile, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just sitting in the corner. No one wants to claim me.
Like 6 MVPs.
Yeah. Most unstoppable shot of all time.
They say Mike's net worth is $3 to $4 billion. Yeah, that Charlotte Hornets changed everything, primarily through Jordan and the sale of his stake in the Hornets.
Why do you think, guys, people back then were like Michael Jackson megastar. Like same with Michael Jordan.
Mhm.
Someone doing Mike Tyson yesterday. I don't know if he kind of reaches that, but like we haven't really seen anyone like that since. Like Beyonce's massive, Taylor Swift massive. Like there's, but like nothing like that. Why? Were they like the first
I
of
don't
their
know.
kind?
No, I think
Was anyone ever that big in the 70s or anything like that? I guess before they came onto the scene.
I think it's like I think we look at stars as like their popularity rather than stars like as the evolution of time. Like I don't think there will ever be another Michael Jackson level star, and probably not another Michael Jordan level star, because
Like there wasn't before and there wasn't after.
yeah, but at the time, like and I think a lot of that has to do with the era. The eras are pretty similar. Like the consumption was so isolated, right? Like if you're a Taylor Swift fan or you're a Beyonce fan, you get inundated with that stuff for Beyonce and Taylor Swift or whoever, The Weeknd or whatever. And I don't want to I don't want to say it dilutes it, but it takes away the specialness of it. Like LeBron is everywhere. LeBron has entertainment companies, like every professional athlete is everywhere. And so there was a mystique around Michael Jordan. I don't think the mystique in professional sports exists anymore. There was a mystique around Michael Jackson. I don't think that mystique exists anymore. Mike Tyson fits into that category as well. The mystique doesn't exist anymore.
Fair point.
I honestly don't think it's the level of star anymore, because Taylor Swift is a massive, massive star.
It's to a way lesser extent too now, but tying it to the NBA, I think that's why KD's not on the level of Steph and LeBron. I think there's just too much access to him, I think. Or he's just too exposed to everyone
I think
else.
he has too many. I think
KD
it's something
should be up there.
different, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with KD. Maybe it's just because it's not his era. Like he's in the conversation and he deserves to be.
But like the guy has
But
no
it's
stands or
LeBron,
anything.
and then it's like Steph.
But KD, like he's part of that though, I feel.
He is
Maybe
But
it is just a group of two over that era.
there will be people who attempt to make the argument that he just latched on to Steph. I don't subscribe to that, and I don't believe it. And I'm with you. Like, he deserves to be a part of that. I just don't know that he is.
I even wonder if you got a title after the Warriors with the Nets, Suns, even the Rockets, I guess. Like, would people throw him into that group? But all right, yeah, KD finally did it. Or because like I feel like people, I don't know if it's disliked, but like I said, he has no stands or anything like that.
If he had gotten that one with Brooklyn, well, he's also not the most likable guy.
Yeah.
Like, KD really isn't likable.
Right.
He doesn't do, and I don't think he, I think he
perfectly fine
cares.
with
Like
it,
he does not care what anyone thinks.
He's actually annoyed by all of that.
Yeah, like, but I do think there's a level of Kevin Durant that's like, yo, I'm Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he said as much,
Mm-hmm.
and he wants his respect. I think it's hard. It's hard for him to get.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, ever since you got, I'm trying to figure out like why that is. I think your point is spot on about like just being able to have access to these guys, and the lack of mystique is a major reason. Oh,
Jesse Tapia doing his best Kenny Caraway impression, going, "Oh, I'm just going to ask this question during the commercial break," and it leads to a whole conversation. For context, this all evolved into a conversation about Kevin Durant. Jesse asked, like, because we were talking about Jordan a second ago. Yeah, that was completely planned. I promise you. We sat down. You say, you know what we should do today? We should talk about Michael Jordan and LeBron James.
The timestamps, I thought somehow we got to Michael Jordan versus LeBron,
And that's it.
I don't know.
And Jesse asked, like, how come, like, with there aren't stars the level of Michael Jackson, who has been a theme of conversation the last 2 days, and Michael Jordan anymore? And I gave what an answer about, like, the mystique of pop stars, the mystique of professional athletes, and how our access to them isn't what it used to be. Mm-hmm. And that eventually evolved into a conversation with Kevin Durant, and how I feel like Kevin Durant is kind of stuck in no man's land, because this is kind of the the Kobe era into the LeBron era, and like it's kind of the LeBron and Steph era. And Jesse's argument is Kevin Durant deserves to be a part of that. And he's right. I just think there's a number of people who can say that Kevin Durant latched on to Steph Curry and he gets left out of this. And more importantly than any of that, Kevin Durant's not very likable.
No, I mean, he's a little bit of a curmudgeon.
LeBron James, for context or for comparison, Michael Jackson, ultra aware of his image. LeBron James, ultra aware of his image. Steph Curry, I believe, is very aware of his image. Kevin Durant, I don't think Kevin Durant cares one way or another.
No, and it's also like we kind of talked about with Eddie a couple weeks ago. Like Kevin Durant, regardless of what happened in Golden State and who was the best player and all this other stuff, Kevin Durant has never had the moments that Steph and LeBron had where he said, guys, get on my back. We're going to the promised land.
Yeah.
Like he's never had that. And I think that would, if he did, I think that would put him in a different light. Because like all the greats have that. Like when we talk about the KC top 10 list, they all have that. They all do. Magic, Larry, Kareem, Michael, Shaq, Kobe, Steph.
He's not in your top 10?
He is.
Oh, he is.
He's in mine, but that's how great I think he is.
Yeah.
But they all have that. They all at one point in their career said, regardless if they're playing with Hall of Famers or regular guys, get on my back. Even the Hall of Famers were like, we getting on your back. Take us to the promised land. And KD's never had that moment. If he would have had it in 2016 or in Brooklyn, like you talked about, I think it changes the way he's perceived completely. But he's never had that moment, and I don't know if he ever will.
He's one of them, probably the most interesting superstar great to me ever, just because like Casey's got him top 10 all time. I got him top 10 all time. USA Today released like a top 25 all time.
Yeah.
He's one of the most.
They had him 12th, and it's just okay. We all know that's what he is. He's one of the arguably 10 greatest players to ever step foot in the NBA. But he does not get revered or talked about that way. And like, there's reasons why, but it's just interesting to me, I guess.
I wonder if it just boils down to likability, like who makes the claim for him, right? Like LeBron, LeBron again has had that like carefully crafted image, but he's also so great. He's undeniable. Steph is the little baby face killer. Like, he's so good. He'll like, as a opposing team's fan, you respect it because I have to respect it because he's going to kill my team. He's going to go for 50 in a game 7 on my team's home floor. He's going to beat us in a preseason game with a 3-point shot. Like you just you have to. KD is one of this generation's greatest scorers, like bar none. But who's going to take the cause up for him?
Eddie.
Well, but right, because he doesn't have OKC. He doesn't have Brooklyn. He doesn't have Golden State. He doesn't have Phoenix. Like, who takes the cause up for him? Because the Golden State Warriors PR machine, they'll run for Steph. You've got multiple franchises. I think the Lakers would do something for LeBron. The Heat would do something for LeBron. The Cleveland Cavaliers would do whatever LeBron needed. Like, you have writers, teams that would take up the cause. I don't know that KD has anyone who will take up the cause for him.
We've asked this question on the show before. I asked Kyle on the jump the other day, and it's like, when KD retires, what team is claiming him?
OKC. I think OKC.
I think OKC too. Yeah.
But like
I think he genuinely loves Oklahoma City also.
The reason why, and this is unfair to a certain degree, but the reason why nobody will take the claim is because he ain't never took nobody to the promised land.
But
he never took nobody to the promised land. Steph had already done it at least once. We all know how the dynamic went, but he had already taken the Warriors to the promised land. They were able to stay there, or they were able to get back, because KD was there. But KD didn't take them there. He helped them maintain. Steph took them to
but
the
I don't
promised
think
land.
that's fair. If you look at every season as an individual season,
Mhm.
I'd make the argument Kevin Durant did.
Like Dame asked the question, do they get back without KD? Like, is it all just the Warriors?
Well,
Like I
well,
understand why you don't.
I-
It's a dynasty. That's why I understand that. But if that team, I think Kevin Durant did.
Ironically, you ask, do they get back? Now that's obviously like, can they beat the Cavs? I don't know. We kind of feel like the Cavs have figured them out, but can they get back? And this is where it always gets murky with KD. I say no because I thought OKC was ready to beat him.
No. Yeah.
With Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And he left.
Yeah.
And if it's not OKC, I don't think anybody else is ready to beat Golden State. So to
Cleveland.
get back, well, no, I'm talking about in the West. To get back to the finals and have a chance at another championship, if KD would have went to, I mean, he kind of shifted the balance of power. So if he would have went to the Clippers, or I know they were talking about San Antonio, like they're instantly a team that could knock off the Warriors at that point because he was that good. But yeah, it's just all, like I said, all these other guys that we talk about, they've taken franchises somewhere that they either haven't been or they hadn't been in a long time. And KD was never able to do that. And there's also an element of like then now when we talk about like Michael Jordan and talk about how famous and why people felt a certain way about Michael Jordan, it's the time, like you had talked about during the commercial break, the time of society and all this other stuff. There's also an element of Michael Jackson too, but Michael Jordan was playing basketball the way nobody had ever seen before.
Yeah, for sure.
It was like, what the hell is this?
For sure.
Like even Dr. J was dunking, but he didn't move the way Michael Jordan moved.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world is this?
Mm-hmm.
It was literally just making people go crazy.
He did a behind the back dribble or under the leg dribble, and
saw the highlights. They were like, "Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
I don't believe what I just saw." What?
That was an all-timer.
Gerald Green do that before.
Gerald Green got his ass beaten one-on-one. Did you see that?
I heard about it.
Oh,
yes.
Some little random beat the hell out of Gerald Green in one-on-one. That's for a whole nother day, though. But even just the way Michael moved, like the way he moved on the court was just, James Worthy was like the most athletic person people had seen before.
Wheaties made him a little bitch.
Yeah, because Michael was doing crazy
and he
stuff.
refused to answer D'Lo and KC about that when Kyle Madson texted him.
Because Michael was doing crazy things.
Yeah.
LeBron James, I ain't never seen nothing like that before. The way Steph Curry shoots,
Yeah.
I ain't never seen nothing like that before. KD is tall and he's really skilled. And you could say like we've never kind of seen it.
Well, you did. It's Dirk. Like Dirk, part of the reason Dirk is revered is because he kind of was the first. It's like, Dirk is this like crazy, athletic, insanely skilled shooter.
And KD moved different than Dirk, though.
Oh, absolutely.
And being at 6'10",
I'm
that was a
talking
little different. But it wasn't
6'10". I'm talking optics, just like the visual component of it. Dirk made it like, oh, we've never seen this before. A big guy move like this. Yeah, Kevin Durant absolutely moved completely different than Dirk did. But it's still a tall guy away from the basket scoring the basketball.
Right.
Which is something that we hadn't seen in the league very often.
And
now it's everybody.
Kevin Durant, oddly enough, maybe it's his posture, maybe it's other, he doesn't play on the court as tall as he really is.
His posture is infuriating. Like when he walks and he carries himself, his shoulders like have that slight hunch over, like a newspaper reporter, and his arms lean forward. You see this a lot with I always use Rebecca Lobo as an example, but like it's like really tall women. And I saw this a lot in the league. Yo always carried herself like a tall woman. Like she was not worried about being tall. But like Lauren Jackson would always try to make themselves smaller. Kevin Durant is the rare dude who I feels like tries to make himself smaller.
Yeah. Like when you watch a game of basketball, like we know how tall he is and all this other stuff, but does the game's on right now? Does Kevin Durant look that much different than RJ Barrett? Like just physically?
As
As opposed to like Wemby looks different than
Wemby does not.
Sabonis.
Of course, it's 7'4".
But Kevin Durant literally is probably like 5 inches taller than RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
But he doesn't present on TV as like, oh my gosh, I can't believe somebody this size is doing what Kevin Durant does. And that's why I talk about like his posture and stuff like that.
See, yeah, I got you. How tall is Brandon Ingram?
Probably, my guess is 6'8". Probably about 6'8".
Okay.
And he had KD comparisons.
Yeah, right.
But even if you look right now, like
that's why I asked.
the Brandon Ingram don't look that much different than Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes? Yeah, I guess so.
But when you see Steph looks little, and then he's like shooting and doing everything. That looks crazy. Michael Jordan is dunking and doing fine through the air. He looks crazy. KD just kind of look like.
Can I say something to you?
What's good?
Specifically you.
What's good?
You're stupid. Years-long crusade, 5 years long crusade about asking these coaches to put suits on and do all of this dumb stuff. How come you haven't taken up the cause of uniform shoes going back into play? Because James Harden looks ridiculous. That is terribly distracting. James Harden's shoes look like the blue Gatorade bottles.
Yeah, keep that there. Like, yeah, they don't need to wear burgundy shoes out there.
You got the lime greens over there. You got, I don't know who's James's shoe deal with. Is it Adidas still?
Yeah, Adidas.
Wow.
People like those Harden 10s or 11s, whatever they're on.
Hey, 25 points in games 1 and 2. As soon as the series gets a little hot, 18, 41% from the field.
Just pass the ball. You can pass the ball now, James, to somebody that can score. You don't just do that. I don't know how. Look, they putting it up there right now. I don't know how they.
Damn, Jesse producing basketball games now. Jesus.
I don't know how they lost game 4. That's a bad job by them.
That's
they were up by
terrible.
like 8 with like 2.5 to go.
Yeah, and they blew it. Yep. There have been a lot of weird losses here. This playoff. We've got our daily 5 p.m. tankathon spin coming up at 5 o'clock. We also have the new lottery rule tankathon spin coming up at 5 o'clock. But for one reason or another, whether a conversation got away from us or for 3 days, we haven't mentioned the A's or the Giants. We've got to, and I hate that we're doing it now after a loss. A's still in first place, by the way, in the AL West. They battled the Royals last night for 9 innings. Unfortunately, the game was 10, and it didn't last long into extras. A 3-run home run there at the top of the 10th kind of ended things, or not kind of ended things. Put that one away for the A's. They had a couple of missed opportunities, one in the 8th and one in the bottom of the 10th. But a loss in a stretch of games, because we talked a lot about the Mariners Rangers stretch, and a 6-game stretch that could really kind of help put you on top of that division. And they went 4-2 in that division. Now they've got the Marlins, they've got the Royals and
the Guardians.
The Guardians after that, and the Guardians are a 500-ish baseball team. Give me another 4-2-ish, and you're still sitting pretty at the top of that. Of course, you dropped that one to the Royals last night.
Absolutely. I mean, the Royals, you got to find a way, in my opinion, to win this series. Keep winning series, and then a team that is struggling this year, like Kansas City, you're going to have to find a way to win these next 2 games. Bobby Witt Jr., one of the great ball players in the game today, big-time home run in that 10th inning. But like you said, it was the missed opportunities in the 8th. And I'll classify the missed opportunity in the 10th. I know you were down at that point in the 8th.
It was there. Like you had I think the bases were loaded.
Yeah, and that 8th inning, that's the killer. Well, they had the 1 out, bases loaded. You had an opportunity to.
I think it was 2 outs, bases loaded. I think it was 1 out, 2 on. I think it was 1 out, 2 on. Someone flew out. They got walk, and then bases were loaded, and then another.
Yeah,
that was it. But either way,
either
way, opportunity was there when it was 1-1.
And now you got your boy on the mound at home, quote unquote home.
Who's my boy?
Your boy Luis Severino. He's back on that Sutter Health Park mound. Let's go.
Severino versus the mound tonight. Come for the matchup, Severino versus the mound. Stay for the baseball game.
Yeah, man, Severino. He got to find a way to pitch better.
He got to find a way to not fall.
Well, that's first and foremost. he gotta find a way to pitch better. If this team, they got a real shot at making the postseason, but they're gonna need him.
It's not just that. Like you mentioned we brought up the missed opportunities. They were 2 of 12 with runners in scoring position. You go back, they've won. They won a game. A couple. I don't remember if it was 1-0 or what it was, where the two teams combined for like 2 of 22. With runners in scoring position. Like when you've got opportunities there, you've got to take them. And Nick Kurtz is going to get on base.
Well, that's what he's going to do right now. Him and Barry Bonds, same.
Yeah, that's it. The facts. Nick Kurtz extended his athletics record to 17 straight games with a walk. Barry Bonds was the previous major leaguer to walk in 17 consecutive games with the San Francisco Giants back in 2007.
I want to see. I like him getting on base.
Record, by the way, is 22, and that's from 1947.
Who was that, dude?
Does it matter? Like if I said Roy Cullenbine, would you know who that was?
Yeah, he played for the Yankees.
No, he played for the Tigers. You're thinking of Roy Campanella.
Well, he played for the Dodgers.
He played for the Dodgers.
I said Yankees. There was only a guess of like 7 teams at that point. It was the Giants. It was the Dodgers.
Apparently
it was the Tigers. It was the Cardinals. The Braves might have been somewhere in there, either Milwaukee or Boston at the time.
47 is still Brooklyn too, isn't it?
Yeah, they ain't come out here to the 50s. So I had about 1 in 8 chance of getting that team right. Picked the wrong one. But
22 straight. Does he get to it?
No,
I don't think so either. If Barry didn't get there, nobody's getting there.
The one thing that I do like is they've gotten him out of the leadoff spot. I want to see him back in those the run driving in positions, batting 3, 4, 5, preferably 3, where he was at last night. And that's just the move to go, especially with the way that Jacob Wilson is hitting. They had him leading off last night. Like, you don't need to have my main man, Nicholas Kurtz, leading off, even though he does have that great batting.
Such a coward.
Nick Kurtz. Got him in the 3 spot, though. I like that. They got a tough loss last night, but the goal is still at hand. Win this series. And you take care of business tonight. I believe they got a day game tomorrow.
It did. Yeah. It got tough, though, because Soderstrom exited yesterday's game on that dive out there. He's out.
That's a hell of a play, too.
Yeah,
the play before him in left field. That was tough.
It was a hell of an effort, that's for sure. And he, like, you knew right away, he's not feeling this. He's out today. And he hasn't been ruled out for tomorrow. Bacazzi did say he might miss tomorrow's game as well.
Have you ever dove on a baseball or softball field before?
Like I have on grass.
Yeah, like in the outfield.
Yeah.
I've never done it on a major league field, right?
Oh, no. I thought you just meant a baseball field.
In well-groomed softball fields, that ground is a lot harder than you would think. You think, because it's grass or whatever. They cut it so low.
So here's the thing: it's ground. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be a rough landing.
But you would think like if you go to your local park right now, they let the grass grow to a certain level where there's a bit of a cushion.
Yeah.
Out on those fields,
I got it. Gotta be able to run on it.
I did that one time in a softball game. Like that was like one of the first times I dove for 15 years. And man, I hit that ground. My hip was hurting.
Oh,
Ribs were hurting. I was like, oh, that was a little rougher landing than I realized. So I could just imagine those guys out there in the perfectly cut outfield that is Sutter Health
and
Park.
Soderstrom looked like he looked like he had a little Wemby action when he hit the
It was a little awkward.
Yeah, because he kind of hit and his head hit his arm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man, it'd be tough if your own shoulder gave you a concussion. But that's not the case. But Kotze did say he's out today. I guess Kotze said he's dealing with some type of like whiplash. That was the term he used. Not expected to be a long-term absence, but he could miss tomorrow's game in addition to today's. So
yeah. Handle business out in West Sac. Beat the Royals. Severino, I'm expecting you to have a good performance out there tonight. Do your thing. Then go ahead and take that series tomorrow.
Soderstrom will score as many runs as the Giants did last night tonight.
That was disappointing. And they have extra day to figure it out, too, because the game tonight, which will be going on right now, got postponed. They'll play
I wouldn't know.
Good. Just make sure we're all on the same page.
Because we did point out the Celtics. Celtics did lose yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
I'm not worried about that, though.
Oh, I actually thought you were out of the studio. I didn't see you on the little screen. Yeah,
you're good now. You're good. You're not tripping. You're good.
I was never tripping about the loss. The Celtics are.
Well, I mean, no. I'm talking about him watching the Celtics.
I had the game on the TV.
Yeah, I mean, all right. You know what?
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
You know, it's not your fault. I'm not gonna do that. The Celtics have been bad at home.
Yeah.
Just don't watch Game 6. I guess I don't know.
Don't watch Game 6.
Yeah, just in case.
All right.
Like we've seen that from the Celtics many times. It is what it is.
Yeah. The Giants with a split doubleheader tomorrow. They're playing at 12:30 our time, and then no, actually it might be 12:30 Eastern. So they'll play at 9:30 in the morning, and then a 2:30, I think.
They lost to Don Mattingly.
Yeah.
Don Mattingly.
They lost to
back in the saddle.
That's amazing.
The previously 9-19 Phillies fired their manager, and now Don Mattingly he's running things.
He is back, baby.
Well, Luzardo was always going to be a tough matchup for the Giants last night. My boy Rafael Devers, you got to get back on the good foot. He had a good, nice little outing on Sunday. Had a drive-in RBI double in that game. Looked like he was about to bounce out of some things, but
wasn't that his only hit?
Well, don't worry about that. I'm just talking about in the moment. I'm just staying in the moment.
I'm just saying, your just idea of bounce back, I guess, is a little different than mine. To make, are you going to drop your CNI single line here? You got excited because the guy got a hit finally?
That was an RBI double, big moment.
I like Rafi Devers too.
Did you guys see? Oh, while we're at break, this was fantastic. This was crazy. While we were talking to James, I couldn't really react. The Dodgers lost to the Marlins today. Did you see the way that game ended? I'd never seen that before. That was a fantastic play.
What was it?
Maybe we'll play when we come back. We got our 5 o'clock.
Well, we got the tankathon spin. We've got the tankathon spin and the new and improved tankathon spin. That's gonna be wild. I have no clue how that second one's gonna go.
It should be on Talking Baseball, Jesse. Okay. I'm sure they got it because I've never seen this before. This was fantastic.
Stick around for this. We're gonna do our tankathon spin for the Kings next, and we're gonna do one under the new lottery rules. That's coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Toronto up 7. Pass it. Donovan's wide open in the corner. Oh, shot clock winding down. Nice pass. Oh, it hit Porter on the face. Harden. Series on the line. Must win game 5.
Rocket is Dan Gilbert's, isn't it? Rocket Mortgage, isn't that Dan Gilbert's?
Yeah.
Toronto up 12. Looks like it's over, you guys.
Drew down. He did. Last time I checked, he had 17 points at the half. Warriors up by 12, I believe.
I got you. Filthy McNasty. We'll get that on the air. What's her name? Gotcha, Filthy.
Bang. That's our boy. Shout out to Toronto. They routinely have one of the better like crowd reactions, involvement. Like it looked lit in there on game 4, especially when Donovan Mitchell missed the final 3 and the ball went out of bounds. Like they was going crazy in that joint. And they do that all the time. Like basketball.
Sam Merrill, baby.
I'm saying that's all they needed. That's all they needed. They do that all the time for like the Raptors, the Maple Leafs, the Blue Jays. Last year in the playoffs with the Blue Jays was crazy. It's a hell of a sports city.
Hey, we got the tankathon spin coming up here. Let's hit the air horns for our man real quick. Happy 26th birthday to Athena Ayala. That's our man Filthy McNasty's daughter. That is, God, such a terrible sentence. Filthy McNasty's daughter. Like if you don't understand the show, like I get it. That's our man. That's Filthy McNasty. That's his screen name. That's all we know him as. Like we when we meet people, like people introduce us as their like handle on YouTube, and like that's Filthy McNasty.
Come on, man. And then like in the chat, Johnny G, hey, congrats, Filthy.
Yeah.
Russell Hunt, congrats, Filthy McNasty.
So not only
yes, sir, Filthy.
Not only is Athena turning 26 today, she's also pregnant with Filthy McNasty's second grandbaby.
Yeah.
Filthy McNasty's a grandpa.
Yeah, they called him Grandpa McNasty.
I hope not.
Shout out to the McNasties.
Man, I hope not. I hope they don't.
That's
call
our
that
guy,
man
though,
that.
man. Filthy
Oh, I
McNasty
love-
been rocking with us for a minute, man.
I love Filthy.
That's
McNasty.
our guy right there, man.
It's
Shout
just,
out.
You know, there's always this, like, Kyle always has this thing. If I'm listening for the first time, you're just out of luck on this one, man. I don't know how to explain Filthy McNasty to you. That's our man. That is our guy.
That's our guy. Big ups to him, man, and the
Yes,
whole
indeed.
McNasty family.
Yes, though. Well, yeah, I suppose. Jesse, you want to run this? So this was the end of the
in the Dodgers Marlins. Let me set the scene.
Okay, please do.
It is Marlins up 3-2,
Mm-hmm.
bottom of the ninth. The bases are loaded for the Dodgers. They're in LA.
Okay.
Freddie Freeman is at the plate. Bases loaded here. 3-2 lead for the Marlins. I don't feel like I've ever seen this before. Hopefully I'm not overselling this, but this was a crazy ending.
Okay.
Bounce to the second. Edwards is going to tag the runner, and the ball game is going to be over.
He tagged Ohtani because for the radio audience, it's a ground ball to first.
Bounce to the second.
It's a ground ball to first. Ohtani is stuck. So Ohtani goes back to first to make him make a throw. Because if he makes a throw, the tying run will score. But he chases down Ohtani, tags him, and like a wide receiver, side swipes the bag to get Freeman out. Double play, game is over.
It was 2 feet in, yeah, salute.
That was a crazy play. Ohtani did what's right. He's trying to make him make a throw so the tying run will score. But he chases down Ohtani and in one moment tags him and sweeps first base. He even stepped on the first baseman's foot.
Yeah, salute to that first baseman.
He stepped on his foot. He wouldn't have been out if he didn't drag the foot.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the great plays I've ever seen.
Also, get your foot out of the way.
Right. Well, everybody had to be on guard because it could.
No,
you thought it might have been a toss.
Yeah.
That was one of the great plays I've ever seen. What a play!
Super smart play.
Very smart play.
Yeah.
That was in a split second. He knew everything that needed to happen. One of the great plays I've ever seen, and the Dodgers also that made it better.
No, it doesn't happen very often. So, it is 5 p.m. You know what that means? It is our 5 p.m. tankathon spin. Now, we are going to run the traditional spin with the traditional lottery rules.
Okay.
But some math computer guy has already created a lottery simulator for the new rules. So we have the lottery rules that are going to play, but it works with this year's records.
Okay.
And it operates a lot differently than Tankathon does. And it could potentially be really dramatic because it doesn't spin, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Here's one through whatever.
Yeah.
It just reveals begin lottery. Here's one. Here's two. It's a little bit more dramatic. So we'll watch this all together, but let's go with the traditional spin here that we have done for several days here at this point. And the number one pick goes to a team moving up 8 slots. The Chicago Bulls.
Ooh. And this is, once again, clarified. This is with the new.
No.
Oh, this is the old school.
This is
joint.
Tankathon.
Okay.
This is Tankathon.
That's happened a couple different times.
This is the Chicago Bulls moving up 8 spots to select Darren Peterson out of Kansas.
That's
For the second
interesting. Well, they do have Brazella.
straight day, the Indiana Pacers move nowhere. They stay right there, slotted at 2, and they draft AJ DeBonsta out of BYU.
Okay.
And moving up 2 spots at number 3, your Sacramento Kings select Cameron Boozer out of Duke. And Kenny Caraway goes wild. Why do you hate this kid?
I don't hate him.
What did he do to you?
I don't hate him.
Why do you hate Cam Boozer?
There's other people I would select over him.
You take okay. We have number 3. You are in Scott Perry's ear. Some say you are. What would you say to Scott Perry?
Go with the point guard, Darius Acuff.
Acuff at 3. You take Acuff at 3.
I'd take Acuff over Boozer and Caleb Wilson. Go with the point guard. That's where the game's at. That's where the game is at. It's it's wing, point guard, shooting guard. Then actually it's probably wing, point guard. It's probably wing, center, point guard, shooting guard, power forward.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hierarchy.
Okay.
Center and point guard can go back and forth with, but you gotta have a point guard. You have to. High level one too.
We'll talk more about that.
Okay.
But let's go to this new lottery simulator.
This is fancy.
It's not. It actually looks like Atari. And I wish that there was some way. I don't know. I'm not really skilled with like Windows. I wish there was a way I could make this the font on this bigger, like the screen bigger, or zoom in on it or whatever.
Oregon Trail.
Yeah, that's what this
Draft
looks like.
simulator.
But as you see up here, it says begin lottery. So it reveals one team at a time. This is the new lottery system. This is the relegation zone. This is all of that. The playing teams. You see Phoenix, Orlando, Charlotte, and Miami down there. And you literally go one at a time. So we will hit begin lottery, and it'll tell us who the number one pick in the draft is. And no, you won't. You'll hit begin lottery. Then you'll hit the button that says reveal next. And it's the New Orleans Pelicans.
Oh, even though they can. So that's Atlanta.
The New Orleans Pelicans, which, yes, I guess that will go to Atlanta.
The number one pick.
This is just some guy with a computer. He doesn't have all of the rules here. So the new lottery rules get the New Orleans Pelicans / Atlanta Hawks, the number one pick in the draft. Number 2. Wait a second. How does that work?
I think it's Milwaukee.
Is it Milwaukee's pick?
Atlanta's that
Atlanta
situation conveyed.
Atlanta gets New Orleans, so Milwaukee gets Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So Milwaukee's at 2.
No pick.
Who?
New Orleans don't get no
that's
pick.
right. So we essentially have
That's
Atlanta
crazy.
at number 1, Milwaukee at number 2. Number 3 is the Chicago Bulls. In the new lottery simulation, the Chicago Bulls are at number 3. Number 4, the Golden State Warriors. With these new lottery rules and our new draft simulator, the Golden State Warriors select at number 4.
Oh, brother.
Then it goes to the Dallas Mavericks. The Warriors moved up from 11 to 4. The Dallas Mavericks moved up from 8 to 5. Here we are at 6, and it's the Indiana Pacers.
Which would be the Clippers.
That would be the Los Angeles Clippers. That's right, because the Indiana Pacers have fallen out of the top 4. So the Pacers, they lose their pick, and the Los Angeles Clippers will draft 6.
If from clear run out right now, no Wizards, no Nets,
Correct?
no Jazz.
Correct. With the number 7 pick in the new lottery rules,
They actually, I'm sorry.
there are your Utah Jazz.
I'm about to say the Pacers aren't. Well, yeah, the Pacers lost their pick. They would be in the relegation zone. Washington,
are.
Brooklyn, and Indiana.
Yes.
So they
They are 2. They are 2 lottery balls each.
Or
Right?
is it 1?
Wait, who has 3?
The
ones in the
4
middle? Yeah.
4 through
Yeah.
4
through 10.
Yeah. So
1
yeah.
is the playing winners. That's who's won.
Right, correct. So we have 1 relegation zone team so far, and that's Indiana. Here we go with and we just got to Utah, by the way, at number 7, for those who have missed that. When will the Sacramento Kings draft under these new lottery rules? It'll be at number 8. That's just in time to get Darius Acuff. God damn, even with the new lottery rules. Even with the new lottery rules, the Sacramento Kings land in a position to get Darius Acuff, who, if I head over here to Tankathon, look at the mock draft we just did, there's Darius Acuff at 8. So, yep, right there for Sacramento to take. Let's see, just for fun, when does Washington get on the board next? Washington will draft 9. They fall from 1 to number 9. Let's see when we can get to Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is next. So Sacramento falls from 5 to 8. Not inconceivable, even with the current rules. Washington falls from 1 to 9. That is inconceivable in the current lottery rules. And Brooklyn falls from 3 to 10. Also something that cannot happen with the current lottery rules.
Off the top
Shout out to the guy who created this.
Yeah, big ups to him.
Or girl.
Off
or
the
whoever.
off the top of your head, which one you like better? Like after seeing them.
Well, are you asking me, do I like the one where Sacramento drafted 3 or the one where Sacramento drafted 8? Because, Kenny, I'm going to go with 3. That's where I'm going to go.
Secure brings up a good point, too. The Wizards would lose their pick.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
that
That's
would
right.
go
That's right.
to- Who is it? Houston?
It would go to Houston.
Yeah.
That's right. If that was into effect, yeah, good call, Securin. That's absolutely right. That's why they tanked the way that they did, and that's why these rules will not be implemented into next year. But we're not going to do this one every day. Oh, I just realized, I think the revealing next is fun. That's fun.
Oh,
I did
yeah.
realize there's a reveal all button right next to it. I did not notice that at all. So if we hit the reset button, begin lottery, just for fun, just to see. Do I still have it on the screen? Just to see it one more time. Let's see where the Sacramento Kings land with this new lottery system if we hit reveal all. I got them at 5. Got them at 5. Nothing. I mean, Chicago, there's the Clippers at 2.
Which would be the Thunder.
The Thunder would have the 2nd overall pick in the draft. Orlando would draft 4th in this scenario. There's New Orleans, which is Atlanta. Golden State is at 9. Nothing. So Indiana falls all the way to 11th. Brooklyn falls all the way to 12th.
Indiana would still lose. No, they keep the pick.
It's
to 10. That's right.
And Washington would lose their pick to Houston at 10 here.
I wonder if this is going to go through. I know. I think Shams and other people have reported there seems to be enough support where there shouldn't be a hiccup. But
So Securin asked right here, Securin Carter on our youtube.com/ESPN1320 chatty house. Securin asked, do the owners have to vote on these rules? Yes. The owners will vote on them May 28th. Do you think there's a chance that they say no?
from the articles that I read, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like a foregone conclusion. But
It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't. But was this a test? Was this a test to see how we reacted to it? Was this a test to see how this was consumed, discussed, broken down, picked apart? And does May 28th roll around and the NBA go, forget it, we need to mull this over some more, and no changes are immediate? You don't have to make a decision May 28th.
No.
Like, you can go back to the drawing board. The draft on May 28th, the draft will still be over a year away. You have, I would think, because of your concern about competitiveness, you would want something in place by the time the season rolled around in October. Yeah. But that buys you several more months. The call that they had yesterday was an unscheduled call, in the sense of it was scheduled for this purpose only. Like, it wasn't a regular meeting on the books. The meeting on May 28th, that's a regular Board of Governors meeting. That's a schedule. It's not that difficult to get a meeting on the books and say, hey, guys, we got to vote on this draft reform. We have some new proposals, or we have some. But the thing is, they're always going to want to leak it to the media. They're always going to want a response. Right. So we'll get to August and it'll be like, oh, the NBA they're back to the drawing board and here's what they have. And they'll wait to see what the response is. The fact is, there's no perfect reform.
No. And that's leads me to say, just leave it how it is. And if
there was
if
reform 6 years ago and it's worked.
You're 100% correct. And like, to that aspect, if you have to start fining and doing all that other stuff, then do that. You don't have to You don't have to do all this extra stuff. And I wonder if they put this out here, they said this is going to be the case. Not sure if they would get the votes or even knowing that they wouldn't get the votes.
Yeah.
And at that point, Adam Silver can make the argument it's out of my hand. Like I've tried to fix it, but this
Oh,
isn't
you
a
can't do
dictatorship.
that. You can't do that.
Do what?
You can't go, well, we tried to fix it. Like, no, you're the goddamn commissioner. Fix it. You're the one.
Well, you don't
from-
have to fix it in that way. You can say, okay, well, that didn't go through. I'm going to go back to finding, knowing that wouldn't have gone through.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna
Adam's
go back to
puffing his
finding.
chest out talking about, we're going to fix this. No, you better find a proposal that works.
Mm.
I ultimately think this does pass. I don't think this goes public
Mhm.
if it doesn't. I don't think this goes public if they don't know it's going to pass.
Mm.
And the reaction to this proposal is exactly the same to every proposal that's going to come out. There's going to be pluses and minuses to every attempt at reform.
Mm.
Every single one. You have to attempt to minimize the negatives and accentuate the positives. James brought up the concern about, and this is something a lot of people are leaning on. I think differently. I think we think differently is, well, with this setup, there's a potential for bad teams being bad longer. And it's like, okay, maybe that's true if you're the worst team in basketball and you fall to 12th. I'll listen to that.
Mhm.
A lot of people try to use, I don't want to say a lot. I try not to dive too much into like podcasts anymore after the whole LaMelo Ball thing last year. But with stuff like this, I'm like, I want to hear people break it down. And I heard more than one person use Sacramento as an example. And it's like, I get what you're saying. Sacramento sucks. We're a small market. You're low key throwing a jab at us. And how can we get better if we don't, have the draft picks? We could get better if we use the draft picks properly.
Mhm.
We could get better if we draft a potential generational superstar and don't trade him away. We could draft better if we build a team around the superstar we drafted many, many years ago, the potential superstar, or maybe the superstar light, or maybe the just notch below a superstar that we had a couple of years ago. DeMarcus Cousins was a star. If we had built around him, De'Aaron Fox, superstar potential, if we had built around him, Tyrese Halliburton, point guard of the future, if we had built around him. There are so many different things that you could say. None of that has to do with like where the Sacramento Kings were slotted in the draft.
Right.
And it hit your draft picks. You missed when you had later picks in the De'Aaron Fox draft. You've missed on picks. You've traded Davion Mitchell. You have traded so many picks that you have taken there at the like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have missed that time and time again. If you hit those, if there's a greater urgency to hit on those, it's not about drafting in the top 5, 2, 3, 4 years in a row.
Right.
Sacramento's never done that I can think of. I mean, maybe they have, at least not in recent memory. I can't think of them doing
Bagley
it.
and Fox was 2 and 5. And I think that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, that's not 3.
Right.
That's legal. We're allowed to do that under the current rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, like Cass brings it, like Devin Carter, like hit on that pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I get it. I get the concern. I just think it's unfounded.
I think it's unfounded. I think it's a little too simplistic, a little lazy, just thinking like, hey, that's the only way this is going to work. Like, no, you have your roadblocks or your issues with being a small market or something like that. You just got to work. You got to work a little different, work a little harder, work a little smarter, work around the margins a little bit more than say in LA or something like that. You got to figure it out. It's not that the drafts don't mean anything or you don't want a higher draft, but you can't, if you're Scott Perry or anybody else, say, well, our only shot is having a top 5 pick every year. What?
Yeah.
That's lazy. That is lazy.
I agree.
You got to find a way to make it work. Other franchises have done it. This franchise has done it before. You can do it again.
And it does feel like there's 2 distinctively different ways to do this, the way that you're talking about. And then there's like Danny Ainge's way.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Ainge is like, I got to do this to the draft. I gotta get picks. I've got to do it this way. Like, I mean, there was no greater day when Danny was in Boston. There was no greater day than the day after the trade deadline, because Danny would hold a press conference and tell you all of the deals that he almost made and didn't. But he had the draft capital for so many years to do it that you're like, yo, Boston in that era of like 10, 11, 12, they were not quite as dramatic because no one has ever been as dramatic, but they were like Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
They had so many picks at different parts of the draft that they could move on, largely because of Brooklyn, right?
Yep.
And
gift that kept on giving.
We're not even sure that all of the Brooklyn Nets picks have conveyed, to be honest with you. But it like he has a certain way that he believes that this works. The only guy who can operate however he wants to is Sam Presti, because Sam Presti has it all.
Mm-hmm.
And you used the term savvy earlier. You used the Minnesota Timberwolves as the example. It was the savviness of the Oklahoma City Thunder that got them in this position, not the draft picks. It wasn't trading Paul George to Los Angeles for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It was trading with Indiana to get Paul George. It was throwing that big party with Russell Westbrook to convince Paul George to stay. And it was no sweat off their back for them to go, oh, you want to go to LA? I'm gonna make them offer they can't refuse. We're talking about the Godfather. LeBron, you want a Michael Corleone moment? LeBron James, you want to know what Michael Corleone is all about? It was Sam Presti during that summer for landing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then what's he do? What's the first thing Sam Presti does after that? He goes to Russell Westbrook and says, we were headed in a certain direction. We're not anymore. Paul doesn't want to be here. We're going to get back everything we can for him. We're going to go get Shai. We're going to get these draft picks. It's probably going to be a little bit of a rebuild here. And they said, what do you want to do? We'll follow your lead. And Russ winds up getting traded. I think it was to Houston. I think that was his first stop after Oklahoma City to be the latest point guard that James Harden destroyed during his time in
Come
Houston.
on. Cavs up by one now.
Was there
Battle
one?
all the way back.
Was there one?
What?
Point guard that he destroyed in Houston.
No,
that's right. No. There was three. That's your boy.
I was just saying.
Your boy. I'm tired of you.
What does that have to do with
It was
this
three.
story?
I was making a point. I was being dramatic for effect. We'll come back. You mentioned it. Cleveland is up 2 right now on Toronto. Make it up 352-49, and it's halftime in Detroit. Detroit up 6 on Orlando right now.
It was about 15.
Yeah, and the lead is down to 6.
And it's getting chippy. It's getting chippy over there, boy.
It's been chippy. Detroit and Orlando. Detroit is up on that one. We'll come back. Stop me if you heard this before. Sacramento and MLS. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The only ones here, maybe promotions.
Doesn't look like it.
Just Bill.
I think you might be right, Will. I think they just keep saying Sacramento's name for fun. Oh yeah, they haven't eaten all of them. Yeah, it's going to be a while. There's a bunch of them here. I'm with you, securing Cavs. Oh, the Rockets are up there. And I made the argument for the Pistons earlier, even though it's a sketchy argument, but I think it's fair. I don't know what happens in those situations. Like the Pistons drafted one of those players that you're talking about is Jaden Ivey. Like, what are you doing? And I'm using Jaden Ivey as an example, not a punchline. Do you just move to 6? Like, what happens in that scenario? I don't know that I've seen that laid out. Kate Abbott. Yeah, there you go. Yep. The Major League Baseball one, I think so many people are like lured to Vegas because they have so much money. And you got to think at some point this bubble is going to run out. They have so much money they can spend, and it's always these shiny objects and renderings. Because in ML, in the case of Major League Soccer, like the stadium has to be built. At least I think. Here, it's going up now. But that entertainment, sports and or I don't even know that it's an entertainment complex. I think it's just a sports complex that they built or that they built the renderings for. Jesus. Oh, that's how Vegas keeps doing it. D'Lo, what shows do you recommend in Vegas? All of them. Go see MJ1 for sure. Go see that. All right, let's get to these phone lines. Let's see what TC talking about here.
The cat man himself.
916. Big cat guy, TC. Learned that at the end of the jump today. 916-909-1320. By the way, that show doubles as our Mojo's local tap in kitchen text line. Shout out to Scotty and all the people over at Mojo's. And shout out to the 1320 menu. I'm going to learn to talk. I am. Jesse.
You got
I'm a professional broadcaster.
That's what you say.
The 1320 menu item, which is craft beer right now, French fries. We're going to switch that out here as the days move along. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, family?
All good, man. Hey, listen, hey, shout out. Listen, it ain't all cats. It's just my cat, Sands. But listen, nothing against, you know what I mean? I just want to send that out. Nothing against dogs. I love dogs. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's that type of party. You get me? So that's all it is.
Are you saying it's a cat party? Is that what you're saying?
Ain't nothing but a cat party.
Ain't nothing but a...
Nah, it's an animal. Listen, it's an animal party, bro.
Okay,
Shout out.
okay.
Nah,
all right, TC, what's happening?
Listen, where I want to go with this is what I'm seeing from these playoffs, right? Is even though they went in, Detroit need help. They need scoring. I know I'm not the only one who want the Cavs to beat Toronto, so we can pick back up that conversation so they can have no choice but to say, man, we need Domas, right? Houston, I know they needed, I know Fred might come back, but they needed a guard. They could have hollered at us. That's what I kind of learned from this situation. So I say that's why I say the Kings is in like a win-win situation because it's some trades, I believe, out there. And with this draft pick, I don't want to get too ahead of it. I'm just looking at it from a different angle. Also, listen, I know this ain't got nothing to do with the Kings, right?
Okay, stop right there. You don't go nowhere. You can say what you got. I just want to point out the the Kings, the Rockets needing a point guard, that the Kings can't help you with that.
Kings need a point guard.
The Kings need, and I know what you're talking about, TC. You're talking about earlier in the year. It was too much. Dennis Schroeder was too much money. Like they couldn't. Like there was no deal to be made there.
I get it. I was just looking at it because I said, man, a guard right there would have helped him with that. So they should have reached out.
Definitely.
They
would have.
Agreed.
For sure. And then also, listen, as far as the Warriors, I don't want to get too caught up in that talk. And then I know with Clay and Megan, but listen, for them to ride it out, if they going to ride it out and Kerr going to come back, I think that would be the only respectable thing to bring Clay back, bro. And if they going to all ride it out and retire and do it like that, that's how it would go out. I know it's not Kings talk. I was just thinking about it like, man, that's only right. Go grab Clay back, man, and y'all finish it right. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I hear you.
Get Butcher Boy on the phone, please, so we can get Bonte. Call Bonte on speaker so we can tell him, hey, y'all need to bring Clay back. TC said bring Clay back.
He said, look, man, I ain't trying to get into it with the Warriors and everything. I know Clay and Megan, I ain't trying to get into it, but
I swear to God, if TC tells me one more time to listen, TC told me about 10 times to listen. I don't like the way Scotty Barnes is walking. It didn't look great, but it didn't look crazy. He's just walking real bad.
Something in the hip.
His ankle didn't touch the ground.
Yeah, something in the hip.
I think he just got a little.
This guy wants to review it.
What are you gonna review, fella?
He wanted to review it.
Scotty Barnes.
54-53 Cavs.
Yeah, he's moving a little gingerly out there.
You got these boys real quick. They got them hooping in Detroit right now. It's like you mentioned, 6-point game at the half. Paolo with 22 at the half.
Ooh.
And Cade Cunningham with 27 at the half. They hooping tonight, man.
Man, yeah, they know what's at stake here. At 27 is nice. You better end with 60 because at this point, if you can't make a hot tag to someone out there to get you some baskets, you can't afford to cool off at halftime.
Well, we're looking at you, Jalen Duren.
Yeah,
we're looking at you, big dog. You're about to get the big money. You're the de facto number 2 on that team. You got to provide something. You were 19-10 during the season. I need you to get 22 tonight. Get on the boards. Finish around the rim. I need you to get 22. Now, remember.
He has 7 for the record.
Not a bad first half. But now remember.
3 shots.
How many threes you said?
No, he's 2 of 3. 3 shots, not threes.
Yeah.
3 shots is 2 of 3.
Now, remember, in game 2, I think they went into the half down 4 or 6. And it got to 30 with about 2 minutes to go.
Oh, yes.
In the third quarter. So,
yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens here.
30 to 3, 33 to 3.
Something insane.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, we got some good games going on right now. Of course, it'll close out with Houston in Los Angeles with the Lakers a chance to close out at crypto.com with the potential. And I don't even know that I don't imagine it'll be officially announced probably sometime between 6 and 6:30, but it's top of the 7 o'clock hour. Rockets Lakers. Is Austin Reeves going to play tonight? If he is, I'd watch that really, really closely. If I was the Lakers, because you can't afford him to kind of feel his way into the game. You need to pounce. You need to let LeBron get out there and do his thing. You need to let that offense that has been functioning, of course, game 4 being a very notable exception. You need to let that offense get out there and start moving. Work Austin Reeves into that rather than making it. Now, Austin Reeves isn't Joel Embiid, but like, let's be careful. Oh, we got to run some plays for Austin early. No. You got to run your offense early,
right? And
let Austin be a part of that and see if he can get going.
Absolutely. And you're talking about game 5 and talk about the bigger picture. Like, man, if you're the Lakers, man, put this one away tonight.
Yeah.
Because if it gets dicey once you start talking about a game 6 and a potential game 7. If you got them on the ropes tonight, put them away. Put them away. I don't know how Houston's going to get the offense tonight without KD. I know they scored a lot in game 4, but Yeah, I don't know how that's going to
Sometimes
work out.
it's not about what they can get as an offense. It's what the Lakers can't get.
Mm.
Like if the Rockets held them below 100, they could be in position to win that game. They being the Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
They could absolutely be in position to win that game. And I think they can do it. But that's where the Rui Hachimura thing comes back into play. That's where the Luke Kennard thing comes back into play. That's where, one of DeAndre Ayton's best scoring outputs was the game he got thrown out in.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got that one. And of course you've got potential return of Austin Reeves tonight.
Alperen Sengun, are you everything that they try to say you are? We'll find out.
Nope. Oh, who's they? He's what we say he is. I don't know if he's what some other people think that he is.
Mm.
He's a good ball player.
He's a good ball
player. But this is where you
are you franchise? Are you a potential 1A type guy?
As LeBron James would say, because he's a big Godfather fan, this is where you earn your bones in the playoffs.
Good call by you.
It
I told Jesse I only seen Godfather, I think, twice. So I don't know the quotes too much.
I don't know that unless you love it, I don't know that The Godfather is a movie you need to watch like 10 times. I love the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I genuinely love it. And I have seen multiple different versions of it and watched it. Like, I haven't pitched it, but Katie, my fiance, Katie from the Wake Up Call, because I have to introduce her every time now. She enjoyed The Godfather. It was her first time seeing it.
Uh-huh.
I haven't pitched it yet, but I'll sit down and watch Godfather 2 this weekend.
But I've heard the argument. I don't agree, but I've heard the argument 2 is maybe better than 1.
I don't agree either, but 2 is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like it's 2 is phenomenal.
2
I
is
don't
really
agree.
good. I
that
love
it's
how
better than 1.
they go back to Italy and they kind of tell
the story. Yeah,
I love that.
It's a it's a prequel in a sequel,
Mm-hmm.
which is spectacular.
And don't they have it? No, they can't have. Don't they have like box sets or something like that they play it from Italy to?
Yes,
yeah.
It's called The Godfather Epic.
Okay,
it's unfortunately the box set that you're speaking of is a VHS box set.
Oh no,
it's not a DVD box set or a digital download. I actually spent idiot. I spent a couple weekends. I was like, I wonder if I still have it because it's so absurd. I have 3 VHSs on my desk.
Okay.
One is The Making of Thriller. One is Moonwalker, and the other one is called like the Legend Continues, like Michael Jackson. It fits the theme of the studio, so it's just sitting in there.
Yeah.
It's like, I wonder if I still have that Godfather Epic VHS set. And I start rummaging through the very few boxes that I didn't, get rid of when I moved this last time. I was like, oh man, I guess I don't. Look directly to my right. It's on the bottom shelf of my bookshelf. It's just tucked away next to Rare Air.
I just pulled it up. My grandmother had this. The box set.
So
she had that.
So I'm sure LeBron has seen this a million times too.
She loved.
You have to watch The Godfather. It was created. You have to watch 1, 2, and you can watch 3. It's not as bad as people think it is. But watch 1, watch 2, and watch 3.
Mm-hmm.
Then go back and watch the saga. The saga is the chronological version with deleted scenes added to it. And I think it's fantastic. Some people think it's clunky. I think it's so much truer to the book because there's so much more in it. I think it's brilliant.
I'm trying to figure out where. Looks like it's on Paramount Plus.
The Godfather is on Paramount Plus. Yes. The Godfather Epic is not. The
All
way
right.
that is edited is not available anywhere that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But The Godfather movie is essentially what saved Paramount, the studio.
Wow.
Paramount was dying. And they're like, Mario Puzo wrote this book, and they went to him. They were like, hey, we want to turn this into a screenplay. And it was this whole like thing, and became The Godfather.
LeBron just was.
He knows all this.
Yeah, he was going crazy when he was telling Al Pacino that. He didn't realize.
Well, wait till he finds out Francis Ford Coppola was in the same room. I want. There's a lot of the first movie is in the excuse me, I'm sorry. A lot of the second movie, particularly the stuff about Don Vito, the origin story of Don Corleone, is in the first book. I know I've read the second one, which is actually called The Godfather's Revenge. I might have to go revisit that one again. I might have to go revisit that one because there's some interesting undertones in it. Fredo.
What you mean by that?
Well, so Fredo in Godfather 1, so it's not really depicted in the movie, but it's depicted in the book.
Okay.
Is a womanizer. Like he goes to Vegas, and there's that scene with Mo Green where he was banging cocktail waitresses 2 at a time. They couldn't get a drink. Like that's a scene with Mo Green in the hotel, in the Vegas hotel room. In the book, his womanizing is to cover up the fact that he's gay. In the second book, and his womanizing is also why he's on the outs with Don Vito, the Marlon Brando character.
Got you.
There's just so much more. There's so much more into it. But I every time I open Audible, I get served. Hey, you might like The Godfather's Revenge. I was like, I gotta do that one more time.
Isn't in the book? I haven't read it, but I remember this would always come up on an old radio show that I used to listen to. Shout out Murphy Mac. Those are my guys, man. They would talk. I think it's in the book where. So Sonny liked his women thick. And they explained why. Is that
I don't know how to answer that. Yeah. I
didn't know. I just imagine that, or that really is in the book. Or
it's not. Yeah. I don't know how to answer. You know what? I'm gonna punt. I'm just gonna punt.
You want to try to answer it, and we can dump it.
No, it's not.
Don't answer it. But
it's.
Let's see. Damien Walker's tightrope.
So Sonny's was very well endowed. Sonny was very well endowed. And there's a scene at the beginning of it's at the wedding scene of The Godfather.
Okay.
Where he's intimate with Connie's maid of honor.
Okay.
Connie's maid of honor has far more time given to her in the book than in the movie.
Okay.
And it's all based on Sonny's well-endowedness.
Jesus. I don't even know why that's part of the story. That's nothing to do with him going to be a mobster.
It literally has nothing to do with nothing. But it is such a frequent topic in the book. It's pretty crazy. Like,
frequent topic is crazy.
No, bro. I'm telling you, I finished the book. I finished the audiobook like a week ago. They like Sonny's 2 things about Sonny: his temper and his equipment. And yes, his women have it's not. I don't know how to.
Well,
he did like a specific type of woman.
Michael, we got to go make sure that this job over here gets done because Sonny, and I'm not talking about his temper.
Well, it sounded like Jerry Jones, and he certainly is known to discuss male anatomy when on camera on accident.
Remember when we were back in Italy as kids? Sonny, boy, I ain't talking about his temper.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
That's one of my favorite parts of that movie, though. Sonny's temper is what led to him getting murdered.
That was tough. That's one thing I do remember.
Spoiler alert. They knew if Carlo did that, they knew if Connie called, he would fly. They're in wartime against the other families. They knew we know what button to push. And he fell for it.
Yeah.
You talk about themes. You talk about moments you remember. They knew you inside and out. And they knew what button to push. And you fell for it.
Yeah.
And they got you. Oh
man, that's the one scene. That's one of the scenes. Like I do remember. Like I said, I've only seen it like once or twice, but that's
you don't forget Sonny on the Causeway.
Yeah.
You do not forget Sonny
getting the
on the
call
Causeway.
and he's rushing out of there. He's angry.
Yeah, you do
and
not forget.
they got him. Man, they lit him up, bro.
Made a point. And the Vancouver Whitecaps, I guess they're making a point too. Shut up, man. I'm trying. What do you want me to do?
No, salute,
what
man.
Do you want me to
Salute.
Doing the best I can.
They're
here.
gonna be sunny in a second.
The Vancouver Whitecaps are on the Causeway, and the Barzini family, they're swarming in, and it looks like relocation is on the table for that franchise here coming up at the end of this MLS year. And we're back to that thing. Phoenix, Indy, Vegas. Of course, we saw the sports complex pop up when the renderings came out, I think earlier this week. And then there's that city in California, the state capital, that is building a brand new 20,000 seat stadium downtown.
They're mentioning Sacramento as being the place for relocation.
A place for relocation.
But I mean, people are like, nah. People believe that's where it's going to be. Owners, nobody know inside. It's just people who kind of follow MLS and follow the situation. And it really raised their antennas when the Republic and Wilton Rancheria tribe went to 20,000 with the stadium. And it's always been hey, we're going to build it here at 12 with the ability to go to 20, 21 or something like that. And they positioned it, and I believe them when they say, well, if we can do it now, let's just do it now. If we're always going to say, hey, we can build it, bigger when we need to, let's just do it now if we have it. Yeah. And that's what they did. I will also say, though, you ain't building no 20,000 seat stadium for USL. That's just Kenny Caraway talking. My belief, where they think the USL can go. Me and Jesse talked about this before. That's like a decade from now. Like it's not like the heights, the ceiling of the USL and them reaching that ceiling is like 10 to 15 years away. I don't believe you do that for a USL stadium. I'm not saying anything's guaranteed or they know anything, but I'll say this. I do think they believe they got a real shot to land the Whitecaps and get into MLS that way. They got a real shot, and maybe the best shot out of all the cities that were mentioned. The biggest factor being Sacramento has a stadium plan ready to go and in progress right now. Phoenix doesn't. Las Vegas doesn't. I don't know about Indianapolis, but Sacramento's ace in the hole, one of them would be, we got shovels in the ground ready to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's not up. It's ready to go. It's working. Like it's further along than anything Las Vegas has. I do also wonder. Like we were talking I was talking with the Chatty House during the break about like Vegas has the amazing ability to present shiny objects. The Golden Knights have been fantastic. The Aces, fantastic. The Vegas has really embraced both of those. The Raiders is a bit of a different animal. Still kind of new. What's that wind up looking long term? For me, when you talk about success in the desert, what do the A's look like? Now we're talking an NBA team. What's that look like? Because we're talking now, 81 games?
Yeah.
82?
Yeah.
And then we're talking 41. Okay. What's that look like? Now we're going to add MLS to that. So you're going to have WNBA, hockey, all in the all on the strip, all right here. And we talk about this all the time. It's not just Vegas. It's Henderson. It's all of these surrounding areas. You've got enough to support all of that? I don't know.
I think they can.
I don't know.
Rather easily do basketball. Baseball.
I think so too.
No. And one of the reasons why I say that with basketball is because of the way they rallied around and supported the Knights. It's essentially the same thing.
It's the way it's consumed.
That's
consumed inside.
Right. But I think basketball will be just fine. Baseball, I don't think it'll be a disaster, but I also don't think it's going to be like football and basketball. So all three of them combined, like you just laid out. Now that's where it gets a little dicey.
And then,
it's a little dicey.
But then you also have and I guess when you get to I go to Vegas for shows, right? I go to some are Vegas residencies, some are, tour stops, but I guess that doesn't matter because I'm coming anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not relying on me to come to a Las Vegas Blackjacks game or whatever. We're done for the day. Anxious to recap these games tomorrow. Jesse and Kyle will do it first on the jump, beginning at 7 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Michael Jordan.
All right. I need about 2 minutes from you. Hopefully not even that long. I'm going to send you something. All right, y'all. We got a couple of things we got to do here real quick. Enjoy the rest of the evening, man. Appreciate you guys as always. Thank you. Almost the Godfather. Yes, indeed. There you go, Polo. You know what it is. We'll see you guys tomorrow. No, almost sunny on the causeway. Come on, man.